All right, guys, court is starting. Court is starting. Hello, hello. Hello to everybody that's here early. Make sure I have the volume all the way up. I hope we're not having a quiet court day. And as usual, law and crime always seems to start late, plus they have the delay for the closed captions. You guys know the drill. And thank you so much, What, Why, and Who's, starting off with some gifted memberships. I'll say everyone put a WWW in the chat, or a chicklet, because What, Why, and Who's loves chickens.
Okay. Good morning.
I just want to let the parties know in the court know that Mr. Copeland's lawyer has been always nothing but professional, but I gave him a couple of days ago what I gave earlier to the state and to the court reporter and to Ms. Percifield, the jail calls. Okay. So he told me, you know, I understand it'll go with Mr. Copeland, but we just tried to save time. So he told me that they listened to 4.5 of the 5 jail calls. So I just want you to know that hopefully it'll go quicker than me having to whisper his voice to him, you know, let him hear it. So
Okay,
I just want to let you know that. And the lawyer was, you know, took a lot of time to do that.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate his services stepping in at the last minute the way he did. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, my understanding is Mr. Kokomo has redacted that call that made mention of some hearsay.
All right, thank you.
And thank you so much, Army Nurse, another 5 gifted memberships. Good to see you this morning.
All right, well, it's a few minutes early for the jury, so we'll just wait until we hear word that they're all ready.
Okay, cool. So we actually, Law and Crime is finally live. So we'll have some closed captions for you guys. But, you know, that seemed like a little bit of housekeeping. Chuck Engelberger came into the game real late, trying to get caught up on listening to some of the things to be able to best help Woody. Brian Steele's making sure he goes and takes the initiative to work with the attorney for the witness. And that witness is cooperating back, so that's good. Not saying that it's particularly, you know, yay, Woody's cooperating with the defense, but just thinking of that Detective Gaither email exchange with Brian Steele where, oh, okay, I agreed to meet with you. Oh, oops, you had the wrong time. No, I didn't have the wrong time. This is the email exchange right here. So it's nice to see attorneys actually being able to do what they should be doing. And then Satchel, another 5. Oh my gosh, so much green in the chat. Oh man, that's going to mean we need another emoji. We are going to need another emoji. To shout out all the new members. But good morning to everybody. So yesterday, guys, I pulled a lot of clips from yesterday. It was a bit difficult to do because when you have a witness with a lot of layers, a lot of complexity, and you're doing cross-examination, the strategy typically is a slow build, something that's going to be coherent for the jury to understand. And I would also argue, you know, we talked about it a lot in the chat, and I think Brian Steele had to readjust as he went along, making sure you approach the witness with questions that are digestible to the witness. You don't want a witness to misunderstand your question and think they're answering something else and give you an answer to a question that isn't really applicable to the way you asked the question. So it was a bit difficult to clip some stuff from yesterday because, you know, explaining a clip of, did the prosecutors verify anything? Well, Steele went into these long-winded, and now here's this meeting you had with Detective Thorpe on January 10th. You mentioned this. Did they call you to verify that? No, and you have to include all that. So yesterday's clips were like 45 minutes long. But they're there if you want a digest either today or in the future.
The court would give me time to do a proffer with Mr. Copeland. You know, I want to, obviously, I want to, but I will, whether I want to or not, but I will follow your order about the ex parte June 10th conversation in Judge Glanville's chambers. And you told me that there's some off limits, and I look at my notes and I'm not sure. I think the state opened the door to it. They asked a direct about that meeting, but I don't want to come close to your
Look at
order,
Hylton's face.
in violation.
They're talking
So
about the end of her closing.
what
I
I'd
mean,
like
of her
to do
direct.
is ask Mr. Copeland about the whole thing. Judge Glanville's there, what Judge Glanville said. You seem to, according to my notes, indicate to me you're not permitting that. That's my understanding. And of course, I need to make a proffer. I mean, the proffer, I guess, is memorialized in the transcript itself, which is in the record. But, you know, the fact that Judge Glanville said, we need your testimony. Judge Glanville said, so long as you don't tell a big whopper, as Miss Love told you earlier, I want all that to come out before the jury. I think it shows coercion, and I think it shows the way that possibly to Mr. Copeland, I don't have any good faith beliefs because I never spoke with him, so I don't know what he would say, but that the prosecutor, well, prosecutors, but prosecutor, I'm going to say, and the judge, the former judge, were holding hands and working together. And I think that that goes to the jury instruction that courts don't have any interest in the case, save a fair trial for everybody. Because I would never, and I will make it clear, I'm not talking about this court, but we were with Judge Glanville for X number of months. And the jurors saw him act a certain way. So I would like to get into that. In addition to that, I plan on, unless, and this I don't believe hurts your order. And if I just
Love at the
interrupt you,
microphone.
were you
Go ahead.
about to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I thought you were finished.
I plan on going into the fact that Mr. Copeland did say, it's on the transcript, everything, I did all these crimes. That's not a quote, but it's somewhere in that transcript and I could get the quote. I'd like to get into that and ask him what he meant by that.
You can ask him that.
Okay. I'd like to ask him about Judge Glanville saying, so long as you don't tell a bold face, I forget the word, but bold face whopper lie, basically, but it may not be a quote. They won't prosecute you. I'd like to get into that and what that meant to him. And I think I'd like to get into the fact that he said, I've been telling everyone I am a liar. The most truthful thing I ever said is what I just said by calling myself a liar.
You can ask
Yeah,
him that
I
as
thought-
well.
I thought I could. I'm just want to make sure that I'm not violating. So I think I covered it, but it's really that the environment, that he didn't ask for that meeting, what his belief is between the judge, former judge, excuse me, I'll make it clear, and the state of Georgia, the prosecutors, and if he believed that they were working together.
All right, well,
Coercion. That's really what I'd like to get into.
understand, I continue to believe that that's not appropriate to come before the jury. The things that I said you can get into just now, you can ask him about. In terms of whether whatever happened in this meeting amounted to coercion, you don't need a proffer for that. I mean, that's going to be a legal determination. It's one I have already made. And if I'm wrong and this case ends in a conviction, I'm sure there will be an appeal, and that can be determined. I mean, that'll be a legal determination to be made. So you don't need to make a proffer for that. And you already have before the jury that Judge Glanville was a part of the meeting and that nobody from the defense was a part of the meeting. And I don't recall the state opening the door to that, but just it kind of came up naturally in your questioning of Mr. Copeland. He said, oh, you mean in the judge's chambers? And so you were able to ask questions about that. So that's really already before the jury as well. And in terms of the bullface whopper thing, you know, you've, I think, already asked him and can ask him again what he understood to be meant by perjury. And I just think that that's enough. I don't think we need to spend time on that otherwise. So,
Can I just make one record?
sure.
I understand the court's ruling.
Yes.
I'm not trying to change it, actually, or I'd like you to change, but I'm not trying to go against, I understand it's a ruling. I believe that coercion is actually a jury question. I think that the jurors get to take each witness and determine their motive, their interest, and their bias. And I think that this goes into Mr. Copeland's makeup for a trial in this case. So I would like to ask him.
Okay, but the thing with that is that we have instructed the jury to disregard all of that, and we've properly instructed him and
But he could still feel under
let
pressure
him
right
ask
now.
questions if he wanted to, and gotten him counsel, and anything that might have come from that, we've redone anyway.
To a certain extent, but doesn't it carry the witness? When I say the witness, Mr. Copeland, I mean, he's the one that the jurors are judging credibility. The state is saying, it's interesting, witness, because the state is saying he's a truthful man, basically in 2015. He's untruthful in 2024. I am saying I am diametrically opposed. So we both agree that he's untruthful, and we both agree that at some point he's truthful. So I think that it goes through his entire makeup, and the jury should know what happened to him in the course of this trial. So that's I'm very well aware you ruled. I'm not trying to relitigate a ruling. I entrusted. I just want to make a record in case it does go to an appellate court.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Oh,
Yes.
I have one more thing. So I looked for cases.
Yes.
I do have some cases that even during trial, it could be a prior inconsistent statement. But you said, and I'm talking about the,
Right.
he's an innocent man, June 27, 2024 posting by Mr. Copeland. So that we're clear. And I'll submit it with the court's permission if you don't let it in, just for the record, just so the appellate court can see, as Mr. Williams or JW 236A. It's already on the thumb drive as 236.
Yeah, it's on there.
But just so that an appellate court, if God forbid it goes up, needs to look at it. But I believe what this court said is, yes, it has to be prior to the statement, but I have case law that says no, it's just prior. It could be during trial. You know, the witness walks out of courtroom and says, oh, I'm so glad they didn't ask me about this because I told them A, but the truth is B. That's a prior and consistent statement you could recall. But I think your question was actually deeper. Your question is, but he is saying today on the witness stand that they're lies, that your client is innocent. That's what I took. So it's really, you really put a layer in there in addition to what I was targeting at first about prior and consistent statement. And now I would like you to consider it as a prior consistent statement, because he has made now consistently outside of court a statement consistent with his in-court testimony. And the state is challenging that Ms. Hylton specifically said, you haven't said that you lied until 2024. That's an actual clip from the trial that I'll be playing, because I have jail calls before 2024. So I think it impeaches when he says, I think his answer is, I don't know. I don't want to say, but I think it's, I don't recall, but whatever he answered that question. So he definitely didn't say, oh no, I've been saying this before 2024. So I think that it should come in for that reason. Either as an inconsistent or consistent statement, but either way, I think it's inconsistent, and I still get to impeach him with all of his statements about innocence, that Mr. Williams or others are innocent, versus what the state put in the 2015 statements and jail calls. And if that doesn't carry the day, then I think it's a consistent statement.
Okay, so on the consistent statement part, you're saying that the state in its examination has suggested that Mr. Copeland's trial testimony is fabricated.
They definitely said that. I believe, yes.
So you want to offer this post he made in June of this
22nd.
year,
Correct.
after he had already been testifying,
That's all true.
as a prior consistent statement.
That's-
But in order for a prior consistent statement to come in, it has to have been made before the alleged recent fabrication. And it's made either contemporaneously with or after the assertion by the state that essentially his trial testimony is not the truth. So it wouldn't come in as under that kind of evidentiary rule either.
So I don't remember the case as sit here. I can get it, or if somebody has it. Thank you. But that's been challenged now. I don't know why, because that makes sense to me before the recent fabrication, the motivation to lie.
Right, because then it's,
Otherwise, just a
oh,
statement.
here's a reason we should be able to give credence to this.
Okay. I understand. I still would like to put it in, but I will obviously.
Okay, well, it's in for the record.
Okay. So don't use it. Use what you tell me.
That is what I'm telling you.
I'm being told, and if this is true, and I don't particularly remember this, so please check the record or let someone else say that this, I was handed a note that the prosecution has intimated, or it says said, that Mr. Copeland's just saying that they or Jeffrey's innocent because Mr. Williams is here in court and he wasn't there on the tweet. So if I adopt that argument, if that was said, I can't tell you that was said, but if that was said, I adopt that argument in full.
Okay.
And just,
I know it was suggested in motions hearings.
my strong recollection is the state in cross-examining Mr. Copeland,
Well,
or in direct example,
right.
hostile witnessing Mr. Copeland, has said that Mr. Williams is here today. These gentlemen are here today, and this is the first time you are saying that what you said in 2015 is a lie. And the reality is these social media posts, what tweets or whatever an Instagram thing is, they are statements by Mr. Copeland outside the presence of Mr. Williams and the other gentlemen here today. And so that directly contradicts what the state's theory behind Mr. Copeland changing his story, that's the state's argument, is. So if they're going to argue that the only reason he's saying this now is because these gentlemen are sitting here looking at him, I believe that his social media post is fair game, because clearly they weren't sitting there looking at him when he's making the social media post.
Okay, I understand your argument. My ruling stays the same. Jury's ready. Okay, let's get Mr. Copeland, please, and then we'll get the jurors.
And thank you so much, FFS, starting it off with good morning to Kat and my fellow co-defendants, because you know we're all co-conspirators here in this chat. Nez Mitchell tacked on another 10 gifts. Thank you so much, Nez. That's super, super sweet. Everyone make sure you're saying thank you in the chat when people do give gifts. So right now, shout out to Nez. And Love, have you guys like watched Love a little bit today? She reminds me of when you're like listening to like a sermon in church and you're like, you're not trying to speak out loud, so you're just going like this. I think we'll have a lot more body language to watch right here at this desk, especially since Atkins is back here again, not sitting in between them. And Free YSL became a member. Hilarious name, love that. FFS, I agree, we're in the t-shirt today. Maybe he had to take off a different shirt. Talking about Woody. FFS says it's more than appropriate. Yeah, and I mean, considering how Hylton ended direct, implying that immunity deal means everything he's saying is the truth. I think everything that could imply dishonesty or saying something because you feel pressured, the door should be open to that. But what do I know? So FFS says the jury should know how Suge and the state used coercion to get him to testify. Yeah, I totally agree. Brian Steele will get to ask certain things. Glanville seems to be off limits, but who knows? Woody could blurt it out himself. These things in his social media posts, Woody could repeat that same sentiment out loud without being asked about it. You never know. And then Ike, thank you so much. This is so sweet. Kat, thanks for putting up with people like me. No, I like you, Ike. In the chat. who are wrong about everything but enjoy the
Thank
content.
you.
Congrats
Good
on
morning,
20K.
ladies and
K
gentlemen.
as in cat. Aw. I filled in the blank for you
Go
there.
ahead, Mr. Steele.
No, I like you, Ike. And the chat is not wrong about everything. The chat corrects me sometimes. And then good morning to Jen. Good to see you. Here we go. Let's see what Steele starts with.
On, if you remember, on August 12th of this year, today would be the 28th. So
It's 2 Mondays
talking
ago
about
when he was in the suit.
2 weeks ago plus, Prosecutor Hylton said to you that, and it's only now in 2024 that you are saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct? Do you remember that question by any chance?
Yes.
I would like to introduce through you some jail calls. Did you have time with your lawyer? Don't tell anyone what you discussed with your lawyer. That's privilege. But did you have time to listen to jail calls that I gave your lawyer a couple of days ago?
We listened to him yesterday.
Okay. And on those jail calls, is that your voice?
Yes.
And are you speaking with people that you know, significant others,
Yes.
family members, friends? Is anything different about any of those jail calls? Like, did anyone amend it, change it? You know what I mean? Like, to your knowledge, or does it sound like the conversation that you remember or had?
It was me talking on the phone.
Okay. And during year 2022 and 2023, do you remember being housed? By housed, I mean you were in custody and put in the Fayette County Jail. Is that your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And the Fayette County Jail recorded calls that you made on the jail call like they do in pretty much every prison and jail?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to move for admission Mr. Williams, exhibit number 250. And Your Honor, A is cumulative, so it's going to be 250B as in Barry, C as in Colette, D as in David, and E as in Aaron. And this is the same thumb drive I give to honorable court. The parties stayed in October, and Mr. Copeland's lawyer.
All right, and these are from 2022, all of them?
They're from, and I'll announce the date and time, Your Honor, but
Okay.
December 2022 through February 2023. There's
Okay.
four different calls.
They're admitted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Copeland, I'd like you to listen to these series of jail calls. If you can't hear, you may need your headphone there. The first call I'd like to do with you, I'm going to go in date order. It's not in the order of my B, C, and D, and E. So this is actually 250E as in Aaron. It's December 21, 2022 at 1:23 p.m. And if you listen to it, I'm going to then ask you some questions. And after it plays for just a moment, I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, just tell the jurors who you're speaking with, okay? It'll play
Select
just for a
call
little bit,
from-
and then just tell the jurors who you're speaking with, if you don't mind.
An incarcerated individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello. Yeah. Anyway. Everybody's talking, but these folks got something. They got something about their sleeve.
They damn sure do.
Man, listen, man. I be listening to them when they be like, all right, when I first got locked up for the case right here, where I'm locked up for now, they came to me, they be like, if I cooperate, they give me a year with no probation. If I give my testimony. So I was like, I was listening to them. I was like, I don't want to have nothing to do with this case. I don't got anything to say. I'm not a witness or whatever. So I was like, man, I just asked it. I mean, y'all not putting me a part of it. So the DA man was like, oh, it's okay. We don't need you. Like, we have so many people telling on Young Thug. I was like, well, you know what I mean? I just asked it. Y'all don't try to drag me in it. You know what I mean? So.
Hey, yeah, they ain't saying no other name.
Yeah.
Where they got.
They gonna wait till the last minute.
No. Get up to that thing. What
like
happened?
I don't know.
Oh.
They like, y'all did this to me. Y'all locked me up, put me in the feds, gave me 5 years. I got out of jail. Y'all still targeting me. But motherfuckers shooting at my family, kill Kenny, and y'all blame everything on me. And then y'all find out I don't have anything to do with it. And now, instead of y'all just leave me alone, just let me be at peace. Y'all try to drag me into this shit here. It's just shit that really be bothering me. I'm like, man. But they don't get no damn.
Well, no, they don't. I was watching the movie last night, and the police, the man, he was doing everything they were saying. It was a federalist. And he was like, they don't give no fuck about me. They just want to complete their case. Because when they got his ass in there and he did what they told him to do, he called her and he was like, done. She didn't even get him out there. He had to kill a damn guard to get out.
Watch it, you know, but these motherfuckers, last time they try to come out here and try to admit that shit, right? I told him, I said, let me tell you. The lady said one thing. She said, first she like, if something happened to me, she gonna do everything in her power to investigate. I was like, damn, you already got it in
That's
your
all
mind.
she gonna do. Yeah.
I said, you already got it in your mind something gonna happen to me. So, but I said it to myself. I said, let me tell y'all something. I said, y'all dragging me in this, you know what I mean, trying to make me a part, or make it seem like, oh, I'm cooperating. My whole thing is, I'm trying to prove my innocence. Y'all trying to pin a murder charge on me. Hey, man, listen, I ain't got nothing to do with no murder. Everybody saying I did it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on Doug because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
Mm.
You remember Mary's son?
Who?
Mary's son.
That Mary?
Yeah, the one who.
Oh yeah, I heard. Hey, there.
I would have said all day before.
Oh shit. Trez told me about this.
Nah, I wasn't talking about that, but I was using this situation to just try what I was to say, but you said too much.
Well, shit, my bad. But Trez told me about it already. Cause it blew me.
Nah, I wasn't talking about that. For that specific, I was just use this scenario.
Hmm.
I mean, and then you had overheard me and somebody else having a conversation. You know what I mean? So he was in his sister's house.
His
Yeah.
sister?
Yeah,
His sister?
this nigga was late. No, sister, our cousin.
Oh. Oh.
This nigga was laid up in her bed, and I was in the living room. I was in the living room telling nigga. I was telling my partner, like, man, look, man, these fuck niggas got this and then third. I'm telling him what's going on. Like, these fuck niggas playing on me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm telling him that these niggas playing on me, this nigga hit the whole conversation, come out the room.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see him, my mouth dropped. I'm like, what? You feel me? Like, so he heard the whole conversation. I'm just like, shit, fuck it. You know what I mean? I already know you could go back and let them niggas know it's him. But he tried to tell me that what I was talking about, I was wrong. I ain't know what I was talking about. I'm like, yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. I ain't stupid.
That shit crazy. As a mother, I said that shit crazy as hell. Y'all didn't put that much on my feet.
Then after that, then what's his name went to try to post me on his Instagram page and try to tell me to come back around. Man, I ain't come back around y'all niggas. I know what y'all got seen. Come on, man. Y'all niggas crazy here thinking I'm stupid. You're right. But if you bullshit where he was telling somebody else like, man, some. He was saying that because
There's some gloves upstairs.
stop trying to get your ass in.
No, I hear you. I can't stand them motherfuckers. Now, that's why I don't get it.
Huh?
When I be listening, you started. Monday, you got my son in the oven. I'm telling you, I'm listening. Cause he was telling somebody else or something.
I really be trying to get the rundown without saying. I mean, too much, but
I ain't down, I'm listening.
okay. Red said everything else. I forgot that concerned about him, man. I think Red might be sick.
You dirty bastard.
Cool.
He is sick. But I don't think he's like past his sick. And then how did his grandma feel? You ain't never asked him about that.
Call him back.
I think he's doing okay. You know, he told you he'd be free. He said when he'd be free, he'd be getting out. Hold on, let me call him back. Give me some syrup. Hold on. Yeah, he ain't answered.
Yeah, okay.
How much?
7.
But that shit ain't going. They ain't talking about that how they was talking about that shit last time. They ain't bringing on this. No, I was saying they weren't talking about it.
They ain't talking about what?
Yeah, well, damn case how they was talking about it first.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said both servers where he is.
So great. Yeah. Okay.
What?
That guy got to get the hell up out of the damn room, boy. Kyle Jr.'s little bitch ass on 2 way.
I need to give me Kent number so I can tell Kent send me some goddamn money. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna get in. Green said, tell little bro I'm good and don't drop the soap on purpose. LOL.
Say he been having me word, goddamn.
He'll be good as long as he done lost that weight he's supposed to lose. long as you take your medicine, keep that shit up.
Ain't no telling why he lost that weight. That nigga got,
He probably had to.
you ain't hear what
I don't know how big he was.
You didn't hear what how he was talking to us last night. I told him, you got to listen to a person. A person try to cover the truth, but you listen how he said, you'll hear it more to it.
He said, tell him I'm good. He said, tell him I'm good.
Then he just said it again.
Huh?
He just sent it again.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah. So he said, all right.
I said, and I love him forever with his bitch ass, LOL.
Yeah. He just started rubbing me the wrong way just now.
You so stupid.
I ain't no sorry with you. It's cap. These folks got y'all motherfuckers thinking, that I'm working the other one. Shit.
Boy. I got cold since you opened that door.
You said what?
I got cold.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. She little stink ass. She might be high.
None. That bit.
How many minutes?
Maybe got a gun on her side. 12.
Yeah.
We got that find out. Good here. Duh. Mm-hmm.
Hello?
How do you watch this?
Prosecutors.
Ooh, what's your crime called, huh?
Shit, you ain't tell me. You just wasn't.
Pick up, you woke the kid up. And they'll tell her if you leave.
Hello?
She got her phone on Do Not Disturb. I tip her.
Go up.
Hands on y'all. Get off the table.
You said what?
I got it.
Yeah. Renee never ain't coming.
Who?
Renee or Becky?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Becky did call back yesterday. My bad.
What
She was there when she get your money. It should be one day a week.
Yeah. Oh, why did it say? Didn't you say they said something about Cornelius Zach?
Who?
Cornelius Zach.
Yeah, I think they did say that name. They said so many goddamn names.
I'm saying they said that he a witness.
Did they say Condarius Zachary was a witness? Yeah.
They did.
Mhm.
Yeah. That nigga out.
He out.
Yeah, they let Diva Cleveland.
They who?
Let Diva Cleveland.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, shit. You motherfucker let me pick and choose what they gonna let out.
Mm-hmm. Hell. Tell. So they say they trying to make it seem like they got a case by still keeping you locked up and shit. They making it seem like, oh, we still got their main witness. They don't know. They ain't got shit.
Shit, they do. That's it. These people not stupid. They won't be going out of the way. Well, I mean, something that they speak.
But they can't make you testify. If we don't want to, they can't.
Oh, no, it ain't me. It's somebody else. I don't know who it is. I'm just saying, it ain't me.
Then they made me mad trying to call that lady to the stand, and they done said she was dead several times because she was a witness too.
Cool, Lala.
Yeah, I Then I didn't hope that she was made on friends.
That's crazy. How the heck could she be a witness?
And then the judge even asked how she died. So they was like a brain aneurysm. I said, oh, that scared me.
A brain what?
Aneurysm.
Yeah. How the hell can I not be a witness? Who the hell do she know?
When they walked to the whenever they were walking somewhere, they said she was somebody's wife, but we know that's a lie. Cause I think Guthrie, her son, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was like, that's not even her husband, that's her son. I knew that for a fact, because he was going crazy when she passed. And but they was like, when they came to question her again, they said she don't know nothing about nothing. She don't know what they talking about. So I was like, that was funny. But they couldn't bring her to the stand because she passed.
Yeah.
So the judge had to ask how she passed and write it down.
Oh, yeah.
These motherfuckers so good, I need 2 more in the oven. Sit down. You don't play with hot stuff.
Hello.
Uh-huh. Huh?
I said they just bought some more books in here. I got some books to read. Shit.
Now let's move. What I can say, I was gonna say that this bring some.
You said bring me to who?
The coloring book.
I can't hear you.
I was saying coloring book.
Man.
I was trying to think when we see your package. I keep sticking on. I was gonna have everybody to do it. I was gonna be on there, but you can't even do it. It's not letting you click on it.
Shit. Fuck it. You do get the motherfuckers send Miami shit.
I know, and then I had pictures. No, it was saying we could select a package, but you can't.
Yeah. Cause these folks, man, they don't sell no tater chips on the show. They don't sell no soups on the show. They only sell pies and candy. They
Got
fuck
it.
that up.
Trying to make y'all some damn diabetes.
But see, me, one pack cookie, it might take me 2-3 days to eat 1 pack cookie.
That's me. I got to want the cookies when I want them. Once that cookie come on the earth.
Hello.
I seen Dale call this morning. I know she probably check up on you.
Yeah.
And I was asleep. I had woke up and went back to sleep.
Shit. I am.
Get down here. You wet, Woody?
She called early.
Yeah, she called like 10 songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read them about the scene. Sit down.
You have 1 minute left.
Hello.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but shit, I don't know. I ain't got shit to talk about. Shit, your ass.
Don't worry about that shit. Stop worrying.
Nah, I ain't worried. I just thinking like shit. Anybody else sit down phone? Shit.
Oh.
What? You bitches don't want to talk to me or something? Shit.
No, I don't say that shit crazy. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It can make no sense of it.
Yeah. So I said, shit, me either. Yeah, I don't get no fuck. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
At the end of the day, I ain't letting it to me. It's just shit.
I know you started talking to me when you got shit to talk about. You know, I understand you want to call it a whole system.
Your ass and these bad nigga know what you.
How the hell I be knowing what you be saying? I can go in and out. Because if you out, you down, so when you tell me no sense, I don't think what you all right. Boom, boom, boom.
Right. I'll be called back.
All right.
Thank you. The caller has hung up. Thank you for using Securus. Good.
Oh, that was
Copeland,
interesting.
would you mind telling the jury, the person you're speaking with, who that is in relation to you?
My sister.
Okay. And did you hear, and I'm going to ask the court, I'm going to replay it, but did you hear their December 21, 2022, during this conversation with your sister that you mentioned that you lied on Thug? Did you hear that in there?
Yes.
Can you play Mr. Kokomo at 3:21?
So re-highlight
and I'll
that
tell
clip.
you when to stop, and then you announce the time, okay?
I ain't got nothing to do with no murder. Everybody, and I did it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on Doug because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that. I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean? It's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
Mm.
You remember Mary's son?
What number did it stop at?
Time stopped at 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
Ms. Winfrey, did you get that? 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
3 minutes and 46 seconds.
You were right. Mr. Copeland, were you arrested in April, if you remember, April 2015 by law enforcement?
What year?
2015.
2015?
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
Do you remember the song Halftime that the jurors have heard about?
Yes.
That being released. I'm not saying created, but released in and around April 2015.
It was released when I was in jail.
Okay. All right. And the timing of that release was not good for you. The police used the lyrics of Mr. Williams as against you, that Woody would, whatever the words are, punch someone in the noggin or shoot someone in the noggin, whatever the words are, right?
Yes.
That was not good for you at that time.
Right.
At the time, okay. All right, I'd like to play with you, if you don't mind. Your Honor, this is Jeffrey Williams 250C, as in Colette. This is February 19th, 2023. It's at 3:52 p.m. Again, Fayette County Jail. Recorded call. If you don't mind listening to this, please.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual. Fayette County Jail. This call is not.
And then while we skip that promo, thank you so much to Natasha and Renee. I think, Renee, you got a shout out in that previous jail call. Thank you for becoming members. And also, Mary Alice, thanks so much for gifting someone a membership. Super, super sweet of you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, the phone, the damn phone gonna hang up.
No, I thought you hung up.
Nah,
Push that thing back up on the door. Hello.
what been going on?
The same shit.
Yeah.
Same shit.
Anybody call?
Baby called. That girl called and I said, "You hoes don't want no information." Girl called about your business.
And what she say?
Because listen, she talking about hold on. She text at 3:00 in the morning again. She got one more time to text at 3:00. Bust her ass. She's like, "Can you tell him to call me? I don't have money on my phone, but if y'all do tell him to call me, you are the other sister. Thank you."
Yeah. Say he said, you made your mind up.
Oh, I did my phone.
Where Becky went?
They don't watch the video.
No, what's her name just went crazy on me.
Cool.
Crazy.
You talk to her?
Yeah. She to my I brought her name up.
No, you did not. Now why she lying?
She I don't know. That's what she said.
She lied like a motherfucker. All you said was she ain't had nothing to do with that, and you went and put that in her car. And then Rabbler said that I was about this close saying something to that little bitch ass nigga.
What happened?
He always got to be the main one. I don't know nobody else, but he just here. He's laughing. I want to say, look, you little dick in the booty, bitch. Don't just delete this shit.
You take the number?
Yeah, I say so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I come out at 3:00 now.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, soon I take the phone down.
I changed room. I changed room, so I mean, when I come out, I can call y'all. Yeah. text your number real quick. Hey, yeah. I might have a text because you're going to hang up if I call. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You say what now?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if they play the number, can you not put it on there?
Trey call.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure it's been called today.
It should not be there.
You said, you said the whole thing on where?
It should not
YouTube?
be there.
Okay, I'll just make sure.
They gonna put it, when I say you everywhere, they
Your Honor, is that okay if the phone number is played for privacy? It will be stopped. I don't believe it's played, though.
Okay, we can redact that part from the record. But I guess given that this whole thing's being live streamed. we can
Duh,
just
Whitaker,
skip-
that was a slow
we
moment.
just skip over that part.
I don't think it's in there, but in case I'm wrong. It is? Okay. You'll do it? Thank you. Thank you.
shade room.
Yeah, they're
everything.
talking about the leaked interview where he's snitching and it got on YouTube a year ago already.
I know Trey said motherfucker saying, I said Trey, they're blocking. You just know to be fucking ready. Somebody pull up on you, just air their ass out.
So I
Fuck
think
this
we ain't gonna
shit.
do all that.
I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Open that door. I don't care if you hot, go take a bath.
Yeah, man, I'm calling you and Keisha phone about 20 times. Word the hell, like, why the hell y'all ain't answer?
Cause soon I ain't thinking you gonna be calling me at 3 o'clock, so I put the phone down, go use the bathroom.
Yeah. Did you have put 25 on here? Your boyfriend said give me?
I ain't did it yet. I booted it been boy. It's been.
Yeah, nah, I just want to make sure I had some on here just in case it ran up.
Yeah,
Tell number block when you get a chance. Tell her text
I
number.
forgot to say that bitch. That girl. Like I'm gonna tell her.
What happened?
She don't know she's coming or going.
Huh? What?
I said she don't know if she's coming or going.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should have told her 650 number start text you at no damn 3 in the morning. This shit here crazy. What happened to say? What you was saying? What you had to say about the video?
What video? What you said? What you said?
Yeah.
What you said? I didn't hear you. You said what I got to say about it?
Yeah.
I mean, shit. What my supposed to say? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just made me mad because I'm like, who the fuck put it out there for one? But, shit. How they were saying, like, you ain't, I mean, what the shit? You that told the shit. Shit.
What it was saying? What it was saying?
It was just talked about the diamond shit in the hood. The club at the diamond.
What about it?
That's what they say. That's what they put out there. What you were saying about the hit at the diamond was tail.
Oh, word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't nobody said that. Can't say that to you.
Nope.
Crazy. I know Trey called me yesterday, and this shit. I'm about to get roast rail. Fuck this shit.
What happened?
He's my the boy for real for that Johnny Brasco. I said you a real fuck boy.
Yeah, man, we ain't stand real. Trey called you yesterday and said what?
He said they kept on coming in his DM.
Yeah. Damn, man. This shit here, boy, I ain't gonna lie to you. This shit got me so fucked up. I be depressed as hell, Lee.
Fuck that shit.
I know. Now I just calling y'all phone. Y'all ain't answer, so I'm like, shit.
Ain't nobody expect you to call at 3, and you know this is time Keisha go to work.
Yeah, that what Keisha just said. She was like, you know, she had to get what's that piece of her mind. She gave crazy like she like man. She told why she's on the phone like man, fuck hell like that man. Like, she get like she gonna put some money on my foot and give you some money to put on the phone. I like shit, alright. I like man, they put all the money on the phone. Like at the end of the day, shit, y'all motherfuckers ain't answer shit. My motherfucker goddamn, I said I'll rip to my Keisha because I know she be saying my call.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she on.
Yeah, I can't call Keisha because Keisha got the what's her name blocked. I try to call Deshaun and she ain't got the money on the phone. I try to call Trey.
She answered?
Nah, you know, I'm calling them for them to pay for the call. But they ain't answered.
Oh. What I supposed to been doing?
Huh?
What I supposed to been doing?
You ain't tell, I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know. They number you said that?
Cause they ain't gonna be.
They ain't go through?
Why is it cold?
Huh?
You gotta cook the sauce.
Hello?
Yeah.
You say they ain't go through?
I said it went through, she ain't said that.
Man. It ain't one thing, it's another one.
That's why you gotta keep that face, keep praying. Fuck with these motherfuckers saying it is what it is. So fuck them.
That's what I've been doing. I've been praying every day. You know what I mean? But she like, the more I pray, goddamn, the more the devil try to work with me.
Because you know you praying. You know you turning to God.
And I be like, man. But, I should have said, when you get a chance, Prosecutor tell her ugly ass, she got the jail number blocked. And, I will be tell you, they got, you know, put her number on here and tell her she don't need to be sipping no other jail card. Wait, this one.
Tequila.
Yeah. Because she, when you're in the kitchen, don't answer the phone. I don't have nobody else no more here to call.
I'm gonna put her number back on there.
Don't put her number back on here. It's
Until she take it out.
yeah, she take it out. Try to put I just try to call Squeeze collect too. I thought he was gonna answer it. Take it so long for him to pick up.
I thought she quit the number on there, so it shouldn't be collect.
Man, Squeeze don't even answer. Like she just quiet all the way too. So I be like, I don't be knowing.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if she if they deliver, she ain't saying anything.
Why would you say them motherfuckers, what the little girls that you be calling?
They said all that on there, and she really mad because the lady said, "Why you want to be with their son?" And you were like, "Because she got 3 children." So she was like, "So you don't need to be with the other girl. She ain't for you." That's why she really mad.
Oh yeah.
Go get it up. All you worrying about is the money. You determined to come and get the money. The money.
Who?
The girl.
What girl?
Crazy.
You said what now?
That's all she worrying about, come and get the money.
What, are they playing the jail card?
No. They played everything that was in the thing. They played it's not even 3 hours long. That was a lie. This shit was like 20 minutes long. And half the time you just in there. It wasn't 3 hours long, it was like 20 minutes.
What did it say about the money?
No, she was saying all she wanted was the money. That was her main concern, a little money, about the money. And you didn't really say her name. You just said that was your girl. And then they asked you when you was somewhere, you was like, I was at the girl house somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, it's not before I got locked up. I was at the girl house. Yeah.
And they was like, where's your address? He was like, we ain't together no more. She went through my phone. Then the other officer was like, shit, my girl goes through my phone. I'll be homeless too.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah.
No, I'm not doing stuff.
The motherfucker out there to myself.
Let me tell you something. I went through the same thing. It was different. I'm talking about my situation. It was like the more I prayed, the more the shit was coming at me. I got on my knees and cried to God. Once I got on my knees and prayed and I cried, got all that off my chest, I was relieved. And then things started turning around for me.
Man, for real, like the way this shit going, like, man.
She said, tell him that when I asked him to tell me what was going on, he had every chance to. I shouldn't have to learn about shit from other people when I talk to him down there every day. But he want to be, bitch, fuck you, hoe. Fuck you talking about, bitch.
Keep reading.
What?
Keep reading.
I read what she said.
Oh.
She said, tell him that when I asked him to tell me what was going on, he had every chance to. I shouldn't have to learn about shit from other people when I talk to him down there every day. But if he want to be like that, then cool.
Say shit, I ain't been no way. She say, call it real quick. I ain't got time for this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got the car because I ain't know the car out.
Yeah. Nah, I had to turn the volume up. It seemed like when I turned the volume up it did do it more. That motherfucker that got issues.
Mm-hmm. Bitch, I'm not having no what.
What the hell you doing out there for?
Because I'm waiting on Red to say something to me. Bitch, I'm ready for your faggot ass.
Oh, you did?
And I'm ready for baby. Hell yeah, and his ass in the state. I said, fuck, boy, I'm sick of your pussy ass. He said, nigga, I ain't scared of none of y'all motherfuckers.
Man, yeah, nah. You ain't got it.
I'm just tired of rap. You don't know. Like, shut your faggot ass up. Bitch, he dressed you and fed your thirsty, dry ass, crystal lip, bitch. Baby, y'all come for it. I'm with it.
Man, hell no. Cause you ain't gonna make it worse. You know what I mean? It what these people want. They putting this shit out there for people to feed out, but hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they want people to react to this shit. You know what I mean? Cause it's crazy. All the people they done locked up, they ain't putting nobody else interview out.
I know what we have. Baby girl, she gonna look for a lawyer, and I am too, because like everybody said, this was a lawsuit. Y'all gonna put my life in danger? Like, come on, no, hell no. How the fuck is it legal? Y'all gotta make it make sense.
The defense attorney.
Well, they talking about. It's not very sick. The big thing very sick. I said, y'all come, who to do it? You know, they want to say that dog come up here. Hold on, I'm merging in.
Yeah. Hello.
You talking about what? What you talking about me?
Bro, you sitting here goddamn going off on me like it's my fault and shit. Like, come on, bro.
Because when I be asking you stuff, I be asking you for a reason. I shouldn't have to find out stuff from other people.
Man, I told you in that postcard I sent you that. I mean,
no, you didn't tell me nothing. No, that's not what you told me.
All right, bro. I ain't trying to argue with you. I mean,
I wasn't trying to argue with you. That's why you called me. That's why I didn't talk to you the other day. I didn't want you to feel like.
I ain't saying you did.
I wasn't trying to talk to you. I just want to argue about it. What?
I ain't saying you did or anything. I just said that shit, I ain't mad at you. Know what I mean? I can't shit, you ain't did nothing to me. Shit, I blame myself, thinking I got all the sense. Nah, this shit backfired on me. Hello? Yeah. I don't care. So you keep doing this shit intentionally, it still ain't gonna make me touch you, bro.
I mean, I know that though, but my thing is, when I be asking you stuff, when I asked you last time,
bro,
why you just gonna tell me everything? Why you be?
We can't talk about this on the phone, right? Shit.
But you can tell me that.
To be honest with you, I didn't even know nothing about it. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest with you, I ask people what the hell, like they got to tell me what the video say because I don't even remember what the video said.
How you don't know? You said it.
And that's why. You know, I just told you, man, when I got locked up, man, I was trying to say whatever got them to get these people to let me go. And shit, that's why I said backfired on. At the end of the day, shit, they know it ain't nothing but some bullshit. That's why they putting it out there like this. Know what I mean? Shit.
I guess.
You say what?
I guess.
Shit.
I just trying to get you to like. I don't really care about it. That don't have nothing to do with me. I don't care about that. But I don't want to have to hear shit from other people or see shit from other people or be blindsided when I be on the phone all the time. So why you just don't be telling me stuff?
If I knew anything about it, I wouldn't even.
How you don't know it? What?
You talking about what you talking about, the video?
I'm just talking about in general, like
Yeah. Well,
after the first time it happened, right? And I was like, I don't know if it's too much going on, that's too much. In that moment, you should have been like, okay, I understand that. Also, X, Y, and Z can happen. X, Y, and Z can happen. This can happen. That can happen. They could do this. They could do this.
Listen.
So
What I told you, what me and you talked about was we can't talk about this on the phone. That's what me and you talked about. So what I told you
could have told me
was,
that, though.
what I told you was, I said that these people been coming to me, trying everything to get me to say, okay,
I know that.
Well, okay,
I
but
know that, though. But you could say certain stuff, though.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been
You
explaining
have
to
1 minute
everybody.
left.
I've been explaining to everybody all morning. Like, I keep myself on the air. Like, you know what I mean? Like, for real. Like, it's all bullshit. But I can't blame nobody. Like, that shit, it got me so frustrated that these people trying everything, but I don't care. It still ain't gonna make me testify. You know what I mean? They're my whole mind. They only doing this shit, but I come out at 3 o'clock now. I gotta go in right now.
Okay.
The caller has hung up. Hello, this is a
Mr. Copeland, can you tell the jurors who, in relation to you, were you speaking with on that call?
My sister and a friend.
Okay. And during that call, did you hear your voice, yourself, explain that you blame yourself for thinking that you have all the sense, but it backfired on you, that they are doing it intentionally, but it still won't make you testify? And you say you can't talk on the phone, but you don't remember what was in the video. You said when you got locked up, you were saying anything to get them to let you go. It backfired on you, and it's nothing but BS. You say the word. And that's what they're putting out there. Did you hear all that?
Yes.
I want to play with that focus from 16 minutes to 17:23 with the court's permission, the same exhibit number.
Get them two at the
Dang,
state's table.
I just said that, shit, I ain't mad at you. Know what I mean? I can't, shit, you ain't did nothing to me. Shit, I blame myself, thinking I got all the sense. Nah, this shit backfired on me. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't care. These people doing this shit intentionally, it still ain't gonna make me testify.
I mean, I know that, though. But my thing is, when I be asking you stuff, when I asked you last time,
Bro,
why you just don't tell me everything? Why you be...
We can't talk about this on the phone, right? Shit.
But you could tell me that.
To be honest with you, I didn't even know nothing about it. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest with you, I just ask people what the hell. Like, they had to tell me what the video say because I don't even remember what the
How
video
you
said.
don't know? You said it.
And
How
that's
you
why,
know what you say?
because I just told you, man, when I got locked up, man, I was trying to say whatever got them to get these people to let me go. And shit, that's why I said backfired on. At the end of the day, shit, they know it ain't nothing but some bullshit. That's why they putting it out there like that. Nah, I mean, shit.
Mr. Copeland, I'd also like to ask you whether you heard on this same exhibit recording that you said that that they, and you can explain who they is to the jurors if you don't mind, are coming at you to get you to say some stuff, and you explain that you say that you've been explaining to people all morning that you've kicked yourself in the backside or ASS, and you say that it's all BS and you can't blame anybody. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to play 1825 to the end. Your Honor.
If Ms. Combs said he heard it, I don't know why we're replaying, so I have an objection to replaying it, if he said he heard it.
It is so hard for the jurors, in my opinion.
Well, you just read what you said was said and he affirmed it, so we don't need to hear it again.
All right.
Let's ask it in a question again.
Mr. Copeland, this is going to be Mr. Williams or JW 250B. So I'm going backwards, but B as in Barry, and this is Your Honor, this is going to be February 19th, so the same day, 2023, about a few minutes later. It's at begins at 4:20 p.m.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
They won't let you call back again?
Yeah, I called back. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna call back again.
I told her that. I said it must not let him call back.
Yeah, tell her to call me. I don't know what it is.
Zion.
Hey.
I'm gonna eat.
Your car's gonna be going through. They go through. They going through. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
That's straight. Anyway.
Wonder why y'all don't hack my phone. Y'all hack my mobile phone.
Oh shit. I ain't, man, I don't even know nothing about this, all this video. Yeah.
Oh, hold on, y'all. Put it over
I
there.
don't know nothing about the video.
What you mean?
Like the interview.
Put it right there. What you mean you don't know nothing about it?
Like shit. I just was like shit when you shit y'all telling me, yeah. Like y'all gotta refresh my memory.
Oh, hold on. She's on that woman.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this damn regular ass phone, man.
I didn't see you go back in.
Shit ain't open the door, so I'm shit out.
Oh.
They told me to go in, but shit, they ain't open the door. But what all I'm saying here, bro, I didn't get mad at you. I mean,
You said what?
I said all I was just telling you, I didn't get mad at you.
Yes, you did. Tell her you made her mind up.
You did.
Not it. No.
Yeah, because I was gonna tell her to say, you don't have to explain yourself, but I just like shit. You just don't.
I want to explain myself.
Basically, you said the same thing twice. I'm like,
No, I did say, because also you didn't understand what I was saying first time, so I reiterated what I said.
nah, I understood what you said the first time. You know what I mean, I just like, shit. Like I told her, shit, man. That what happened when I think I got out of the tent. I ain't really think this shit was gonna go there far. I mean, but shit, they knew I was bullshitting. Well, but this shit got me mad as hell.
Yeah.
But I was just calling you back, though. I ain't gonna hold you up.
Okay. Why you come out at 3 now? I said, why you come out at 3 now?
Because I didn't want to come out at 12 no more. I only came out at 12, so I called my lawyer and shit. But I be having other people that be want me to call them, but they be wanting me to call them later. So I said, I just try to come out, change time I come out.
So did you, they ever came down there? The lawyer ever came down there?
Tuesday.
Oh.
That's why when it's just crazy, all this shit going on, they ain't putting nobody else out there. They just trying to make it seem like it's me because, you know what I mean? They feel like this shit was gonna break.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I don't care, man. That shit don't ever make me mad and mad. I ain't blame nobody but myself.
Yeah.
I ain't never worried about no
I got one. You said what?
Nah, I'm saying I ain't never worried about how nobody thinks of me or feel. Shit.
I'm not, that's not what I be saying, though.
I'm just saying, what you be saying then? I heard what you be saying. You ain't gotta keep repeating it.
Exactly. Because what I'm saying is very simple.
I don't know what you be expecting me to say. Hello?
Yeah.
You ain't got anything to say?
I said it 1,000 times, like.
You ain't gotta keep repeating. I just said you ain't had anything to say. I ain't say keep repeating yourself.
I really want to know stuff like that I'm supposed to know. That's all.
That you're supposed to know.
Yeah.
And how the hell I know what you're supposed to know?
Then tell me everything if you don't know what I'm supposed to know then. Don't that sound like common sense?
Who talking to you like that? Yeah, bro, you laughing, bro. This shit here, man. This shit got me so mad with myself, man.
You be acting like you don't be remembering stuff or remember what you be doing. Like, how you doing?
You think I be playing? You think I be playing? I be dead ass serious.
So y'all remember you?
Good. Let me tell you something about me, bro. When they motherfuckers locked me up, bro, and they got me. If I wanted to get anybody locked up or say anything, I could have started out by saying who the gun belongs to. Like, I'm sitting in jail for another nigga gun. You know what I mean? So a lot of people look at that video or the interview and they be thinking like, oh damn, this what's going on. And my imagination is crazy. Like, I put the shit together in a heartbeat and get what? And try to talk my way out of it. If it didn't work, it didn't work. Shit, at the end of the day, it ain't nothing.
That's a problem when you talk too much. Sometimes you need to shut up.
But now when I tell you, now you're saying shut up.
No, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, sometimes you just need to shut the fuck up. Talk too much.
Wow, you don't think I'll kick myself on the air for this?
I don't know what you shit. You probably got some more shit up to sleeve.
Say it again.
I said, I don't know. You probably got some more stuff up to sleeve.
Nah, if I had most of them sleeve, I would have been out of jail in December. I ain't sitting in jail because I'm scared to get out or whatever. I'm sitting in jail because it's only one reason they want to let me. It's only one reason they saying they'll let me go.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, shit, what done is done. Can't be taken back. Still ain't changing my mind frame. So motherfuckers say whatever they want to say. I don't do shit for people. trust and believe me, the motherfucker gonna think and say what they have to say about me regardless. So in that case, I could just easily call my lawyer and be like, hey, yeah, fuck it, I give up. Let me out.
Yeah.
So I don't care, bro. I mean, long nigga don't cross that line, man. I ain't tripping.
Okay.
Yes. Hello?
Crazy girl. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
She's not funny.
I'm not laughing, bro. I'm just.
It's not funny.
Trust, I know it. You ain't gotta tell me it ain't you.
Yeah, I could just be sitting somewhere minding my business. Baby, I could be minding my business. I'm like, huh? They say what?
Nobody
Go look at this. What?
Nobody know you be talking to me, so what you talking about?
I'm saying I could be sitting somewhere minding my business and sitting somewhere like doing something, and I can overhear a conversation. I'm like, huh? What they said? Then I gotta go look this shit up for myself to see what's going on.
Guess what? If I don't call nobody on the phone, I don't even know. If I called my sister, she told me, I'm like, what? Then I called somebody else, and he was telling me, I'm like, wow. I mean, like, shit. These people desperate, you know what I mean? Like I like to tell him is, just pay attention to this shit. Look at what they doing. Everybody who went to court and agreed to say whatever they said, they ain't putting none of their interviews out. They ain't putting none of their statements out. They ain't putting nobody out there but me. Because they trying to make this shit to seem like me and him. When they came up here and see me, they tried to tell me, Jody, we want to know about, hey man, listen, I just want to know why I ain't going to court, why I ain't getting out. I don't want to know nothing about nobody. Just I made all this shit up, trying to finish my way out of jail, and they ain't do nothing, make it hard on myself. And you know what the motherfucker did? They ended the interview and left, because it ain't what they wanted to hear.
Yeah.
So I just like, all right, I go through this shit, you know what I mean? This shit in life, you know what I mean? But before I sit there and be the reason what somebody else down for, this ain't me. They trying to make this shit, they trying to make it seem like this and then third.
You're not making no. You didn't make it no better.
I did it. I didn't even, for real, bro. I didn't even, man. It's just not, like I said, I thought I had all the sense, thought this shit, but they'll believe what I say and let me go. This shit didn't work. But,
okay.
anything else you want to know before I let you go about your business?
Anything else you want to tell me about my business?
You got them, you chopping me off and you got everything to say, like shit, like I be here pretty deep.
I jumped you off.
Nah, you ain't jumped me off. I just
exactly. I didn't even say nothing, but I knew that the other day I was upset. So if I got on the phone with you, I knew it was gonna make shit worse because I was in a bad mood. So I just told her I don't want to talk right now.
But let me tell you, bro, I ain't, like I said, bro, I wasn't mad at you. I was more mad at myself. You know what I mean? Because for real, I knew better.
What?
I knew better. But like I said, I don't care. They shit don't do nothing. It just give me, I ain't gonna lie, it made me mad right now. It just give me more strength.
So, now I do got more stuff to ask you, but I can't ask you.
You can ask me. It's just up to me to answer. I can't answer you, then I won't answer.
No, I'm not asking that.
So, I mean, don't sit there and say, I won't be telling you stuff if I told you the answer.
But certain stuff you can't tell me.
That's why I said, if you ask me certain stuff, I'm gonna answer. I'm not gonna answer. If it's
No,
if I
I
feel
should
like I
just
can't
tell
do it,
you. I can't.
say it again.
Man.
It's crazy. But then, I just said it's crazy. I know one. Whatever going on, go happen in court, there's gonna be some people ain't expecting. I mean, this shit ain't gonna have nothing to do with me.
What?
Shit. They just got down. They just trying to keep their attention on me.
Could you put yourself in it again? With?
Only if you knew.
I know a lot, actually.
I know you. I been knew you knew more than you couldn't know. Well, no, you really don't. A lot of people don't know what's really going on.
Yes, I do know. There you go, tell me.
Cause
you don't know what's going on.
I don't. I ain't. When it comes to certain stuff, yeah, but.
Really stressing me out.
I be stressing myself out, bro. This shit here, man. This shit here ridiculous. This shit here ridiculous.
That is gonna take so long to do.
Huh?
But they don't keep you in there that whole time. This whole time.
Nah, I go to court this week right here. It's coming up.
Man, he's not going to damn court.
Now the judge had said
what court you going to?
Where court I'm going to?
And who gonna come get you?
My sister.
Nah, the way you be stressing her out, she ain't coming to get you.
Man, well, I just had to call her phone like 20 times for her to answer. I'm like, man, what the fuck? Boy, for real. I'm like, boy, this year crazy. This year, man. I'm so mad at myself, bro.
Yeah, you need to be.
I am. Because I knew these motherfuckers going to try to find some type of way to treat me. But it's okay.
I fell right into it.
I didn't fall into it. I did it to myself from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But it's okay. I ain't gonna lie.
You're not going to court, man.
Huh?
You're not going to court.
Why you say that?
They ain't been taking you?
Yeah, but it's the third time, so shit. If the judge concerned about it, they gave me 2 court dates in the same month. Why the hell they gonna do that if they're not gonna bring me? But like you said, shit, after they did that right there, I'm pretty sure they probably gonna let me out. But I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. This shit ain't doing
No,
nothing.
what they gonna try to keep you in here the whole time? While they having trial? That's crazy.
Man, shit. It really shit is against the law, but if they put me in front of the judge, I'm sure I'm gonna speak up. I'm explaining to the judge exactly what these people doing. Like, ain't no in hell they gonna be holding me in jail.
You're always trying to explain something to somebody.
Yeah, you're right. I'm dumb.
Golly. Why you in the situation you in now? Always trying to plead your case.
I be thinking I be having all the sense.
You don't.
I don't have none at all.
At all.
I know that.
I don't know who made you think that. So.
I had a fucked up way of thinking like, shit, but if I got down, if I line this motherfucker right here, I know they're not gonna touch this motherfucker or do nothing. And
Please, sister.
Then I really feel like they got motherfuckers in here, goddamn, working for them.
You work for them.
I do. I ain't last.
You have 1 minute left.
Oh my God. I can't laugh now.
Nah, cause you really made me goddamn, you know what I mean?
I made you wait.
Nah, I just like shit. It is what it is, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna let you keep goddamn, I won't work nobody. Let you motherfucker get me. Nah, I just say I ain't letting you motherfucker get me. But I ain't gonna keep holding you up, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to hear that shit you talking about. You trying to get inside you.
I'm just joking.
I know you ain't. You been saying laughing at you.
All right. I was just joking.
Yeah, all right, then. Well, kid, I'm just like,
Okay, good.
The caller has hung up.
Mr. Copeland, and Jeffrey Williams 250B as in Barry, did you hear, and it's at the 4:10 mark starting, you said that you didn't think that this SHI, I'm just not saying the word, blank, was going to go that far, and that they, meaning the prosecution, the police, knew that you were BSing. Did you hear you say that?
Yes.
I want to ask you also, did you hear in this February 19, 2023 recorded call, and by the way, tell the jurors who you're speaking with in relation to you.
A friend.
Did you hear you discuss and you say that this is crazy? You tried to talk your way out of it. It didn't work. Your friend says that that's the problem, is that you talk too much and that you need to be quiet. She says a different term. And you ask, you say that doesn't your friend realize that you're kicking yourself in the backside or ASS for that? Did you hear that?
Yes.
And that you're sitting in jail. There's only one reason that they will let you out, meaning the police and the prosecutors. Is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
And you said what's done is done. You can't take it back. Did you hear you say something to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear on this recorded call that you said that they didn't put anybody else out there but you? They are trying to make it seem like it's you and Thug. You said that when they came to see you, they asked about it. You just wanted to know why you weren't going to court. You don't know anything about anybody else. You said you told the police and the prosecutors you made all of this SHI blank up to try to finesse your way out of jail. Did you hear something to that effect?
Yes.
And who is the person, when you said when they came to see you, who are you referring to?
Them two right there.
And when you say them two, the two prosecutors sitting at the front table before
Womp.
Judge Whitaker,
Yes.
Ms. Hylton,
Huh?
Ms. Hylton?
And Miss Love.
Okay.
Oh,
And did you tell them back in 2023 that what you said previously was to finesse your way out of jail and it's untrue?
Yes.
Did you make that clear?
Yes.
Did they come visit you at the Fayette County Jail?
Yes.
Did you hear on this recording, you then said that they ended the interview and left because you weren't doing what they wanted to hear? Did you hear that?
Yes.
And you're talking same as two prosecutors that sit before the jury every day?
Yes.
Did you hear yourself say that you thought that they would believe what you said back in 2015 and let you go, but it didn't work? Did you hear something to that effect?
Yes.
Who is the they? Who are you, when you say, I thought that they would believe what I said and let you go? Who are you referring to?
The police.
Okay.
The gang unit.
And the jurors know who they are, but the same people that's been on the videos?
Yes,
And Detective Thorpe, I assume, if I'm wrong, just
yes,
say- Okay, and Agent Cunningham.
yes.
Okay. Did you hear, and this is at 17:50 start time on the same Jeffrey Williams 250B as in Barry? Did you hear you say that you have effed up, you have an effed up way of thinking? You think that you have all the sense, but you don't have any. Your friend agrees. You say you had an effed up way of thinking. You thought that if you lied on that MF, I'm not saying the word, but MF, they wouldn't touch him or do anything. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes,
Who is the MF you're referring to? If you lied on the MF, who are you pointing at?
Thug.
Thug, okay. And you made that clear to these prosecutors and the police.
Yes,
You mentioned in the last recording that the jurors heard, as well as this recording, there was a lot of talk about a video. Do you know what I'm referring to? There's a lot of talk
Yes.
about the video getting attention. Do you know what I'm referring to?
yes.
Tell the jurors what you are referring to on your calls that we just heard.
Interrogation footage, video.
And was it one of the ones that we saw or the jurors saw in this courtroom before the Honorable Judge Whitaker?
Yes,
And when you say, when you're talking and your friend is saying, you know, people are talking about it, you heard all those conversations, right? On the
Yes.
recording? Do you know who put that video on the internet during this, before this trial started?
I don't know who did it.
Do you have a belief who did it?
Yes,
And who are you referring to who did that?
Objection, relevance, who he believes.
Goes to his state of
And
mind.
speculation.
Goes to his state of mind on the conversations that he's referring to, puts it in context.
I'll allow it.
Who did you believe put out the videos on the
Boy,
internet of your interrogation, or the video?
the state.
And by the state, the same people you've been referring to?
I can't say specific if it was them, but the state did it.
Okay. And what did that have an effect on you or your family when you believe the state of Georgia put out your interrogation?
Well, they believe I'd be, if everybody say I'm a snitch, you know, this and then third, they believe that I'd be like, okay, and just do what they want me to do.
And is that, there's a mention in the last recording that your friend was saying, or your sister, we're getting a lawyer, they put us in harm's way. Was that a lawyer for what?
To go out to the state,
For putting that video out?
yes. To see who put it up.
Okay. I'd like to go to,
Would this be a good time for a break?
sure.
oh my God, I
Take
just
a
chatted in the
break.
chat. Call a recess, and the exact same moment.
How long?
Knew it was coming.
Oh, 10 minutes.
Wow. So she did let him bring it in, but then she called the recess right then and there. Wow. This is masterful by Brian Steele. I mean, we've heard 3 jail calls today, and I know he was playing them incomplete. They were like incompleteness, not in space complete is what I'm saying. He played them completely. We lay out, he's been lying. He said he's been lying. He told the prosecutors he was lying, and they left the interview with him at the, Fayette County Jail,
All right, we'll take about 10 minutes.
when he had nothing that they wanted to hear. They ended the interview. But 2015, the jury has seen how long they let him talk and talk and talk and talk and talk when he had a bunch of lies and BS to tell. BS that he was already saying in 2023. He can't remember what he told them because it was all made up. Something that's very consistent with his testimony in the beginning of June of this year and when he came back 2 weeks ago and took the stand again after the break. So this whole, really, if you think about it, if the state is aware of everything we're hearing in these calls, they knew they were making a bad faith argument about impeachment by contradiction and prior inconsistent statements being a basis for these old calls to come in. It also seems like they knew about Melnick. These calls, these last two, the first one was from December 21st, 2022 was the first jail call that we listened to. The second two were from the same day, February 19th, 2023. On February 19th, 2023, he has an attorney. And we heard the state try to make excuses that they didn't know he had an attorney representing him in his capacity as a witness for this case. But he's talking to his attorney in relation to a video, an interview video that was leaked, that is a crucial part of the state's case. There's no way they didn't know about Melnick. There's absolutely no way they didn't know about Melnick. Like, this is crazy. And holy moly, before I forget, Dante, you gave us an Oprah moment in the chat, and I didn't even have to announce it. People went crazy thanking you. So super, super awesome. You just brought a ton of joy and good times to this chat. We even have a follow-up from Ike that says, love these Oprah moments in the chat. Thanks. And that's really what it felt like. So thank you for turning the chat green. I saw a bunch of jokes too that love is going to come after you. The state's going to come after you for, you know, the green drip splattering the chat with that YSL color. But super, super sweet of you to do. The chat is so grateful. They showed you so much love, and I'm so grateful as well. Oh, but what are you guys thinking? I mean, this is crazy. Everyone's saying, like, mic drop. Oh my God. Pam and Gina. Like, crazy. You're fired, Love and Hylton. And you guys watching their body language has been crazy. I'm so glad the camera panned out halfway through. For the first call and a half, they were focused on Woody. And it doesn't matter who actually leaked. And let me just clarify here. You can make public records requests for evidence in a case, especially like if the evidence is put into discovery, you might be able to make a public records request for it. If something's proactively suppressed or under a protective order, then you might not be able to get that exhibit. And typically after cases, most evidence that was under protective order through the duration of a case, that protective order typically lifts when the trial's over and suddenly those exhibits become public. Not always, especially in like special victims cases, things can be permanently under protective seal, something that could be highly prejudicial. If they move for it, it could remain under seal after trial's over. But it sounds like whether someone made a boo-boo and didn't suppress this one tape and someone actually got it as a public records request and put it out there, or it was a leak. Someone maliciously leaked it. It was never actually properly, requested through a records request and released to the media or something like that. No matter what happened there, Brian Steele was able to ask, and the judge really couldn't deny this. We hear these calls. This is why we're playing these calls, these 15-minute calls, because Woody's having these long conversations. He doesn't know what to do anymore. They're putting these videos out on him. They're leaving interviews because I'm not saying anything. Then flash forward to when this trial actually starts and they call him as a witness. He doesn't want to testify. All of that really does go to his state of mind about talking to the prosecution at that given moment in time, and honestly, now today. So it doesn't matter how that video actually got out. But the jury got to hear that not only does Woody believe it, but then Woody said pretty strongly they did it. And the jury can hear that and agree with it, whether that's factually true or not. We'll probably see the state try to clean this up on redirect. That will be a really good time. That will be a really, really good time. Redirect is going to be so great. And I think we might get some recross after redirect. But like, this is just crazy, crazy stuff for multiple, multiple reasons. You guys have been so generous today. I do want to also say thank you. I always want to call it a super chat, but it's a Cash App. I had gotten Cash Apps celebrating. I had put out a lot of videos yesterday, and late last night, Maria sent $5. You worked hard today. So thank you so much, Maria. And then Joseph Sanchez sent a super huge congratulations. Thanks for your hard work. You're my #1 YouTube channel, and sent $300 to support this channel. And one thing I really want to do, I have construction right across from where my apartment is, and it's loud, and I'm 2 walls away from it where I'm sitting right now. Once they're finally done, I don't know how long it'll be because it's a bunch of buildings. When I move back out there, you know, I want to make sure I get a better microphone that's consistent. I can keep it close to me. And I do want to get a soundboard, get some sound effects for you guys, get some of the sounds that you guys have requested. I do plan to reinvest some of this support for hitting 20K back into making this a cooler, more fun production. And I'm having a ton of fun with it. And I'm so happy you guys are here and enjoying it. Oh, what a day. And yeah, I think prosecutors play dirty. You know, hard to prove though, right? It becomes he said, she said. So I can just raise my eyebrow and be like, you never know. You never know. But it is important. I do want to just lay it out there that you can make requests for what might be public information through a public records request. If you are interested in a case, you can always try to make the request. So I think it's important for us to get that knowledge out there that it can be done, because if someone isn't making the request, it might not ever become public. There's things that I've requested in the Courtney Clenny case that I haven't seen anywhere because the news hasn't even requested it. So, and same thing, if you guys have seen Dolly Talks, hop into this channel once in a while. He has a great YouTube channel. He does a lot of records requests on his own, and then he's the only person that has the information. He did it recently with the Rush trial, which was really interesting because since that trial ended prematurely is not the word. It ended earlier than people expected for reasons. Those exhibits that never got to come into the trial, or may not ever have come into the trial, whatever the case, he requested. He has all of Alec Baldwin's text messages with the detectives, and he's been going through them on his channel. So it's important for us to know that sometimes we can go and request this information, especially crowdsourcing it. We can get it faster. We did that with the Jonathan Majors trial because there were no cameras in that trial. So we went and we got the transcripts and we read through them and saw some really interesting things that the news media did not report on, even though they were sitting in that courtroom. So just a shout out to public efforts, public knowledge, power of crowdsourcing. And I'm going to pull Dolly's channel for you. And then I'm going to catch up on all the fun super chats you guys have sent. On this 10-minute recess, what do you think about this timing of this recess? And what a day. I swapped out the holy moly emoji yesterday. What a day. Today would be a holy moly emoji day. Dolly Talks. You know, I can never, let me go to his Twitter because anytime I look him up on YouTube, it doesn't pull him up. But definitely a great channel if you're looking for, if you want to get your Rush trial fix that we didn't actually get to have. Okay, so this is Dolly. Not Dolly like Thug's sister's nickname. Salvador Dali. And then there we go. An Amazon wish list. No, that's okay. I did make it kind of as a joke. You know, people ask like, well, what do you use to stream? So I threw together a quick, because my take, if you try to make streaming too complicated, you'll never start, you'll never get it done. Clients that I work with that want to do video content for their businesses, they freak out about the, oh, how do I get a webcam? And it's like kind of a complicated question because there's so many choices. So I did throw together like a serious list of the quick equipment that's plug and play, no fuss, you can get started right away, don't even know how to use technology. And then I added popcorn to my list of equipment that I use to stream. So tried to have fun with it there. Lisa, this is such a great super chat now in retrospect. So Lisa sent this very early this morning and said, Woody didn't want to testify because he knew he lied on Thug. It's catching up with him. And then I think this was during the first call you had sent this. Then we hear 2 more calls where we hear over and over between general conversation, little bits of, I've got nothing up my sleeve anymore. They don't even talk to me. They're leaving these interviews. I've got to come up with something. to get out of here. And remember, in that first call, I forget exactly how they worded it, but what did they say? If I cooperate, I'm only looking at 1 year. I lied on Thug. And then he started to say, like, oh, go into something. We said, oh, I can't say that on the phone. But it involved something back then. That's when Steele started asking questions about the song Halftime, where they have that Woody Noggin line, and it's clear that they'd already fallen out. That was released in April of 2015, but if it was recorded sooner, could have been recorded before January 10th, 2015. So all of that stuff that we saw yesterday from Brian Steele was laying the foundation for what we're listening to today. I think, did Brian Steele say 5 jail calls? Maybe 6? And we've heard 3. So we've got 2 or 3 more to go through. Because I remember this morning he said he tried to get with Melnick, and Woody and Melnick were able to listen to 4 of them, but not the other 1 or 2. So we've got some more to go through. But great food for thought throughout the whole day here, Lisa. Lynn, thank you so much. Reminder to hit that like button, you guys. It's free 99. And what is your hippo? I can't read the bottom line of your meme. I'm also scared of hippos, I think, you guys. They're very cool when you're not near them. But I would not want to be near one in real life. SD said, good morning, Kat, and then also said good morning to all my chat friends. So I love that you guys are such a good community together. And Chloe says, hold on, wait, we're not just chat friends. We are also trauma bonded buddies watching this trial day in and day out, because why? Angie Lise had started off with the sprinkling today with the gifts, little sprinkles of green falling through the chat. And then Jess came with 2 more sprinkles. Thank you so much, Jess. I think Jess is gifting too, because she's got 2 names. And then GV says, like Steele just said, the Honorable Mr. Melnick. Now remember, you guys, Mr. Melnick is suspended for something that doesn't relate to this case. Really interesting to hear, another redemption for Melnick here. The state, the prosecutors, I don't know how they're going to try to say that they didn't know Woody had an attorney when they were trying to talk to him all the way back in 2023 about this case, let alone 2024. Just a mess. And then Black Butterfly, yeah, so the Black Butterfly says, remember, Love said these calls are chopped. Doesn't sound like it to me, I'm just saying. And I hear, like, some quality, what do you expect? It's a cell phone call. This noise in the background that's going to interrupt what someone in the foreground is saying. But it, to me, sounds like, 1, Love listened to these calls. How else would she know that she thinks they sound chopped? And 2, wanted an excuse for them to not come in. I mean, technically, if you remember that one police video, maybe it was just the court system, but remember that day we were watching the long interview video and, like, it was glitching and Thorpe's shiny head was, like, appearing 5 different times across the screen? Like, why don't we have an issue with that? But yeah, it seems like Love listened to these specific calls. And she tried to make this argument before Steele was introducing them today. So I think she still heard them before the witness was passed to the defense. But they probably thought, oh, since nobody's paying attention to our 9-hour blocks of videos without pointed questioning, nobody will pay attention to these jail calls that they're going to introduce either. It'll be fine. Oh, and then wait, you have a defense attorney who's actually laying out structure and strategy to present the reason they're playing certain clips. So, and then Noble had said, how many juror members think Woody is Young Thug? And now this is hilarious because I really think the jury could have been very confused on who people are and when things were happening. But now that we're watching, especially with a critical witness that spans a bunch of different time periods and knows a bunch of different people involved in this case, I think now with the defense presenting, things are starting to get aligned. We're hearing dates. And we're playing things in date order. You heard Brian Steele at the beginning. The exhibits aren't ordered in exhibit numeric order, but we're going to be playing these jail calls in chronological order. that's really important because when we were watching those calls with Woody, they jumped back and forth. We started in January, then jumped to February, then came back to January. And just all around confusing. And then the state, on Monday of this week, they played 2 different gas station videos from 2 different points in time, separate months. They played it back to back. Didn't ask any questions and didn't give any context or clarity to show that they were not from the same time period. And Steele had to come clean that up. But I do think this is a great point. Like, if you just let the state connect the dots, the jury might not even know who's Young Thug. Like, let them present their mess. And then Black Butterfly, thank you so much, says if Grammy was a person. FFS says he doesn't miss. He's not dumb at all. Only dumb ones was the state. We can agree to disagree, but Woody's very smart, even if it's street smarts. I mean, I agree in a way. I think there's only so much you can be smart about when you hit a certain limit of things that you're being accused of. But listen, I don't know how I would have gotten out. If someone wanted to interview me for 9 hours, I feel like I would just start collapsing. I'd get hungry and I would say something that would be incriminating eventually. Like, so I don't know. I do think some of the moments where he acts like he doesn't understand something, I think are very strategic also. I think he says it to maybe buy time or get out of answering something. He'll act like he doesn't know, even though other times I think he wants the clarity because he didn't actually get the question. April, thanks so much for the $1.99. And then Mrs. R, so this is the conundrum, right? Can the defendant sue the state? This is crazy. Well, it's an uphill battle. I mean, they're going to be protected by prosecutorial immunity. And it's an uphill battle because all they'll just say is that they were doing it in good faith, not bad faith. And that's really the hard thing, right? Because they can say that, and even if we think that that might not be true, how do you prove that? How do you prove that? So I think a lawsuit would be a bit futile, although they could try it. And I think that their chance of succeed, they're starting off. Like, again, I think I said it yesterday, it's like a 90-degree climb uphill. Thank you so much for the super chat. And then Noble, yes, Brian was censoring and trying to come up with different ways, or was just saying, well, I'm not going to say the actual word, but what did he say for ASS? He said behind or backside. So he's coming up with all the different synonyms, the non-slang synonyms. And then Penny G says, thanks, Dante, for blessing me with a membership. Well, congrats on being a member, Penny G. This was hilarious. FFS says the 2 Yentas, talking about the 2 of them sitting at the state. You know what? Let me take this banner down. I don't think we'll be talking about... If we get right into another call after this, I don't want it to still say February. I'm trying to be good about the banners, you guys. Imagine like 4 hours later, it's still showing February 19th. Right, confirmed. That was just coincidental. When I said call for a recess, I do not have a direct line to Whitaker. Maybe, what was Love's theory that she accused Siri Shada Jimenez of spying on her through a printer? You know that printer that sits between the witness stand and the judge? And I send a signal, hey, call a recess. It just prints out right there. Email Miss Percival, hey, we need a recess. Thank you for becoming a member, K.E. Mogensen. And then, heck yeah, Looney Boy. Everybody hit the like button for Slat Not Williams. Oh my gosh, that is actually a good one. That is great. I'm surprised. I haven't seen someone come up with that yet. I think we had Cat Not Quayums when we were doing the Quay jokes the other day, the Quay puns. But Slat Not Williams is hilarious. They're gonna come for me now. Leah's dad says they should have let the mistrial happen. YSL Steel putting both feet on the entire state's neck now. Slime season 4 is gonna be some heat. Yeah, what do you think, future project names, song names, whatever. Come up with some song names that Young Thug could release that relate to this trial that would sound fire just by the name. Thank you, Britta, for becoming a new member. Gwenin Again, the burden of trying to say as much. It's a high bar that really probably shouldn't be so high. But is the state guilty of suborning perjury? To a legal standard, to a provable standard? I want to say yes on my own opinion, for sure. And G-Lander, thank you so much. Kat, you rock. Thanks for all you do. Congrats on 20K. Thank you so much. And there's no sound yet, so it's not me. But I'll shut up now so I don't talk over them. Okay, they're just taking their time. Yeah, and Miss AB says it's crazy that they made him their main witness. And now they can't even bring in their PowerPoint with Detective Dennis to tie up loose ends, right? I think that was going to be their game plan. Love is ready, you guys. Love is ready. Imagine she's like, I moved for a mistrial. Shout out to Blue's House. And then Satchel says, we could clear this up by asking sua sponte, which means like on their own with like if a judge does something without the defense or the state asking them to, I think sponte, like spontaneously. The judge does it on their own, asking 2 questions. 1, does the state know who put it up? And 2, did they hear Woody say it's a lie? And I love when judges start asking their own questions. I loved watching that with Judge Summers in the Russ trial with Alec Baldwin. I would love to see that, but I don't think it will.
Your Honor, I'd like to, sound with court's permission, play Jeffrey Williams or JW 250. Your Honor, this is D as in David. It's February 21, 2023 at 8:01 p.m. Fayette County Jail call.
Okay.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to the thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello,
Yeah.
my boy didn't call.
Yeah, he was calling, he was on the phone with Trey.
Call him real quick.
I'm sure he can call now.
Huh?
I told him he can call now.
Yeah.
Now I don't feel like going to see no damn serious.
But I
I
ain't
know
gonna
I'm
lie.
finna fall asleep.
My head just started hurting bad as hell. Shit just made me feel better though. I be feeling like I be got.
Because you worry about what the street say for the street. Ain't lie. We're gonna fuck with you, because of you. Everybody else fuck them. Fuck that whole.
It's a court situation, man. You know what I mean? Like it just like
Let me tell you something. God gonna let you out in the right time. Hold on, he calling. You just gotta trust that shit and believe it. Have faith. When you pray about everything.
click him in. Why can't
Cry
you?
that shit out the door.
Yeah, you can say that while you click him in, crazy girl.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can. Hello.
I'm gonna say this before y'all start talking. You rude, that's why I can't stand talking to you. But I'm done.
Nah,
Go
I'll
ahead.
tell you to click him in and say that when you click him in.
I did. Shut up.
Yo.
I was telling her to finish saying what she was saying when she kicked you in. She taking over being all rude. What's up, man?
No shit, what's going on, boy?
Man, these folks doing what they trying everything in their power to try to goddamn break a nigga, man.
Yeah, they got all kind of shit going on the internet, boy.
Yeah, my sister was telling me, I was like, man, they don't put me on a goddamn some type of lockdown where I come out hey, this time now. So, yeah. All people come out is like the 13. They got like they call themselves Viper here. They bring out, but they let me come out. They ain't in here.
What the hell, they chop that shit up or something? Like, I'm trying to see, like, what the hell, you know what I mean? They got a part, man, on that motherfucker. They chop that motherfucker up.
What you say?
That
Come out. What you talking about? Tell me.
To my, with the, they saying that shit to my, y'all let me go right now? Man. He said, I go right to him. He said, I go right to him, my sister.
Yeah.
To my kids. Man. To my, yeah. When they're like, what is he like? I ain't gonna say no name, but that, you know, whatever part that shit, man.
Yeah. They did try whatever, man. No, I was like, I just had to face nothing.
Yeah.
I got some lawyer.
Hold on, man. You said you talked to the lawyer?
Man, I got court in the morning. This nigga did text my sister, tell her that
they still trying to get you to. They still trying to get you to go to court on that shit.
I go to my arraignment.
Hold on. We ain't gonna think about that. My people done came into the office and
yeah.
People came into my office.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
But he said I'm going to court to be not guilty this shit.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, like, what the charge? They still doing the old charge? They still got.
They stuff how driver with suspended license and reckless driving. So I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, man, you been talking about you didn't tell me the whole time you're gonna try to ask for a bond, but now you tell me sister that we gonna enter not guilty plea in the morning. But they gonna do it on Zoom. He said he went to the judge to make sure that they come get me to bring me to court. And then he held up later and be like, we gonna have court on Zoom. So,
yeah, but the way that shit looking, boy, they ain't even worried about them charges. They trying to get you. They trying to get you. At the end of the day, them charges, they're just a goddamn, them old charges, that shit just a goddamn, what you call that shit, like a,
15 months, no bond.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They, but you know what, it's like they gonna keep putting them charges up to hold you and hope you know what I mean? Cause the way they doing that shit, bro, the way they put the shit out there like that shit ain't, you know what I mean? It's like they got an agenda, bro. Like, they saying to themselves, okay, motherfucker, you talking about you ain't gonna talk, this is what we got to do. Oh, you ain't gonna call, guess what, we gonna keep putting this shit out there to make you feel like, you know what I mean? To make everybody, like, they just do it, they just shit. They going crazy with that shit, bro.
Yeah, I told her that was their ammunition. I'm like, shit, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't tripping. Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, like, man, you know, shit get goddamn crazy. I keep trying to contact his lawyer, and I'm telling him, like, look, you say you gonna come see me today. You ain't come see me today. You know what I mean? Then he just playing too many games, and now they done put me on this damn ass lockdown. And I ain't even gonna be able to get in touch with this nigga. Like, I ain't gonna be able to talk to him unless he comes to the phone after 7 o'clock. So I'm like,
yeah.
So I'm like, man, my sister did you call? I had to tell her to goddamn let you know, goddamn, I be out there anytime 'cause I know you be at work. So
yeah.
I ain't know if you can answer.
Yeah. Cause I hit up and I was like, hey, you know, I always want to know how you doing. And I especially when I be seeing shit, I be feeling like, damn, I ain't want them to be on this in this stress and shit like that. You feel me?
Man, stress ain't the word. I'm like, man,
that shit. They got that shit. They got that shit. Then they just play like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of that shit. You feel me? Like I don't want to move, blah, that shit on me.
Yeah, but
That shit's so crazy. Motherfuckers all jump on. I don't even know how the fuck they even find them bitches on my page. They all under that motherfucker going crazy. I ain't even commented back on their head. Like, oh, you was his mentor. So you ain't told him something? I'm like, I just seen that shit today. They must have did that shit a couple of days ago or something. I'm like, how the fuck these folks found my shit? What the hell? I don't even, who the hell is y'all?
Man, crazy about Bill, but I know they mad because, they feel like, you know how you got a dog, that motherfucker see his tail, that motherfucker be shaking his tail.
Yeah.
They feel like they what I did. I made them chase their tail. So now they trying to show a motherfucker like, oh, okay, you wanna play a game with it? Cause listen, bro, they came to me when I first got locked up. They offered me 1 year in jail, no probation, no papers, no nothing. I turned that shit down. I turned them down every time they came to me. I turned them down. Tell my lawyer, no, turn them down. Now my lawyer tells him, he finally tells them, look, they cannot contact me at all. We don't want to talk. They don't do no negotiating with them or nothing. Now all of a sudden this shit they pop up.
Yeah. The other number you were saying, the other supposed to come holler at you?
Yeah.
Here, they ain't never come.
Nah, I told my lawyer like when this shit I told him like, oh man, I don't want to talk to nobody. Nah, man, like. Yeah. At the end of the day.
Feel like everybody trying to trap you right now.
Yeah, I just like at the end of the day, I don't want to talk to nobody. Cause I'm not gonna put myself in the worst situation. I'm just gonna face these choices I'm locked up for, and just deal with whatever comes. If they drag me to court, I got my Fifth Amendment rights. I'm gonna take the Fifth, and then I'm gonna go from there. I don't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah.
I
was trying to think of all, I was trying to think of all kind of shit myself. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, I be so paranoid. Shit, I just like, man, I don't know what is what, who's who. Like,
yeah.
Everything
Best thing I need to do.
Motherfucker fail to realize that if you look at anything that was said, ain't nothing that was said, motherfucker was charged. So if motherfucker put attention to it, you see, I was saying anything, but the main thing I kept saying was let me go. Shit, they let me go then. I was out of there. But he wasn't going for that.
And just the public, just people don't know all that though. Like people that's close to you in your circle or something, they know. But far as the public world, like they don't know that. All they know is what they see. They don't know what's going on. All they know is what they hear in front of me, what they see, and what they hear in court. For real. So they just take everything and run with it.
Exactly, like everybody on this shit. Yeah, everybody there, all the niggas on tour, please, and point the finger. Ain't nobody focused on none of that. They only focus on me. Like, man, look at this.
Yeah. And it's because of how they putting that shit out there like that. Like they putting pieces of the video out there. And they chop and get just the worst part of that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, come on right now. Y'all let me go. Y'all catch them in the act. I leave y'all there. And y'all catch them. Y'all follow. And y'all rest them in. Like, you know what I mean? They put that part on that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like, it just, they try. But remember I used to always tell you, bro, that's the only thing that gotta be, because remember I like, boy, if anything ever happens, you got a right to that discovery. That's the only thing I would always fear, man.
Man, listen, my whole thing is, I feel shit. I just like,
Well, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm more, I mean, I feel like fuck him regardless. It ain't not, him, fuck him. You feel me? It ain't about him kind of at the end of the day shit. It's like, it's like what they putting you through right now. You feel me?
Yeah.
I ain't feeling sorry for him, not him. I'm feeling sorry for you, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like, shit,
My
at the
whole
end of the day, shit.
Yeah, my whole thing, fuck 'em. I feel that way too. I don't care nothing about them, but my thing is with these niggas, they doing this to me intentionally. So by them doing this to me intentionally, I'm like, okay, y'all gonna drag me, then okay, I'm gonna get drugged because I should allow myself to be put in this situation.
Yeah.
So I just like, this shit get hard. I get crazy deal. But then I just remember everybody who standing on my side, shit, that's the only thing that matters to me. I was like, fuck everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the whole thing, like, I be laughing to myself, but I be mad with myself too. Like, I know better, you know what I mean? But it's crazy because motherfuckers don't pay attention. Shit, if I wanted to tell, I could have easily told if I had anything to tell about. Shit, just like I'm still up on another nigga charges. I could have started out right there. Shit.
Yeah.
So I just
Just try not to stress yourself, bro. Try not to,
it just only thing that begin to me the court. The court part, they be got discretion, man. But everything else.
You say you go to court tomorrow?
Yeah, but the nigga saying I'm only going to court to plead not guilty. I'm like, bro, listen. At this point, man, ask for a no low plea, bro. Let the judge. Let's see what the judge try to give me. The judge might say time served. You know what I mean? Whatever, man. I'm just ready to get the hell up out of the way. Seeing this motherfucker waiting on these people, man. This shit just.
So what time you go to court tomorrow?
Man, the crazy thing about it is, man, I don't even know. I know my last
They just come get you whenever.
Man, they probably don't even come get me. They do this shit so much that I just be like, man, I don't know.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. What you saying?
Hey, look, I love you, bro. I'm trying to get you on tomorrow when I come out.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch you. Just give me 2 minutes. Hello?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I'm gonna hit you tomorrow when I come out.
Yeah, man, keep walking in my office, man. Like, God damn, bro, y'all don't see a nigga goddamn, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
I'm gonna hit you tomorrow.
Yeah, what you got? You about to go in?
Yeah, my time up.
All right.
I got like 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes. So I have to try to tell you. Yeah, you know my head up, nigga. You know what I mean? You do the same too.
Yeah, I am, boy. I'm just waiting on much shit to fall through. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers will have you waiting forever, boy. You motherfuckers will wait you, boy.
Yeah. Oh, I really be hard. I just be like, shit.
Yeah.
I be in the motherfuckers so goddamn spook. I be thinking, goddamn, they be goddamn. They have goddamn. Motherfuckers.
You already. It ain't no thinking. Shit, boy, it seems like how they motherfuckers. Boy, shit, ain't no thinking. I would be thinking. I would be knowing that shit. Somebody in this motherfucker.
Yeah, you know.
Ain't no way.
I just ain't trying to say it like that.
Yeah. Hey, that motherfucker trying hardball, boy.
Yeah, well, I tell you, like, and it's so crazy because they not beating around the bush with it. They straightforward.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How the fam them talking? They talking their head and all kind of shit. The fam, like your sister and brother them.
Mine's here.
Huh?
Mine's here.
Yours.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
he told
Nah,
him.
yeah, my family just like shit, you know what I mean? Shit, as long as I just keep my
Yeah.
head up, you know what I mean? This shit.
Okay.
Yeah. But now, listen, bro. When I told that motherfucker they wasting their time, bro, that lady looked like she wanted to get on her knees and beg me, please, bro. I just looked at her like, man, get out my face. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, a lady? It was a lady?
The one who be in court.
Hylton?
In the courtroom, the deputy, DA.
Oh, that name?
Oh my God, is this Lover Hylton?
Yeah, like, it was, man, she like,
Yeah.
I guess they just determined. Like, I'm like, man, listen, man, I made all this shit up, man. They trying to talk my way out of jail, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
man, the motherfucker look at me like, man, I asked, I like, shit, what you want me to say? What, we just want to know how it is growing. I didn't grow up with these people, man. I'm from a whole nother neighborhood, like, but I ain't even, I'm just like, I looked at her like, man, this shit, I wasting y'all time. You know what I mean? Because I heard the motherfucker like, when they gonna try to talk to my attorney, and then they'll be coming back. I said, y'all be coming back for what? Y'all waste y'all time. Y'all might go find somebody else. She turned around and looked at me. Like, she not you closing the door like you could have leave.
Yeah.
The motherfucker closing the door for 3 times, opening it back up like I was gonna change my mind. Like, man, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit. I done did 5 years. I done did 51 months in the Fed. And I've been doing goddamn so much time in the damn state. Yeah. Every day.
How long you been locked up so far? Man,
15 months.
boy, God damn. Oh, that's it, 15 months? Man, it seems like longer than that, boy.
Nah, because I did 14 months, got out for 3 months, and then now I've been locked up 16 months.
You have 1 minute left.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, shit be so crazy. Sometimes they don't even let my calls go through. I be calling home, goddamn. Be wondering why my sister and I be here. And then they finally pick up the phone and that shit. Only one call don't came through. I be like, man, wait, well.
Yeah. Shit, I'm about to go to this damn game tonight, man. I'm gonna go to this game and goddamn shit. Kick back with my old lady or something later on. She want to go out to this little seafood spot, you feel me?
Yeah, but look, they got well, shit, when I come out, I'm going to tell her to text, because when I tell her to call, every time she click over.
All right, bet.
All right.
All right, you too.
All right, my kids.
What more Steele's question's gonna be, guys?
Mr. Copeland, can you tell the jurors, just orient them, what relation was the people that we heard besides your voice on the recording?
My sister and a friend.
Okay. And the friend this time is a man. Sound like a man's voice. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did you hear you explain that you've made people mad and that they feel like you feel like you made them shake their tail when you first got locked up? They offered you a year in jail. You turned them down, and now your lawyer has told them not to contact you at all. And then all of a sudden, the video of the interrogation pops up. Do you remember hearing that?
I said, chase their tail.
Chase their tail. Okay. And who are the they that you're talking about when you say you think you made them mad?
Say that again.
Who is the they? Who is they when you say you think that you made them mad or chase their tail? Who are
The
you?
police.
And then at 10:05 on JW 250D, as in David, did you hear yourself say that people failed to realize that if you look up at what was said, nobody was charged with what you said? Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
What were you referring to on that?
The 2015 interrogation.
And it's now February 21, 2023.
This year?
No, when this call was made, February 21,
Oh.
2023, so a year and a half ago, maybe. Is that what you're referring to? That
In that call?
the length of time?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you remember hearing at the same statement at the 10:05 that you would say anything. Your main thing was you were saying thug and was trying to let you go, trying to get them to let you go. And you said that if you would let go, you were out of there, but they weren't going for it. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Do you remember a little later, you said that it is crazy that people don't pay attention. If you wanted to tell, you could have easily told if you had something to tell. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Do you remember hearing at 17:20 that you explained that you told them people that they're wasting their time, and the lady acted like she wanted to get on her knees and beg and plead? You said you told them to get out of your face, and then the man asked which lady. Do you remember that?
Miss Love.
And then you said on the recording, the deputy DA. That's who you just pointed to?
Miss Love.
And you said you told them, Miss Love, that you made it all up trying to talk your way out of jail. Is that what you said on the recording?
Miss Love.
You told her that?
Yes.
Back in February 21 of 2023 and before that?
When she came see me at Fayetteville jail.
And then she wouldn't leave, and you said, what does she want you to say? Do you remember saying that?
Huh?
You asked her, meaning District Attorney Love, what does she want you to say? Remember hearing that?
Yes.
And then you said that they asked about how it was growing up, and you said, I didn't grow up with them. You're from a whole different neighborhood. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And you told Deputy District Attorney Love that she and the others are wasting their time.
Yes.
Who else was with Miss Love?
Miss Hylton and the big guy, the big investigator. I can't think of his name right now. Long.
Investigator Long with the District Attorney's Office?
Yeah, I think
That's
might
the
be his
one-
name.
that's
Or
the
big-
ex parte
big
witness.
police, whatever he is.
Okay.
That lied on
And
Kayla.
you told Miss Love, Miss Hylton, and who you believe is investigator or police officer Long to go find someone else that they're wasting their time. Did you hear that on the recording?
Yes.
And that did happen?
Yes.
And you said that the door, that she opened the door 3 times like you were going to change your mind. Who are you referring to?
Miss Love.
And when you say open the door, just tell the jurors, like, what kind of room are you in?
A little small room.
Were you allowed to go in and out of the room on your own?
I was in jail.
So who was going in and out of the room like 3 times, opening the door? Who you?
No, she wasn't going in and out. They were leaving. I was complaining about my court. Every time I had to go to court, they weren't coming to get me to take me to court. So they kept holding me in jail, and I would miss my court, and they'd give me another court date, another month, like a month away. So she would ask me who my lawyer was, that she was gonna reach out to my lawyer and try to get them to get me in court. So if they were to help me get in court, would I cooperate? I said, get me in court and we'll see.
You wanted to get out of jail?
Yes.
Did you ever hide the fact from the district attorney's office or the police once you were in federal custody that everything you said was just to get out of jail? It was not true, it was a lie?
I don't understand it.
Okay. Once, I think you said, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you said, once June 10th, 2015, the interrogation that we've watched with the jurors,
Mm-hmm.
after that date,
Yes.
you go over to federal custody at Lovejoy
Yes.
Detention Center. You get charged with murder of Donovan Thomas in October 2015.
Yes.
You then go before Judge Totenberg, federal Judge Totenberg, in
Yes.
the Northern District, Georgia, received 60 months in custody.
Well, actually, I fought my case for 40 months because the lawyers who I had represent me over there kept telling me that the prosecutors wanted to talk to me and they wouldn't fight for me. So I had to write letters to the judge asking for new lawyers. So I had to fire 2 lawyers because I kept telling them I didn't want to talk to them. I made it up. And then I didn't trust them. So it took me 2 years to file
Noisy
one.
withdrawal.
And then they gave me a 3rd lawyer. And when I got her, I just told her I wanted to plead guilty at this point because I've been in there for so long.
And when you said you wrote to the judge, you're talking about the Honorable Judge Totenberg,
Yes,
and you had what's called appointed lawyers. Some people say public defenders. Is that true?
they call them federal defenders.
Yes, sir. And they don't cost anything. They're great lawyers who don't cost anything, but they're assigned to people who can't afford a lawyer. Is that your understanding?
Yes, they free.
Did Jeffrey Williams ever pay in any of your court, you have a lot of court appearances. Did he ever pay for any of your lawyers?
No,
With regards to that time that you were going through Judge Totenberg to get the 3rd lawyer for 40 months and then you pled guilty to 60 months, which is 5 years, right?
yes,
You made it known to the district attorney's office of Fulton County through your lawyer that you made all of this up, that you lied.
I didn't talk to the district attorney when I was in the federal, over there. It was the federal U.S. attorney kept telling my attorney that she wanted to talk to me.
And that you made it clear to the United States Attorney's Office, the lawyer for federal prosecutors, that this was all made up.
Well, the first lawyer tricked me down there. He tricked me into a proffer. When I got in there, I seen all the police, they locked me up. I was like, what the hell is this? And then they were like, they gonna step out. So they stepped out so I could talk to him. And I was like, bro, what is this? He's like, well, they feel leave you. You can help them with some information. I said, I don't got no information for them. And then I said, I lied, I made this up. And I mean, try to finesse myself out of it. And now I'm in the feds.
So immediately after June 10th, 2015, consistently you said this is all a lie.
Right.
And you told the authorities, that whether federal or state police, district attorney's office.
Yeah, it wasn't, it was just they were like, contact your lawyer when you're ready to cooperate.
And this case in Fayette County that you were being held on, that's a Fulton County case, correct?
Yes.
How long were you in jail total till you can dispose of your Fulton County case that you were held in Fayette County?
Which one?
The one more recent, 2022, 2023.
You said how long was I locked up?
Yeah.
I lost count.
And you just couldn't get into court.
Huh?
You just couldn't get into court.
Every time I had to go to court, they weren't coming to get me.
Was it made clear to you that you can get out of jail immediately if you just adopt your lies from 2015?
I don't know what
You
you're asking.
co-op? That's a bad question. Okay, let's forget that. Did you make it? Was it made clear to you by District Attorney Hylton, District Attorney Love, or other people with this state that you can get out of jail at any time if you cooperated with them by saying what you said in 2015 was true?
I don't get what you're asking.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to go into a different topic. I'm very focused, obviously, on Jeffrey Williams. You know, I represent him.
You say you what?
I represent Jeffrey Williams, right? You know?
Right.
I just want to make clear, when you told in that interview on June 10th, 2015, when you said that Mr. Garlington told you that Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Shannon Stillwell were in the vehicle that shot at and killed Donovan Thomas.
Goes back to Sprinkle, Michael Sprinkle.
Is that true, or is that part of this lie?
Yeah, I told him I made it up. He never told me they did it.
He told him that that was a lie when
And
he
you
said
made
it.
that clear to the authorities as well.
I can't recall if I told them that, but
Small pause here, because in when they did this pre-trial hearing with Michael Sprinkle, he had to explain why the delay in bringing this Rico case forward. And Michael Sprinkle was leaning on these names being in that car. This was in 2022 when they're trying to explain why they're delayed in bringing this Rico forward. And now Woody just told us he had made it clear to the prosecutors that that was a lie at some point between 2015 and 2022 when they're arguing why they should be able to bring this Rico late. And they were still relying on the initial things that Kenneth Copeland told them, except they just plucked him out of the charges. They took Woody out of it. This is crazy.
I can't afford to tell them I made it up.
Okay. All right, I'd like to go through a jail call that the state played for you, Ms. Hylton played for you earlier this week. It's, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 295Y. And specifically, Your Honor, it starts at 128. And just to orient the jurors, this should be the 13th day of June of 2015. So 13th day of June, 2015. And I believe you said that you're on the phone, and there's other people on the phone too, but Jeffrey's sister, you identified her, or she'd been identified as Max, and then Jeffrey in the background, maybe his voice on the phone, is on the call. I'd like to just play that short snippet, okay?
Guys, this is crazy. I didn't think it could get messier for the state after some of the stuff Woody had already said on the stand, but then here we go.
I don't think it's playing.
Hello.
Hello.
She be waiting.
Hello.
Woody.
Yeah.
What's up, Woody?
What's going on?
Yeah. Lil Gerard here. Yeah, he got a bun.
Huh?
Deshaun. Yeah. So how much your bun is?
15,000. But I can go to a bun, kind of bun come on about 1,500.
You found the bun company?
I'm on lockdown, so they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother now did.
Deshaun when he hang up, click on call his brother, and I'm meet his brother so he can get his money. If your brother go, no, I'm saying call his brother gonna sign it. Yeah, Deshaun, where you at? I'm at home. You don't got no ride? I can get your brother bring. Meet me on University. On University where? At that gas station we always do. You know what that gas station Chevron? That's Chevron. Meet me at Chevron.
Hey, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Look, you ain't right, bro.
What did D do?
I'm gonna say too much, bro.
D told.
You talking about rock through the D?
Yeah.
I told you. He told on Roscoe too. You think I'm fucking playing, bro? He told on Roscoe. He told on Roscoe just how Roscoe ain't no fucking blood. And he don't give a fuck. Roscoe ain't free. Hey, D-Sean come meet you so you can get their money. Go and pay Woody Bond so he can get out, bro. And when you get out, Woody, I need to have a serious talk to you because I really feel some type of way. I'm going to talk to you about it so you get out.
Man, listen, man, don't start this shit, man.
I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God's fucking birthday on the way. Fuck wrong with you?
Yeah. I appreciate it. Tell you, bro, I love him too, bro.
He hear you.
You gotta get this motherfucking mind together.
He said you gotta get your mind together, bro, cause you been tripping.
Man, how, bro? I been left out there alone, bro. I ain't had nobody, bro. I just feel like nigga left me out there. I ain't did shit.
You ain't left out there alone. You just want to be out there in the trenches and bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't gotta be hanging out there in Mechanicsville.
Shit, I had no choice.
That way gonna get you time, Mechanicsville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, if you recognize the voice, that's the voice of Jeffrey's sister. You know her, I believe, is Max. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And she said that she asked about a bond, and you had a $15,000 bond through a bonding company,
Yes.
and that she would meet Mr. Sean Quarterman at the Chevron on University
Yes.
to help you, I guess, your family, you, to secure money for a bond. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you go through a bonding company, if you're familiar, do you know how much percentage, if you know, if you don't know, just say I don't know.
10%.
So $1,500?
Yes.
Do you know how much money was actually given, if you know?
I heard it say 700.
Okay, so about half.
Yes.
Half the money needed for bond. All right, and then did you hear Jeffrey's sister say you have a birthday coming up and she has to have a serious talk with you?
My little girl birthday was coming up.
I'm sorry. Okay. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And then did you hear Jeffrey say, and it was faint, but you said that tell Jeffrey you love him. He said, I love you too. You got to get your mind together. You are tripping. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And then you hear Max, the sister, say, we're not effed up no more. You got to get out of the streets. Did you hear all that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go with you the Infiniti. Also on that jail call, you heard, let me just go back to that jail call in State's Exhibit 295Y. Did you hear you say that little D is tripping? Did you hear something like that?
Yes.
And then Max said something like, he told on, I know him as Mr. Winfrey, but Roscoe, I think, is the name used. If I'm wrong, just correct me.
I heard it.
Okay. Did Jeffrey say anything about that?
I didn't hear him say nothing.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to the Infiniti. You made it clear when being questioned by Miss Hylton that Infiniti that you asked Jeffrey to rent it for you. Do you remember saying that?
I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me?
No.
When Miss Hylton was asking you questions, you made it clear that Infiniti, the Infiniti vehicle, was rented. You asked Jeffrey to rent it for you. Do you remember testifying that way?
My this time?
Yeah.
I don't get what. Just ask me what you're asking. I don't.
Do you remember explaining, and I'm just asking for the truth, but do you remember explaining when questioned like when Miss Hylton was standing here asking you questions, do you remember explaining that the Infiniti, that you asked Jeffrey to rent the Infiniti for you? Do you remember saying that? And if you don't, that's fine.
Yes.
And do you remember explaining that Infiniti was yours, that was for you, that Jeffrey did a favor? Do you remember explaining that?
I said, we just get in anytime we want it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as Jeffrey Williams number 253, because you gave, I thought, I may be wrong, but when I asked you about the Infiniti, I thought you told me something different. So I just want to see if this is true, okay? This is
Just
from,
the counsel testifying about what he thought saw.
I apologize, I won't do that.
Get to the-
Prior and consistent statement, but okay. This is Jeffrey Williams 2, that's wrong. No, Jeffrey Williams 253, Your Honor, and this is from August 12th, 2024, questioning by Miss Hylton of Mr. Copeland, and it's from the live feed, Your Honor.
All
It's a
right.
short clip. And just listen to this, and if it's wrong, just correct it.
I was only protecting him.
So when you told the detective about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you protecting a threat?
Yes, I was gonna keep threat name out of it as much as possible.
Did threat have something to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know what threat got something to do with it, but I know that there was the last person I gave that car to.
What car?
The car, the Infiniti car. And I wasn't gonna say nothing about it.
What Infiniti car did you give the threat?
The Infiniti car that I had.
Okay. Is this the same car that you went to the rental car place with Thug and Thug rented the Infiniti?
I'm talking about the gray Infiniti car that me and Zachary was riding in. I wrecked the car, put up on threat, gave the car the threat, and I left.
Okay. Is this the same Infiniti that you told police that you went to the Hertz rental car place with Thug when he rented the Infiniti?
I just told you that I gave threat that car.
Ms.
I don't know.
Copeland, that's not what she asked, so listen to what she asked and then answer that as best you can.
You're saying you gave threat that Infiniti. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on 1 second. Y'all just confused me. What you say, Yana?
Well, I wanted Ms. Hylton to ask the question clearly and you listen to it and answer it. So ask the question you asked him a minute ago, if that's what you want the answer to.
The Infiniti that you're talking about, is that the Infiniti that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infiniti?
What you asking?
You're talking about an Infiniti that you gave the threat, correct?
Right.
The Infiniti that you're referring to, is that the Infiniti that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infiniti?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I asked him to rent me a car, and I rented the car, and I gave the car the threat.
When did you give the car the threat?
The same night I rented it. The night before that happened.
Before what happened?
The same night it happened. I can't remember. I gave the car the threat, and I left.
Where did you give the car the threat at?
At the studio.
What studio?
I pulled up and gave it to him and pulled right off.
What studio?
It was by Northside Drive, Marietta. It was one of them streets.
Was there anyone else at the studio when you gave the car?
I didn't go in the studio. I pulled up. I was pulling up, and I seen threat. I gave threat the car, jumped out of the car. It got in my called my brother to come and get me.
And was this the date Donovan Thomas died? Was this a few days before? In relation to when Donovan Thomas died, when did you get threat this vehicle?
I gave threat that car. I read the car, gave it a threat.
So when you wrecked the car, why would you give threat a wrecked vehicle?
So I could, what you mean? It wasn't damaged bad. I don't know. I hit some on it, and then shit, the thing on the cover, it was tripping. So when I pulled up, I wasn't giving it to threat, but I just seen him standing outside. And I was like, he like, what you about to do? I'm like, just get the key real quick. I'll be right back. Gave threat the car, and I dipped. I don't know if it was late. So when I woke up the next day, I came outside, and this when I heard what happened.
Okay.
Your Honor, it stopped at 451, I believe. In January, on January 7th of 2015, when that Infiniti rental car was rented at the Atlanta airport, Mr. Copeland, did you have a credit card that you could at that time rent a car?
I don't even have a driving license.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, and if you can't do it, just say I'm not good at distance. What is the driving distance, if you can do it, from where Donovan Thomas was shot to the Green store? Can you give the jurors an idea of how close or how far that is?
5 minutes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk with you about the night of Donovan Thomas's shooting. Eventually that evening, is it true that you're at Jeffrey Williams' home?
I didn't hear you.
Were you at Jeffrey Williams' home at all after Donovan Thomas's shooting later that night or early the next morning, before you went to the police department?
I was all over the place.
Okay. Do you personally know whether Sprinter vans were already summoned to come and pick people up that evening to take them down to Miami for Jeffrey Williams to perform and do shows and work in the studio? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time we went with him, it just be like, spare the moment.
Okay. When you went to Miami, not the night of Donovan Thomas's killing, not the next day, but the next day, and if you don't remember or I'm wrong, just correct me. You went with Miss Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman, and your child. Is that true?
To my when I went to Miami?
Yes, sir. After Donovan Thomas's shooting, a couple of days later.
It was just me, my baby mama, and my little girl.
And do you remember if you flew to Miami or you drove?
We had to drive because I don't think I ever caught a plane with her.
Okay. And do you know how you got there? Meaning, did somebody drive you like in a Sprinter van or another vehicle, or did you have a car access to you, or do you know?
I can't remember how we drove down there, but I know we drove down there. I don't know if it was a Sprinter, a van, I can't remember how I got down there.
Okay. And is it true that immediately after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed, that your family, you and your family's homes and persons were being shot at?
What you mean?
You left the Atlanta, Georgia area for safety. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
The detective told me to leave.
And was it Detective Thorpe? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And did Jeffrey give you any money for that trip and pay for anything, a hotel room, anything like that?
No.
Did Jeffrey ever give you any money ever for committing a crime for him?
I never committed a crime for him.
That was my next question. Okay. You had a lot of contact, it appears, what the jurors heard with Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe. It was just telephone calls. You could text them. They could text you. They could call you. Is that fair to say? Before, obviously, June 11th, 2015, before you got incarcerated and continually for 50,
Yes.
60 months, 51 months. Have the prosecutor and the police ever showed you any recordings of any of those calls that you had with them besides the interrogations that we have?
My first time ever seeing these two was during this trial right here. I never talked to nobody outside of these two right here.
Okay, and when these two, you mean Miss Hylton, Miss Love?
Yes.
I'm talking, and I appreciate that. I'm talking about Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe, and all those communications, Detective Dennis. Did anyone ever show you, let you listen to any of the recordings that you had with every time that you met with them? Did you ever have that outside of these video audio?
No.
Did you ever see a report that was shown to you, hey, you said this on this date?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a minute?
So what do you think of the state trying to imply Woody getting out of town was something suspicious? That because Thug had a concert going on in Miami and he was being told to leave town, that obviously everybody that was going to help Thug with that concert was really just trying to skip town and get the streets off their back because they were the ones that were responsible for something. Then we find out, and we
I
had,
have no other question. Thank you.
All right, thank
oh, okay.
Mr. Weinstein, I think
Passing.
you indicated you might have a fairly short cross-examination. Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
All right, Doug Weinstein. And someone had asked earlier, Doug Weinstein is experienced in civil litigation,
Mr.
but he has
Copeland.
other criminal clients as
Good
well.
morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein. I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney. Think you know him as Yak, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when I refer to him, I'll just call him Yak. I know you weren't feeling well yesterday. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling better. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions about years ago because it's been about 9 years. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. But I will ask you a few. So let's talk about 9 years ago. You've stated repeatedly that you would tell the police anything to stay at a jail, right?
Yes.
You said yesterday, tell me if you remember this. You said yesterday, quote, Rice Street is not prisoner jail. I don't know what that place is. It's the worst place in the world. Do you remember saying that?
It is.
Why do you say that?
Because it's the worst place in the world.
Okay.
That I don't been to.
Okay. So let's talk about finessing the police. Okay. I think you've heard the word, I'm just going to say it once. You've heard the word bullshit a bunch the past couple of days.
Right.
So we'll just say BS. Is that basically what you were telling the police, BS?
Yes.
So you're a bullshit artist. You're a BS artist at
As
the
you can
time.
see.
I'm sorry.
I said, as you can see.
Okay. Or at least you were several years ago, correct?
And I told them that.
Okay. And you would stay at a jail to help yourself because you didn't want to be in there, correct?
Right.
And you wanted to stay at a jail to help your family, your girlfriend, your daughter, correct?
To protect them.
To protect them.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you'd say anything to stay at a jail so you could protect them. So when you said that you heard things from Mr. Garlington, from Lil D, about what them guys shot Thug, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
And about Yak being a driver, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
when you would tell these lies, I think you testified earlier that what you would do is sprinkle in like a few grains of truth in the lie. Is that correct?
It's the only way you can be convincing.
Can you explain to the jury that technique that you would use?
All right. You hear stuff, you know what's true, and you know what's not true. So you take this right here and put it with that right there.
And you would, have you finished your answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one, I'm going into details?
Well, no, I think that's a good description. Unless you want to go into more detail, you're free to do that.
I'm trying to get out of here, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer either. So, again, those things that you said were lies about Yak. The reality is that you told the prosecutors, these two prosecutors here on my left, you told them before June 7th of this year that what you had told the police, what you told those detectives in
Look at those
2015 was a lie.
I told them when they came to see me, yes.
And you told them on June 7th it was a lie. June 7th of this year. That was that Friday.
I don't know. When y'all go to using dates,
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't say what date, but I told them.
And the date I'm referring to, if this helps you at all, is that first Friday that you came to court here on this case. You told them it was a lie on that date.
I can't say what I told them. I can't say what date.
Okay. And after they sent you away to jail for the weekend and you came back on that Monday, you told them it was a lie, that you had lied back in 2015 as well, correct?
I don't understand it.
Okay. Well, I'll take that question back. All right. I don't want to confuse you.
All right.
Okay. I recall earlier in your testimony, you said something to the effect, and these aren't your exact words, but you said, my hand to God, you're telling the truth now. What you said back in 2015 was a lie. Do you remember saying that?
And I still am saying it.
That what you're saying on the stand today is the truth.
Yes.
I was watching an interview you gave. Tell me if you remember giving an interview. It was published to YouTube on the 9th of August this month with DJ University. Do you remember the interview you gave to DJ University?
In Chicago?
I don't know where he was based
I was sitting on the sofa?
Yes, you were.
Yes.
Okay. And you told DJ University about coming to God lately. Do you recall that conversation you had with him?
Yes.
Would you relate that conversation to the jury, please?
Objection on irrelevance.
It goes to his credibility today on the stand, Your Honor.
Just ask, instead of the conversation, just ask him whatever you want to ask him.
Okay. You told DJ University that when this indictment came out in this case in 2022, May of 2022, and then August of 2022, and your name was not on that indictment, that you realized that God was at work in your life. Do you remember that?
So did
And what did you
Mondo.
mean by God was at work in your life now?
Say it again.
Yeah. When you told DJ University, and you told him a lot about God entering your life lately, but you told him that when you saw this indictment and this case come out, that you realized that God was at work in your life. And I asked, what did you mean by that when you told him that? If you can express it.
Just God is real. God is real.
And you have that in your mind when you said on the stand that you put your hand to God and what you're saying on the stand is the truth right now. That's with you knowing that God is real. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Yeah. That knowledge that you have, that belief that you have that God is real, you have that in your mind when you took the stand and you raised your hand up and you said, my hand to God, what you're saying now is the truth, and what you said in 2015 was a lie. That
Yes.
was with God in your mind, correct?
It's in my heart, not my mind.
Okay. So having told the prosecutors repeatedly that what you said in 2015 was a lie, did they tell you why they were still putting you on the stand today?
Can you say that again?
Sure.
No, the short part.
Okay. Did they tell you why they were putting you on the stand? Okay. Despite you having told them that what you said in 2015 was a lie.
I don't know why they put me on the stand.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Matthews?
Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
My name is Careton Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey over there. We're about to look at a certain exhibit, a certain picture that the state showed you a few days ago when you were on the witness stand. It was a picture of you and Mr. Huey and someone that you referenced as Nard at a restaurant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That particular photograph, can you pull it up? Okay. It was taken at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse at 1992 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway in Atlanta, Georgia, right?
On Bankhead.
On Bankhead. And that is probably about 20 plus minutes from Cleveland Avenue, right?
Probably fought. Yeah.
It's about that same distance, or give or take a little bit more, a little bit less from Mechanicsville, right?
Right.
And it's a barbecue spot, right?
Yeah, they sell barbecue food.
When you all went to that barbecue spot, it was in broad daylight, right?
Yes.
Went there for some food, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this photograph, and I want to talk about it. State is going to pull it up. Now, you've not known Mr. Huey that very long, correct?
Probably a couple months.
Okay. And you were at this particular restaurant with Mr. Huey and Nard on this particular day. And in this photograph, I want to talk with you about it. In the photograph, someone wrote, you can tell us whether it was you, I am this, do you see this photograph here?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, all right, let's talk about it. Is that you in the middle?
Yes.
And this is at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse on Donald Lee Hollowell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have your hands together, is that correct?
Yes.
It looks like it's a symbol of you praying, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. On your clothing, is there anything that suggests YSL on it?
No.
Do you see the person to your right in that photograph? Is that Mr. Huey in that photograph?
With the white t-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at Mr. Huey. Take a look at his t-shirt. Do you see anything written on his shirt? Anything YSL on it?
It's a white t-shirt.
Okay. Let's look around his neck. Do you see any fancy jewelry around his neck?
No.
Do you see any bracelets on the arms that you do see?
No.
Any rings or anything of that nature?
No.
On this particular day, do you see, or did you have in your waistband a handgun?
No,
To your knowledge, did you see, or Mr. Huey have a handgun on him?
no,
How about this person, Nard? Did you see him with any type of handguns on that day?
no,
Were you all meeting there to do a crime or anything of that nature?
no. We were chilling the whole day.
Okay. Now, any AKs, any rifles or anything in the background in this photograph?
Huh?
Any picture, any weapons?
No,
On this particular building, do you see any signs or symbols, any graffiti with YSL or anything of that nature?
no,
Now, you said y'all are just chilling that day. Were you, nothing about this photograph is suggesting that you all are asking anyone to participate in any type of YSL gang or anything of that nature, is there?
why still in the game?
Okay. And I see on this particular photograph, it says, "I am the streets," out now on all platforms. Tell this jury what is "I am the streets."
The title of my music.
Okay. So, and is this 725 Woody, that was your Instagram moniker at that time?
But it was ran by my management team.
Got you. And was this particular picture, was it kind of celebrating the release of your music?
I think I was in. I don't know when this picture was posted, but I remember taking it. But that ain't no caption that I put on there.
Okay. And tell the jury, when you had your hands together like that, what were you representing, or what was the message you were sending with your hands together like that?
Peace.
Now, on this document that we're looking at, on this photograph, at the bottom it says "Free the guys." Can you tell the jury if you know what was that about, or what that represented?
That we was incarcerated, or that at least one of us was incarcerated.
Okay. And was there anything in your mind criminal or wrong about saying "free the guys"?
Well, I don't know who posted it. So on my page, if there was posted on my page.
Okay. It's not something you posted.
I didn't have a phone in jail, so no.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, on this particular day that you all met, sounds like I'm hearing you to say is that y'all weren't doing anything but chilling.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less.
That's all we do.
Not meeting up to commit any crimes.
Never. I was doing the music, focus on the music. That was it.
The clothing that you're wearing there, I notice here these particular jeans, and there's red on the jeans there. Is that the way those jeans are made?
Yes.
Does it represent anything to do with any type of gang or anything of that nature?
No, that's how I bought them. It's a broken heart.
A broken heart.
On my pants lid, yeah.
Gotcha.
I actually still got the pants.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you guys are relatively neatly dressed urban gear?
I thought I was.
Kind of fresh, right?
That's what I thought.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Huey since this particular day that you're aware of?
I don't know what you mean.
Have you talked to him?
What you mean?
Have you had any conversations with him? In other words, do you?
After this?
Yeah.
I don't. You saying
Had you talked? to
after
him?
we took the picture?
after that particular day, had you talked to him about anything that you can think of that had anything to do with other than chilling?
What's wrong with us taking a picture?
I don't believe there's anything wrong. Do you even know why this picture was even put up in evidence?
I don't have a clue.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Okay, I think
You
we're
said
gonna
all
break
right.
for lunch at this point. Jurors be back here at 1:15, please.
You guys like
And
that? The way they
All right.
trioed that. So I think Schardt might be the only attorney with more cross. I didn't hear attorneys for the other two co-defendants speak up yesterday when they talked about scheduling. Schardt will probably have a little bit longer than those. But who knows? I think it's possible we could be done with cross-examination today. I do not think Woody will be released because the state will absolutely want to do some redirect and try their best to clean up some of the mess. Oh, and Jay Apt is in the building too. Aw, look at them over there. All happy, just smiling.
All right, y'all can have a seat. So I have an answer back from the juror with the potential job. September 25th is when they would want that juror to start out there in Arkansas. So I guess I need to hear what y'all's position is at this point.
Can I just ask one question, Your Honor? Thank you for that information. Is the juror not getting paid through her current employer? Does that seem to be accurate?
Her current employer, as far as I understand, she is.
She just wants a different
It sounded like there had maybe been some hiccups at some point about that, but it sounded like she acknowledged weren't really because of jury duty, they were about other things, but that she is currently being paid. That was what I understood from our conversation with her.
Understood. Okay, as far as
You
we
wanna-
have to talk about with Mr. Williams.
All right, let me know maybe when we get back from lunch, okay? Anybody else, or just want to check back in after lunch? All right, I'll see y'all at 1:15.
And so we're not resolving that juror issue there. I am going to start a 60-second all caps vent session. Have a good time. Say, well, maybe not vent. It can be positive. You can push some pee. I really thought that was masterful. I do think Schardt has some of the biggest hurdles to overcome with his client, but it's extremely, extremely helpful that Woody said. And I think Steele did this so beautifully for his peers, his colleagues on the same side as him. It's not his job to. I mean, it helps to dismantle the overall conspiracy theory. But he really gave a big help to Doug and Max, getting it to be clarified. Towards the beginning, I think yesterday he mentioned it too, but today. And you told the state that what you told them about Yak, Garlington, and Shannon Stillwell being in that car was a lie. You told the state that was a lie. Yes, that was an incredibly big boom moment for both Yak and for Shannon Stillwell. And I imagine Steele kind of left it at that because we're going to hear more on that with Max Schardt. So definitely looking forward to that. Schardt, I know he was expecting a day, but I think he might trim certain things down. But he does speak a little bit slow. They've kind of all been slow in their delivery. I think that works to keep the vibe calm and having Woody be able to speak freely without tensing up. So that's going to be good to watch. Yeah, Steele's price shot up. But yeah, so I don't know. I love the way they brought that together. You had Steele really dismantle the timeline, the theory of the state's case. The state has some supposed timeline. They barely presented you a timeline. If we actually put things in chronological order and pair that up with when Woody was telling them something to make them start chasing their tail, it makes sense that we had a bunch of garbage input and all of you jurors are sitting here today wasting your time because of it. Then Doug comes in and kind of gives that emotive pull. Even, I would say even people that aren't of faith. Like, unless there's like someone that's just disgusted by the idea of someone having faith, I think what Doug was doing can resonate across people with different faiths. So it kind of gives that emotional bow on the box where you get to see Woody really as a human. That I want to tell the truth because I just want to look out for my family and I've got nothing else up my sleeve. And then Careton comes out, and I joked in the chat. I'm like, oh, they didn't let Doug ask the questions about the drip. They let Careton do it. But Careton Matthews comes up and he dismantles the YSL as a gang theory. And that's helpful to his client, but I think it was really effective for Steele not to have to dilute everything he was trying to do by also, now look at the clothing. Steele didn't get into that. Steele's gotten into that with other witnesses, don't get me wrong. But I think if you think this is max attention, if you think this is the most attention the jury might be paying attention to a witness on the stand, you don't want to just over the top dilute what Steele's talking about with questions of, here's pictures, is anyone wearing anything that would infer gang activity? Does anything say YSL? He had Careton come up and tie up that bow as well. YSL is not a gang. Careton didn't even have to ask the question. He asked a question about the clothing and it spontaneously came out of Copeland's mouth. Well, because YSL is not a gang. Really, really important things. Okay, and you guys are saying Schardt said half a day. Cool, so I think that they might actually, if that's true that Schardt only expects half a day and might have whittled it down more based on what's all been covered, I think Woody could be done. And then think about this, you guys, strategically. I think it would be very good if the defense can finish cross-examination and pass the witness back to the state, because that means on Monday morning or Tuesday morning, after a long weekend, he has to come back in. You get 3 days off, could be going to barbecues, doing things, hanging out, trying to have a good time, but you've got to come back because the state wants to ask you more questions. So imagine if defense passes the witness by end of day today, and it's the state that calls him back for redirect. Moods, attitude matter. It could have an impact. So, that'll be a very good time. And guys, I'm going to work backwards to get some stuff in context. Yeah, very interesting about the juror hearing September and knowing that there's no possible way. But Mocha says, didn't state say in June, July, that they'd be done in August? No. I think that they might have meant with Woody, which is hilarious because it looks like we will be going into September with Woody, although we're close. They have 100 witnesses still. So, and what's even worse about all of this, guys, is if they just had a day like they had today, probably more than ever, they are going to want to throw a bunch of spaghetti at the wall and just hope the spaghetti can cover everything that we got to hear today and yesterday. So I doubt they're going to be willing to whittle down their remaining witnesses. They're going to just hope to dilute the damaging parts of the case with a bunch of fluff. So I don't think we're moving the needle any closer to being done. I think the state's probably more motivated than ever to drag this out more. Good to see you, Mocha. Yeah, that says Michelin star meals being cooked here, ladies and gentlemen. Watch them work. Yeah, we got to come up with some jokes when Love and Hylton get back up for redirect. And there we go. This is where I saw it. I saw it flash on the screen. I was like, somebody just said something about being out here pushing P for peace. So it must have been you. But that vent session, instead of just venting, because I think vent sounds like getting something off your chest that can feel kind of negative. But when I do those vent sessions, it can be positive. We can be pushing P, positivity, just like Noble says. Thank you so much, Noble. Stephanie Lane says, look at the 2 wicked witches of Fulton County. Yeah, and there were some moments there I don't really remember during the trial seeing Love just careen back in her chair the way she kept doing today. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's not something I was paying attention to. But there were several times in that little exchange where she's just like, well, all about the Infiniti, like just like trying to physically distance herself from after being pointed at. I don't know. It was unusual and not something I remember seeing. But yeah, the two of them arguing back and forth. Did you guys notice the camera was like moving to show them? To make sure we could see what they were doing? Shout out to, I think Law and Crime controls the main camera. So shout out to Law and Crime for that. And then FFS says, Kat, can we have a few hour break to periodically cuss? Yeah, we need to expand the 60-second vent session. YouTube will kill me. But only if it's a super chat and it doesn't go overboard asking for a friend. I don't know how you would turn a super chat into a few hour break. You're always welcome to vent in the chat with words that YouTube finds friendly, though. That I'll say. And I know the friend is you. G-Lander says, Woody dumped Infiniti because he hit someone and didn't want to be caught up for the accident without a driver's license. And this is great. I am so glad you chatted this because this, you know, I heard the news about the driver's license. I was looking at another screen and didn't really connect the dots here on, well, it makes sense. You get in an accident late at night. You don't want to be the one driving. And you call up your people to like kind of handle it for you. So now you connected this dot for me, G-Lander, that, you know, he's driving without the driver's license. That's why they asked all those questions. I miss them connecting the dots on that one. And then, yeah, G-Lander, I do also think that the timing of threat being unalived is highly suspicious. I had seen some mentions in the chat about, you know, we think Woody is trying to maybe pin it on threat because threat's no longer here. And we had some theories about that on Monday, August 12th when he was wearing the suit. And then the Tuesday when he kind of, I said some stuff out of frustration, but I'm innocent and threat is innocent. When he said that Tuesday. Now we hear these jail calls from 2022 and 2023 where he's about to start talking about threat and not wanting to say certain things about threat over the phone, wanting to protect threat. And then he also mentions threat being sick. So I don't know if it's on his mind back in 2022 and 2023. I don't think the theory that maybe he's just trying to pin it on threat now that threat's gone can stand if he was talking about this stuff in those jail calls already before he was killed. So that kind of changed, it narrowed my possibilities in to hear these jail calls. Noble says, tell me he did not just say he doesn't have a driver's license. I'm howling. Yeah, I know. And he's like doing all these videos driving around Atlanta. Like, it wasn't he like the day he Snapchatted Free Melnick. He Snapchatted that while he was driving. Is he driving himself to court? Shout out to Corey Harris, that man that went viral for driving to Cedric Simpson's Zoom court for driving without a license ticket. Woody's gonna be next. Legally Brown Girl, good to see you, says, in chat, that's how you wrap a fancy, pretty little bow around a savage cross-examination. Yeah, and I think pressure's on for Schardt. You know, they're not really actually a team on the other side of the aisle. There are parts where there could be conflicting interests for different defendants at different points in time. So it's strategic for everybody for them to have a cross that would be effective across the board. But at the same time, if Schardt is to come in this afternoon and lose some steam, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Schardt right now. Not because the state's looking at him or ready to object to him, but also because the defense wants him to close with high energy. And he's got a long way to go. It's hard to keep energy up, keep things interesting when you're going on and on and on for hours. So I am excited to see if Schardt keeps his bow on, if he adds another bow. Hope he doesn't unravel the bow. I'm very interested in Schardt, and he has a big hurdle because I think his client is, out of these 6, I think he's got some of the biggest stuff up against him. Holy moly. Obama Rose with the math, saying Woody would be a sworn witness for approximately 89 days. That's like basically enough to pass a probation period at a new job. Oh my gosh. Thanks for doing the math. Thank you so much, Bama Rose. And then Raymond, when you love your job, you never work a day. Kat has fun doing these lives. I really do. I really do. And I love talking about law and stuff in general. I'm going to come back to this, Erica, but for time filler for lunch, I thought we'd talk about prosecutorial immunity and a recent case that's finally poking a small hole in the absolute immunity that prosecutors have, at least in their capacity when they're advocating for the prosecution of a case. So I do love this job. I love legal topics. I'm not a lawyer. If you guys are still wondering, I am not a lawyer. Just a bookworm, and if I don't know something, I love to dive in and learn about it. Love case law. I don't know why, but like bedtime story for me, I'll read a case. Like it's stupid. But you're absolutely right, Raymond. Thank you so much for the super chat. Ike says, definitely an Eye of Sauron moment when Woody pointed towards DA East and DA West. Well, that's the thing. So that knee begging, remember this point in time, we already knew back in June that Woody didn't want to talk to ADRIANE Love. It could only be Hylton. That's why Hylton was always the one talking to him. But we find out that that call was February 21st or 23rd of 2023. So a year and some change ago, he's telling his friend, like, yeah, she'll get on her knees, beg me to talk to her. I don't want to talk to her. I told my lawyer to tell her I don't want to talk to her. And then he points when Brian still asks questions about what he said in that call. He points and says, love. It was love. It was love. It was love. He's not hesitant to say it. He's not saying, I don't recall. He points and he repeats it. And Love is so sensitive to things that she could take personally. And just had Woody, her witness, her star witness, go, love, 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 pointing right at her. Like, just think about that from the perspective of someone that's super sensitive. I know it was entertaining for us in the chat, but that's pretty powerful in the courtroom. So what a moment. And a little bit for Hylton, too. Oh, and actually, so come get it. Let me get one of those hats. You know, this is actually the Diane Fossey Foundation. It's probably reversed on the screen. I don't know. So I think you can get one of the hats. I think they're always selling hats at some point in time. Let me see if they have hats right now. I don't know if they have. Yeah, they do have the green one currently. So this is the store. That's a long link. If I post the link to their store, I think YouTube will cut it off. But if you go to their main website here that I just posted and click shop, you can get one of these hats. I've got it in black and I've got it in green. So there you go. You can get one. And then let's see. We're going to wrap this. We're going to go back to the back here. Back to the beginning. Leah's dad is saying they should have let the mistrial happen. If a mistrial happened now, it would be to the grace of the state. I do not think that a mistrial would be favorable unless it's with prejudice. I do not think a mistrial and a redo for the defense would be good. I think they have full steam right now. Absolutely full steam. But you're right. YSL Steel is putting both feet on the entire state's neck now. Slime Season 4 is going to be some heat. This was true when you said it. I think it's more true now that we've seen the rest of Steel's Cross and what Doug and Careton came to cook up for that 3-course meal. Yeah, Eternity, I bet Whitaker wishes she recused now. I mean, I wonder, but at the same time, as a judge, I feel like she might be interested in seeing how this plays out. I don't know. I do think she has a goal of protecting Judge Glanville and the sanctity of the court. But I don't know. Besides that one recess, The state tried to object like once or twice today, and she overruled it. So, I don't know. I guess I'm putting a lot of judgment in how the state didn't try to object today. I feel like if they were reading the room and felt like their objections wouldn't last, it wasn't worth trying to object. Because when you object, you can draw the juror's attention to what you're trying to keep out, which ends up highlighting the thing you're trying to keep out. So I don't know. If I entrust in Love and Hylton to have been reading the judge today, and that might have, their read of the judge played a role in why they didn't object so much. Because we've seen them object when they shouldn't be objecting. I don't think it's a good reason to just say, well, they didn't object because there wasn't a way for them to object. No, they'll object anyway. So if they're not objecting, I really think that they might have been reading Whitaker today and just said, let's just cool out. But I don't know. I think Whitaker wants to see this case go however it goes. And right now, I think that's in the defense's favor, maybe to go to the jury, at least for Jeffrey Williams. For sure for Jeffrey Williams. I think even for Yak. I don't really even know. You know, I've seen Careton Matthews make arguments with different witnesses before, but I'm not really even sure how clear it is to me what his client's even supposed to be tied into. So maybe the jury knows better than me. And then Dante Bagnasco says, who thinks the judge is back in her chambers writing up a mistrial? No, I think she wants us to keep going. And her keeping the trial going may have been helpful for the state for the last few weeks, but this is all energy to the defense today. Army Nurse says, my mouth is still open. Oh my God, I love it. I feel the same way. James says, Love and Hylton need to be disbarred. And we are going to talk about some prosecutorial immunity. We are going to talk about it and why, you know, probably actually bar card might be an easier battle than coming at someone suing them for their conduct as a prosecutor, because there is pretty much absolute immunity. But disbarment might be different. Bianca says, good morning, Cat and Chat. What did I miss? I got in right after they went to recess. So you missed a fiery moment in the beginning, if you missed the beginning, but the earlier parts of today, we dove right into that December 2022 jail call and some questioning about, let's see. How do I have so many notes today already? I shouldn't have this many notes today. Oh yeah, talking about that leak. How Kenneth Copeland felt about hearing that the outside world had seen that interview that he did with detectives, because it leaked, however it got out, and it was all over the internet. The Shade Room posted it. So that was really the focus of that first call that was played. Toothless Tiger, absolutely. When the defense is on a roll, of course a break will come. And we saw that happen for sure right in the morning. And it's always the judge that suggests it. But she's got to strategically time hers. She doesn't have the comfort break excuse. She can't act like she wants to keep the day rolling and then also call a bunch of breaks. So she used up, it's like in football, in NFL, American football. When you use your challenge, you got to be strategic about when you use your challenges, because they're finite. They could run out. If you lose a challenge, you lose that challenge count. So for Judge Whitaker here, she's like, we're going to keep the court moving. We're not going to take a lot of breaks. Well, you put yourself in your own box. If you're trying to call a break to break up some of the testimony and questioning, you've got limited options now, Whitaker. So I definitely feel like that's a thing. These breaks coming at opportune moments. Belle Louise says, thanks, Cat and Chat. I'm late. Hit the like, y'all. Heck yeah, hit the like button. Chloe Albert's Revenge says maybe she should invert the videos. That works. Yeah, that was a big issue in the Karen Reed trial as well. If a video happens to be captured as a mirror image, just clarify that for the jury. But if you don't clarify it, and the thing you're using the video to show somebody is the left or right side of something specifically, and you're not telling the jury that the video is filmed as a mirror image, That's really disingenuous. That's bad faith, I would say. And yeah, I think there's some similarity there with what the Commonwealth did in the Karen Reed case and what the state is doing here in this YSL Rico case. G Lander says Love and Hylton belong at Rice Street with the feces wall. Oh man. I always feel bad saying it, but the way Woody pronounces feces, like, I think it sounds like fishes, like the fishies. The fishies. And I always think of one of my favorite attorneys, Andrea Burkhart. Her background is beautiful painted fish in the background. So when he says fishies on the wall, feces on the wall, I always think of her. And he's talking about such a not lovely place. And Andrea Burkhart is so, so lovely. But every time, I think I made a face today when he said it. I made a face, and it's because I was like, oh, I thought of Andrea, and I feel bad thinking about Andrea when I hear feces on the wall. And then Marlena, it was Marlena that had said this. Doug is primarily a civil attorney, but he's done a lot of defense where he's had several criminal defendant clients as well. But you are seeing a predominant background from civil litigation. And I think that reflects quite a bit in the writing when we see him write the motions. I think he did really well on cross. I thought it was a good strategy to keep it concise as well. And, you know, it's probably a bit more complicated to figure out how to work around other co-defendants' attorneys rather than just know what you need to do, just you, yourself, and your team for a single defendant trial. So definitely cool to watch a predominantly civil attorney steer the ship today. And then FFS says, I wish I could use the words that Steele was using instead of cussing every few minutes. We're going to have to make FFS a Brian Steele slang alternative dictionary. It'll be like a gift from us. Noble says, I noticed yesterday Woody had a smart behind reply for every question, but now he's saying yes or no. He's probably tired. Yeah, and I think it was extremely helpful to Brian Steele, obviously. A lot of the things that we got out of questioning, he kind of volunteered and took the reins within his answer. He was the one that pointed at Love and Hylton and came out and said Love. Like, Brian Steele was just kind of trying to figure out if they was any of the prosecutors. And he was like, specifically, it was her. It was that one. It was that one. D-Mom, thank you so much. Congrats on 20K. I have been watching this trial from day one. I wish someone would have requested via FOIA the state and prior judges' cell phone records. I believe they would find lots of communications between the two. Now, what's the process for, because I think in Georgia it's public records request is the terminology they use. Right? So it's called a little bit different depending on, you know, where you're actually requesting it from. But I would imagine it's something that can be done. At least any devices that are used for work. So if they're stupid enough in communicating to each other about not work things on those work devices, those things could become part of a public records request. So this might be a thing that's possible, D-Mom. I don't know the exact process in Georgia or the restrictions, but maybe now that this is up on the screen, the chat will come in with some gems. So thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. And then Future Miss Martin 2.0. Aw, can't stay, so you're probably gone. I said hello in the chat because I figured you had to dip out. But wanted to pop in and say hello. Show some love and give a like. Congrats on 20K. Now, Future Miss Martin is one of my favorites. Love to see her in a chat. She is, when we say Future Miss Martin, and you've heard me talk about Sean Martin, potentially criminal, Future Miss Martin is because they're engaged. So they are getting married. And I do anticipate that potentially criminal will include a YSL rant in his probably Thursday night stream this week. And his rants, he's a actual practicing criminal defense attorney. And he told Doug Weinstein anything that you're not comfortable saying, I'll say it. So when Doug is a little bit more reserved, he doesn't want to say something bad, he's involved in this case, Sean's like, oh, I'll say it, and then he just rips loose. So there's a link to the channel there. Definitely a good time if you see him do some YSL content. Definitely worth hearing a Sean rant. Because he will rip into Love, he will rip into the judge, he will rip into Hylton. And he will say, bulldoze the whole courthouse, bulldoze the whole building, burn it down. So, not legal advice. And then, let's see, Kaya says, new to this channel, not only are you on fire, but so is the chat. Hey, that's because the defense attorneys were cooking. They had the heat turned up. So glad to have you here. And again, always love when people like the chat. Thanks for being so good at welcoming everybody that comes in. Lemuel says, the truth is great for Thug, but Woody is hiding something. The state's case is falling apart. I mean, I think the biggest bombshell today is his repetition that he told the prosecutors over and over that he lied about these things that they're using to pursue the prosecution. Like, we figured that they knew he was lying. We guessed that he told them he was lying. But now he's saying it on the stand over and over in front of the jury. And then we have him saying it in these calls in 2023. So it's not just something he's deciding to say now that he's on the stand in the same courtroom with the big scary defendants. Because remember, the state likes to make this implication, oh, and is this the first time you've had to testify in a courtroom with these co-defendants here? That's what they like to ask these other witnesses. Putting out this theory, this implication that what they're saying today is going to be different because the defense is intimidating. But how could that be possible back in February of 2023, before the jury was even sat and anybody was in the courtroom? So I think that was an incredibly big revelation that was repeated in front of the jury. Noble, yeah, absolutely. This is an all-day thing, right? Closed caption is fighting Thanos right now. Peter Ortiz, Steele owns the room. Yeah, you guys were noticing his stance a lot, standing up there. Definitely did a great job. What was the power? He had a poster board. Did I miss him doing something with the poster board? Or did he just, because, right, there was a poster board next to the podium when he was up there. Maybe it's still up there. We'll check when the cameras pan back down. But what was going on with that poster board? I really wanted them to bring out their own presentation. Angie says, Woody is the boy who cried wolf. When it came to telling the truth, no one believes him. And this is why I think Doug Weinstein's strategy for his cross-examination was really effective. He gave a reason why he's telling the truth now. It echoed some of the things in that final call when he was on the phone with his sister. And his sister was like, you just got to put it in God's hands now. And then he's on the stand reiterating, oh, I feel it in my heart. It's not my mind. I feel it in my heart. And sure, the jury can read into the credibility of that, but the chat seemed to think that was all credible. So I think Doug did a great job at bringing the boy who cried wolf back home. Thank you so much, Angie Lise. You're always gifting memberships in the chat, so appreciate you so much for supporting the channel. But then, yeah, it was so funny. So FFS, as soon as in that recorded call, he mentioned, oh, the deputy being on their knees, begging me to talk or whatever, tell him what they needed. The whole chat was like, oh my God, which one? Which one is it? Oh my God, it has to be Hylton. Oh my God, it has to be Love. And he said deputy. So technically their titles are Love is Chief Deputy District Attorney and Hylton is Deputy District Attorney. They don't really use ADA. So we call them ADA for short, but Woody could have been talking about either of them in that moment. And then 2 seconds later, all we had to wait was for Steele to ask some questions. And then we get the pointing and the love, it was love, it was love. So Woody really delivered on the chat's questions. And yeah, definitely yapping Yenta. Dave911 says the CC is hilarious sometimes. Woody says, yeah, I mean, and then the closed captions show yummy. Also, congratulations, Kat, on the big 20. Thank you. Cheers with my tea. And shout out to everybody hanging out here for lunch. But make sure you take your comfort break and eat something. Dondado. There's never a comment from Dondado that isn't funny. Woody just got the whole justice system in GA fired. Ike says her posture says it all, hiding her face from the jury. Yeah, and that's hilarious because, you know, she sits right next to the jury. She's usually on that left side. It's really rare that she's in that first chair by the podium. So every time she's doing one of those, or it's like theatrical for the jury to, you know, when you hear someone start clapping, the rest of the crowd starts to clap. There's always a first person to clap and a last person to clap. And doing body language like that, if I'm trying to figure out how to interpret what's going on, and someone right in front of me is showing signs that whatever's happening is positive or agreeable or not agreeable, that's really influential to the jurors who are supposed to come up with their own decisions on what they think is credible. And I'm really surprised that we haven't had the judge kind of make a mention to simmer it down a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, but now, rarely, because we don't see this much, she's usually very animated in front of the jury, hiding her face from the jury today. Why would that be? And then Mocha, heck yeah, bombshells. They kept falling too after you sent this. Heart of Inspiration says, paying my tithes. You don't have to pay tithes. You can always just come hang out. This is crazy. If this doesn't result in a mistrial with prejudice, I don't know what will. I love this. Yeah, definitely high energy today. And then on top of it, you also, everyone drop a heart, any color in the chat. Heart for Heart of Inspiration. Heart gifted out 10 memberships. And I would have brought it up a bit ago, but I didn't. You guys at the chat today are like, boom. So let's show, I hope you're still in here, Heart of Inspiration. Let's drop some hearts in here. There we go. Thank you so much, guys. I always appreciate when the chat is so helpful and appreciative of these gifted memberships. They're really a cool feature. And what do you guys think about Kenneth Copeland's memory today and yesterday compared to his memory prior? And sure, some of the stuff he was asked about today was, you know, stuff that just happened, stuff in 2024. But he answered a lot of questions about stuff in 2015 with a bit more detail with the defense than he did with the state. And I wonder if part of that is because he's had a solid conversation with his new attorney, Chuck Engelberger. FFS says Steele was getting his grill hot and ready. Now he's about to burn. We got to do the HE double hockey sticks out the state. Rest in peace, prosecution. Yeah, I think, what was it, the Michelin star chef here? It definitely wasn't a plug-and-play George Foreman grill. It was Michelin quality grilling. Hot coals. Ike says, dibs, I want to play Steele in a movie. All right, are we going to do the thing in the chat where we pick actors to play everybody in this YSL movie? Yeah, and actually I just caught this coming over to the chat. So proffer, you know, when you hear an attorney make a proffer, they're offering an argument for the record, to get it on the record, something that they want the court to know. They're making it known. They're offering this argument up. When you hear proffer in the sense of a criminal defendant or, yeah, a criminal defendant or a witness, a potential witness in a criminal prosecution, when you hear them use the term proffer, that's usually something that's not happening at the trial stage. That's happening, you know, kind of in private in a meeting, maybe with an investigator and a prosecutor. And it's kind of similar in meaning. You're offering up statements in this type of scenario. And in return, you're not supposed to face prosecution for the things you're offering up. So I think it's helpful to think of proffer almost like offering something. And when it's an attorney in the middle of court proffering something, they're offering an argument for the record. When a witness or a defendant is making a proffer with an investigator and prosecutor, it's outside of court. They're offering information, and they're supposed to be protected from prosecution using that information that they're giving. So it's a bit like a deal, sort of like a deal. But yeah, proffer, I think offer. That's how I help conceptualize it, even though there's two different contexts that you'll hear proffer be used. And then let's see. Heck yeah, Anthony Benny says, Steele just dismantled the state's star argument. Yeah, well, I mean, what do we have? Nothing was verified. Nothing was verified. The leads weren't truthful to start with. The same person that fed the leads told the police and then the prosecutors, the leads I gave you that you're still chasing your tail around out weren't truthful. And we got enough in there. Do you think Steele was effectively able to convey that Woody felt pressured and coerced, not just by the police, not just by the feds, but also by the state? Do you think Steele was able to get that across without needing that social media post to come in? Although I think Schardt might try to bring that in. He argued this morning for it, right? What did Schardt say this morning? Schardt said, yeah, he was arguing for the post-admissibility this morning. He agreed that it should possibly be able to come in. So maybe with all that's happened, Schardt will be able to get that. That man is innocent. Crazy things happen when you enter that building. The demons, all of that. But yeah, so Steele dismantled the state's argument. I think Doug and Careton put like some frosting on top, and we'll see what Schardt does. Gigi O'Brien says, so the state made him, yes, also important from these calls. The state made him miss court dates. We heard him talk about this a little bit yesterday with Steele's questioning. In between the line of questioning Brian Steele did yesterday about feeling pressure and then starting to stand next to Woody and read line by line, the arrest warrants, his prior records, all of that. But now we're hearing him talk about it in these jail calls, which to me helps substantiate, corroborate, if you were already thinking they were toying with Kenneth Copeland. Just like when Gaither on that one call was like, oh yeah, just do this, you'll be good, you'll be able to get out. Oh, he does it. They call Gaither in the next day. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that the feds also had a warrant on you for finding a gun in Deshawn's house. I didn't know about that yesterday. Oops, sorry. Well, then we find out today, we hear more context. The state makes him miss court dates. So they can hold him because he misses court date. Then they try to get him to talk. And they say, well, we could help you out with that court date that you missed. We'll get you a court date sooner if you actually talk to us. Slick. It's slick. And how does that not seem like pressure, coercion? Thank you so much, Gigi. Pierre. Love, object, Hylton. To what? We fried. That's kind of what it seemed like they were arguing, like they couldn't come up with something to interject with. Yeah, and sprinkle is funny because I don't know anymore. I've been using sprinkle as a term when people help drop gifts in the chat to different members. And then we have Michael Sprinkle. So, Jason, I don't know if we're talking about sprinkle to sprinkle things in, or if we're talking about Michael Sprinkle. But thank you so much. And then Lemuel says, objection for what the defense is using our lies. Yeah, right, we're using your own evidence. And I'm still a bit unclear, but I know Love had previously tried to take issue with these recordings that came in with absolutely no problem today. So it was clearly an objection that they weren't going to be able to win. Steph JK, this is, yeah. So the state lied just as much as Woody. Got it. That's today's lesson of the day. And then FFS is giving us an apology here for cussing in a super chat. Yeah, you've got to use the Brian Steele lingo. Nita Beta says, learning a lot from this trial. You can't help people who don't want to be helped. They'll bring you down in the dirt with them if you let them. And I think that's really interesting. I thought Steele was going down an avenue where he was also trying to show that you have your sister and a handful of friends that are talking to you in 2022 and 2023. There was no YSL associates trying to call you up, make sure you're still following the plan, doing things to keep the gang together. It was only him and a couple people, because the other people that may have actually just been friends back in the day, cool with him, trying to collaborate with him back in the day, realized at the end of 2014 or beginning of 2015 that he was probably lying and talking to people. He had Gaither on speed dial. He already knew who Marissa Viverito was, probation officer. And he said he didn't know her because of his own probation. So you kind of notice something like that. Maybe that's why people started cutting ties with you back in 2014 and 2015. But yeah, definitely a big lesson here. And then here, let's get to this. So prosecutorial immunity, guys, is pretty much, you guys have heard of qualified immunity. And I'm not an expert in these terms. I've just read a lot. I've tried to watch any cases that come up that challenge prosecutorial immunity. We usually think of qualified immunity when we think of police and detective work. And qualified immunity, it's like, dang, you can lie. You can mess up reports, mishandle evidence, behave badly on the job, probably still be protected in broad capacities in a lot of circumstances. Prosecutorial immunity is even stronger for a prosecutor. It's essentially, I think that the case that it came from, the Supreme Court case it came from, is from back in the 70s. Back then it was like blanket absolute immunity for prosecutors. You can falsify testimony. You can mishandle evidence. You can hide evidence. And you'll be protected from lawsuits that would bring damages against you. Right? That's different than if, you know, your prosecutors are attorneys. That's different than the bar coming from your bar card. But it's protection from damages. So an individual can't just come sue you and think they have a good chance of going anywhere with that suit. Probably won't even make it to a hearing date. Right? So when we talk about immunity, it deals with someone bringing a lawsuit against you for the damages. Now, prosecutorial immunity, even though it's pretty absolute, that only applies when a prosecutor is acting within the capacity of their role as an advocate for the prosecution of a relevant case. If they step outside of that role and they're doing something, then prosecutorial immunity might not apply, probably shouldn't apply. But what's the problem with that? When a prosecutor is no longer acting as a prosecutor, if they're doing something that treats them more like a detective or an investigator, well, then they get the second umbrella of qualified immunity helping to shield them. So even though they're not technically, say for example, what Hylton was doing with Woody, maybe there's an argument to be made there that what she was doing was less in a prosecutorial capacity and more of a detective capacity. Well, great. She might not have prosecutorial immunity for the things she's doing in those interactions, but she'll have qualified immunity. So even though there's this big main case from the 70s that says, yep, absolute immunity, but only while you're acting as an advocate for a prosecution. If you step outside that, you don't have that absolute immunity. Well, you kind of almost do. Because most prosecutors crossing the line are still kind of doing so acting as a police officer or detective, trying to investigate. So, doing the detective work. There was a recent case, and I had pulled up an article about it. I'm not actually familiar with the article itself, but this is the case I had in mind. Because when we have something that's stemming from a Supreme Court case, it has to change through case law, which can be a slow, tiring process. And so this is a blind read for this article, but it is about the case I'm thinking about fairly recently from the Fifth Circuit. So no immunity for prosecutor accused of fabricating evidence in death row case. For the second time, a federal appeals court has denied prosecutorial immunity to a Louisiana district attorney accused of falsifying testimony. So that's the issue, was falsifying testimony that sent the man to death row. And this is the case I was talking about. Created by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1976, federal courts have granted prosecutorial immunity. Make this bigger. Well, it kind of sucks. Well, let me put this into reader mode and see if this is better. There we go. So created by the Supreme Court in 1976, federal courts have granted prosecutorial immunity to prosecutors accused of falsifying evidence, coercing witnesses, and hiding evidence showing defendants' innocence, among other unconscionable acts. The only exception to this otherwise absolute immunity is when prosecutors' misdeeds are not connected to their role as prosecutor, such as when they act as an investigator or cop. And this has always been the case, stemming back from this. I wish they gave us the name here. Maybe they tell us if I click it. Okay, that's why I don't remember the name. Imbler versus Pachtman. That high barrier makes the decisions by the Fifth Court. So this is that recent thing we're going to talk about. The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, all the more remarkable. Weary v. Foster strikes a major blow against government immunity across the Fifth Circuit, which governs Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas. The case stems from the brutal killing of Eric Walber, a high school honors student who was robbed, beaten, and run over with his own car while out delivering pizza in Livingston Parish. So in Louisiana, parishes are like counties. Louisiana back in 1998. For years, the case went unsolved. But in 2000, a jailhouse informant implicated Michael Weary. Though there was no direct physical evidence tying Weary to the crime, he was convicted of murder and sentenced to death in 2002. While on death row, Weary's attorneys discovered that the prosecution had withheld significant evidence. So Weary threw a legal Hail Mary and urged the U.S. Supreme Court to hear his case. It worked. In 2016, the High Court tossed Weary's conviction and ordered a new trial, declaring that the prosecution's failure to disclose material evidence violated Weary's due process rights, and the state's case, which resembled a house of cards, left room for reasonable doubt. So we don't have confidence in this outcome. So the High Court here is deciding we don't think prosecutorial immunity protects this conviction. But what else? As Weary awaited his second trial, he filed a civil rights lawsuit. So this is where we actually are trying to bring damages against prosecutors, right? So here at the Supreme Court, this is just about winning a retrial and dealing with the conviction. It's not exactly dealing with any pushback on the concept, the protection of prosecutorial immunity. Because remember, that's a protection against someone bringing damages against you, lawsuits to sue you for what you did to them. So now we're going to get into something that actually attacks the protection of prosecutorial immunity. So as Weary awaited his second trial, he filed a civil rights lawsuit against District Attorney Scott Perillo and Livingston Parish Sheriff's Detective Marlon Foster, claiming the two men fabricated evidence by coercing false testimony from a minor. And you got three things wrong here, right? Fabricating evidence and coercing testimony from a minor. According to Weary, Perillo and Foster repeatedly intimidated an adolescent boy, who was 10 at the time of the murder, to testify that he saw Weary at the crime scene, a fabricated narrative that would help send Weary to death row. A district court judge sided with Weary in 2019, a decision later upheld by the Fifth Circuit in May. So, district court sided with Weary in this case. If it had to be brought up to the Fifth Circuit Court, my guess is that these parties appealed it, right? So we have the district attorney and the sheriff fighting to appeal this win that was handed to Weary. They take it up to the Fifth Circuit Court. The Court of Appeals drew a firm line between the advocatory function of organizing, evaluating, and presenting evidence, and the separate investigatory function of gathering or acquiring evidence. So this would be prosecutor advocacy. This would be investigators or detective work. Prosecutorial immunity, the court emphasized, only extends to the former, this capacity, this role. Explaining what activities are advocatory versus investigatory, the Fifth Circuit noted that when a prosecutor joins police in the initial gathering of evidence in the field, as a district attorney did here, he acts only in an investigatory role for which absolute immunity is not warranted. So in this instance, Weary was allowed to bring damages via civil lawsuits against these two parties. Only Judge James Ho, the hilarious last name, dissented from the Fifth Circuit's decision. He would have ruled against Weary, but the judge penned a remarkable, doubting opinion where he scathingly attacked the unholy trinity of immunity doctrines. So this decision, he probably had a different reason, a specific argument why he dissented, but in his dissent, he still attacked the unholy trinity of immunity doctrines. So even the dissent was like, I still don't agree with absolute immunity. That's crap. So prosecutorial immunity, qualified immunity, and municipal immunity. If you guys have watched any of my content about Johnson City Police Department and the alleged cover-up that they engaged in to protect a serial rapist, the city is leaning on municipal immunity. So, Jane Does that are trying to sue the city and members of the police force, one of their arguments is, well, we're the municipality. You can't sue both because one is operating in the capacity of the other. So, as an employee of the city. So same type of concept, but rather than being a police officer or investigator, it could be anybody employed by the municipality. Noting how vigorously both the Supreme Court and the Fifth Circuit have repeatedly affirmed and dutifully applied prosecutorial immunity, even in the face of disturbing claims of prosecutorial misconduct, Ho felt duty-bound to follow that precedent. So that was his decision. He's like, I hate it, but I feel like I have to follow the law of the land. Nevertheless, he was doubtful that those prior decisions were correctly decided, offering a compelling, full-throated argument for why the doctrine of prosecutorial immunity appears to be mistaken. So Ho recounts that when Congress passed the Civil Rights Act in 1871 to allow civil rights lawsuits against local and state officials, there were arguably only two available immunities that could have applied to modern prosecutors: quasi-judicial immunity and defamation immunity. The latter only covered defamation claims, which aren't present in Weary's case, while the former could be defeated by a showing of malice. And that is exactly what Weary has alleged here, a malicious effort to falsify witness testimony against him in a capital murder trial. Ho even cited a concurrence by the late Justice Antonin Scalia, who declared that there was, of course, no such thing as absolute prosecutorial immunity when this was enacted, when the Civil Rights Act was enacted in 1871. So he's agreeing with the Supreme Court justice here, who made an argument at some point that because this existed, this 1976 case that really established prosecutorial immunity as absolute immunity was incorrectly decided in the first place. It never should have been a thing. And wait, where am I? Okay, we're here. So, and that is exactly what Weary has alleged here, a malicious effort to falsify witness testimony against him in a capital murder trial. I still feel like I'm in the wrong spot, but whatever. He cites Scalia. We're here. Weary's complaint plainly alleges a bad faith, malicious violation of his constitutional rights, Ho wrote. That should be enough under the text and original understanding of 1983 to proceed to the merits. Unfortunately, in Ho's view, modern Supreme Court precedent on prosecutorial immunity kills Weary's suit. And if prosecutorial immunity didn't do the job, then qualified immunity presumably would. Because remember, that's like the second umbrella that's pretty much just as broad. Worthy civil rights claims are often never brought to trial, Ho lamented. So he's angry about this while he's writing this dissent. Because an unholy trinity of legal doctrines, including qualified immunity and prosecutorial immunity, frequently conspires to turn winnable claims into losing ones. Although Congress has the power to abolish these doctrines, it shouldn't have to, since they were created whole cloth by the U.S. Supreme Court. In short, there is a problem of the court. This is a problem of the court's own making. Perlow and Foster's family filed for an en blanc review. In late October, the entire court of the Fifth Circuit voted 9-7 against rehearing the case. So the decision's going to stand, which let the earlier decision from the Fifth Circuit stand. Once again, Ho wrote an opinion that affirmed his belief that absolute prosecutorial immunity is inconsistent with the text and original understanding of Section 1983, the Civil Rights Act, concurring with the decision against rehearing. Ho argued that public officials deserve some measure of deference when facing life and death decisions. By contrast, when public officials make the deliberate and considered decision to trample on a citizen's constitutional rights, they deserve to be held accountable, Ho argued. Weary's case falls squarely in the deliberate violation bucket. Thanks to the Fifth Circuit, Weary's lawsuit can finally move forward to the merits to determine whether Perlow really did fabricate evidence. As for Weary himself, he's still behind bars for another few years, having accepted a plea deal before his second trial began. He pled guilty to manslaughter and received a 25-year prison sentence, but with credit for the many years he's already served. The en blanc Fifth Circuit has now issued the case's third ruling that prosecutorial immunity does not protect officials from responsibility for such conduct. MacArthur Justice Center attorney Eric Foley told The Advocate, "We look forward to moving this case into discovery and toward a trial to hold these men accountable." Now, this is the article we just read, but there we go. So this all stemmed because we are talking about prosecutorial immunity, and the problem is we have this, and you see in that dissent. You see it in that dissent. We want to hold on to what the Supreme Court has decided back in 1976, even though we think that was a bad decision. It was incorrectly decided. And other Supreme Court justices like Antonin Scalia have tried to express that they disagree with that, but there hasn't been enough yet to officially overturn that long-standing decision. And this is a small pick away at it, this Fifth Circuit case. And I believe there's another one in Maryland, I think I read, that was also quite recent. But that's the process to challenge something like this. That's how it works. And we see we're going all the way back to a code that was enacted in the 1800s, and then a Supreme Court case back in the 70s. That's somebody's entire lifetime. Like, that's how long the change takes. So, appreciate you all for going down this rabbit hole about prosecutorial immunity. Hope that was a good summary. And Eric, thanks so much for getting the conversation going. You guys share your thoughts. Raymond Rora says, oh, there we go. Look, yeah. And I have fun being able to talk about these concepts. Because there was a point in time back in, 2022 where I was like, why does this immunity exist? This is crazy. And then I went down this rabbit hole that we just went down together just now. Let's see. I think I'm here, right? I try to do my best to make sure I don't miss anybody. The defense must make the judge call out love for all that body language with such close proximity to the jury. She's doing all that on purpose. I really think I watch a bunch of trials. I don't always pay as much attention as I'm paying attention to this one, especially since I'm watching it on screen live. And I'll put the court back on. We're not back from court, but that way we know. We know we're not back and missing anything. But yeah, like, I've heard mentioned casually by the judge, like, oh, guys, just make sure we're not, making noises out loud. We're not sighing really loud or speaking out loud. Like, respect the courtroom. And it can be a very general message that doesn't seem like it's targeted specifically to a prosecutor. But I'm surprised we haven't heard that from the judge. I think we really need that. She's right next to the jury. So, just like when someone's phone rings in courtroom and judge snaps about it. Control the obvious body language from people sitting 2 feet away from the jurors. Thank you so much, Annie. And then Dog in the Yard Kennels, Woody posted a pic with him and Kayla saying she making me get my driver's license. Hold on, I'm gonna pull that up. So is Kayla in court? Well, you know how this goes, you guys. Trying to look for something on Woody's social media. He's gonna have like a million posts. I don't see it, but it looks like he posted something from court this 34 minutes ago. So it's probably on a different, and he has a video of him driving. I just saw a video of him driving last night, still on his Instagram story. So shout out to driving dirty, I guess. Be careful, don't get pulled over. You'll end up like Corey Harris. But yeah, probably a good idea to just get the driver's license. Thank you so much, Dog in the Yard Kennels. And shout out to dogs. FFS said Steele made sure he put in on his FU shoes for the DA. There was a clip yesterday. It was at the end of that "Did you verify anything" clip. And he's asking them, you know, did they ever follow up on that with you? And Woody's like, no. And the whole time he's staring directly at the prosecutors. So, love to see that body language. Raymond says Woody appears to be more comfortable with Brian Steele, as if Brian will mend the friendship between Thug and Woody. Yeah, you mean as if Woody's kind of yearning to go back to, oh, it was the first time I ever got on a plane and traveled outside of this small area. Like those experiences, because that was Woody's term. It was the experiences. And maybe Woody's having that yearning for that thing that he had, geez, 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And I don't think Brian's going to mend that relationship. But he sure did a good job at making things amicable for cross-examination, for sure. Thank you so much, Raymond. And Sandmod, always love to see the owl. The state can't rehab Woody as a witness. It's going to be so good to watch them try. Guys, I'm going to love it. If you guys think I like cross-examination, I love a panicked redirect even more. Oh, it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Thank you so much for your super chat. Moxie says, my question is, why is the state after YSL as a gang? When there's so many other established gangs out in the state that are killing, etc. Yeah, because GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, says there's 50,000 gang members just in Atlanta. 70,000 for the state of Georgia. So, I don't know what they're estimating YSL as a gang, what their head count would be. But seems like the small fish. So when we say big fish, we don't mean the big gang that's causing all these crimes. It seems like we mean big fish as in the one with money that's high profile for reasons that may have nothing to do with criminal street gang activity. So, I don't know. And I spent a long time going through 11 Alive's, all of their news for the last 3-ish years. And most of the time when they're talking about anything related to gang news or repeat criminal activity that they think is a pattern, I don't really see anybody mention If Gang. I really see YSL and saw some stuff about YFN Lucci. Those are the main things that at least 11 Alive decided to cover. Maybe that's based on their curation, right? But they seem to cover a lot of news. And I watched a lot of press conferences with Fani or interviews with Fani Willis. I didn't really hear other names mentioned. So why not? That's a great, great question, Moxie. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, for FFS, he can censor by saying, I will kick your Elisa. A as in Elisa. G. Linder says, State's condor corrupt as HE double hockey sticks. Yeah, telling you guys, there's going to be a whole dictionary of ways we can express frustration without using slang. Okay, so in Atlanta, they do use FOIA as the phrase. Okay. Yeah, it's like slightly different, but kind of like the same concept, right? Just being able to request public records, whatever the channel is and wherever you are. You didn't have to send a super chat for that. Thank you so much, D-Mom. But the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, and ATL, I live in the Bay Area. We're Californians out there. Yeah, I'm on the other coast, so hey. Dark Brown Queen, thanks for becoming a member. And we'll call you Krisha. Love the name Krisha. I know a Krisha that I thought was like so bubbly, full of light. I'm saying that like she's no longer on this earth. She's still alive. I should rephrase that. I just haven't seen her in many years, but bubbly, full of life. So instantly I like you. Bama Rose says, if he told them over and over he was lying, wouldn't that be Brady? Well, if they didn't disclose those statements to the defense, which I imagine they didn't tell the defense those things, Brady problem. But Brian Steele found his own way because clearly the Brady violation arguments are not working at all in his favor. I think additionally, if Brian Steele had raised an issue where, hey, I have reason to believe upon information and belief that Woody on these other occasions during meetings with the prosecutors while he was in Fayette County Jail, he may have made statements that were Brady material and I was never disclosed. If he made those motions before right now, the state would have known that they were coming. So I think it was strategic for him based on the rulings that he's gotten so far, just to be able to cleanly lay out the cross-examination the way he did it. So I think there probably is some Brady stuff. But rather than trying to fight it and get another, well, it's not Brady anymore, keep it secret. Don't let the state get ahead of you. And lay it out strategically on your cross-examination of the witness. And he did so really, really well. And Ms. Kate says their signaling is at an all-time high. Yeah, it was like, how does Love not have, like, neck problems? There we go. Proffer, offer of proof. It's a good combination of words. There you go. For F's sake, and that's like when I said earlier sua sponte, I think spontaneous. There you go. You got proof and offer. Woody took a limitless pill, got all his memory back. Oh my gosh. They're gonna ask him if it was a blue or a red pill. And if it was a red pill. If it was a red pill. Rico. Dublin Mug says, I sent you an email this morning, my thoughts of Woody's testimony yesterday. Okay, oh, guys, I probably have a couple emails I have to get to. So let me look for that when the court starts back up. I do think we're about to come back. So I'm going to keep this one pinned. Dublin Mug. Nick says, is it possible that the Three Stooges started YSL and YFN war by trying to verify Woody's fairy tale in the streets and spreading misinformation? Yeah, I think that's actually exactly what happened. Because remember, part of why, you know, there's always a we heard or they said, they're looking for blank. That's exactly how the word would spread. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you think that it's possible this investigative work could have been what started the very same war. Because remember, Gaither can't give us a time frame of when she actually thinks everything started. She changes her mind on the date based on who she's talking to. Yeah, look at you guys. We got lots of ones already. Yeah, I think the street already knew Woody lied is important too. Like, look at that. Look at all that. Look at all that. All the ones. There's not going to be any ones left. And then Factual Lie says, could the defense renew their motion to disqualify the prosecution? I'm sure we have so much time to go. I'm sure we'll see plenty more mistrials and a couple more motions to disqualify the prosecution. I don't know. I think they'll do it maybe for the record. I don't know if it'll go anywhere, whether, you know, I'm sure it'll be a good argument. But I do think we'll see, to clarify for the record, something that lays out, hey, a witness said that they told the prosecutors they were lying. Prosecutors didn't tell us about these communications, these statements made by their witness. We found out because XYZ. We moved to disqualify. So I do think they might memorialize it in a motion. And, you know, we'll read it. We'll read it. Okay, so JR says, it was Nuts murder because before that, it was If Gang, and then he died, and then Lucci came. So for me, what's still confusing is I mean, I understand that Gaither probably didn't pay enough attention to detail. But she's like, oh, it started after that. And then she's like, oh, it actually started back in 2014. So if the state is following Gaither's roadmap of when this all started and they think it started back in 2014, that's problematic. If they think it started with Donovan Thomas's murder, but they follow Woody's story of how or who was involved, his 2015 story about who was involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas, then they're still screwed. It's either way, it's a bad input. It's a bad input. So, and I know he's like eligible for parole already, right? YFN Lucci, because part of his deal, whatever the terms were, Fani had to say that he was eligible for parole after 2 years or a couple months or something like that. So, yeah, they are late coming back from lunch. I don't know. We'll refresh it for good measure. Just to make sure it wasn't just my window not restarting, but they do look like they're late coming back. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the other thing. I want to go catch up with Corey Richin's hearing. There's a couple other cases I gotta like catch up on. But this is another... I have big questions about what I think is going on over... Because this is a different police department than Canton that's handling it. But she was just found passed away in Canton. But there's so much interesting stuff going around surrounding, you know, these police departments in this area, this region. And very interesting that after all this pressure, they finally indict the police department detective. It's been like 3-4 years. Gwennon, I wonder if they really are only bringing the indictment forward against Farrell because of the public pressure. So there you go. I think if that's the case, something made them change their mind why they're suddenly bringing an indictment forward against him. It shows you the power of having an issue with something, raising a fuss. Good little news there. And no, I'm using the Steele language. Oh, thank you so much. Penny G says, Kat is impressive catching on live on the tactics, despite not being a lawyer. Listen, I have experience of people trying to play me to my face. I have some, like, real-world experience registering and detecting some BS, so it just happens to be in a courtroom setting on a stream in this case. Thank you so much, Penny G. Thank you so much, Toothless Tiger, for becoming a member. Yeah, Miss Kim, so this is interesting too. The state barely took notes. Yesterday they were scribbling for quite a bit. Today, for one moment, they were both like back to back, like they turned away from each other. We're both on their laptops like this. But I wonder what their redirect strategy is going to be. Are they going to be specific, or are they just going to try to rehash the same points they tried to make on their direct? And we're back.
About your position on the juror.
Your Honor, in regards to, and on behalf of Mr. Williams, we've had a chance to consider everything that's been presented to the court in regards to this juror, and we've spoken with other counsel. We're not of one accord, and so I'll let everyone speak for themselves.
Right.
But on behalf of Mr. Williams, we would oppose the juror being removed from this jury. We would ask that she remain. We do not think that there's been enough put forward to substantiate her being removed.
Okay.
And that's our position.
Well, we're not removing her. We would be letting her go.
Oh, it's
But,
that's what I
okay.
mean.
All right.
Mr. Kendrick is not opposed to the court letting this juror go.
Okay.
Your Honor, On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we are opposed to letting this juror go. We are under the impression that she is still getting paid.
I am also under that impression
Okay.
currently.
So we are opposed to letting the juror go.
My impression is that she might have had some, I don't know what was going on, something between her and her current employer. But I mean, all I know is what y'all know, so. I couldn't hear what you said without. Okay, well, y'all gonna have to work that out between yourselves.
Mr. Ryan would like to wardar the witness or the juror to ensure she wouldn't hold it against us if we were to keep her.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, that's the concern.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Huey, we want her to stay.
All right.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, we are not opposed to letting the juror go.
All right, thank you. All right, and essentially the state's position was, I'll leave it up to the court. Do
It
you
was
have a position
essentially-
one way or another, or?
It was essentially that we'd ask that the court just make an inquiry whether or not she's experiencing any kind of hardship that, you know, makes her more inclined to take the job. That's the thing that we were trying to discern, if she's experiencing a hardship that makes it, in her mind, necessary that she take the job because of the 2 months pay that she didn't get from the current position.
Right, I don't know that she
She
voiced
said-
not getting 2 months pay. I thought she said that she got paid late, that there were some issues with payment a few times late from her employer.
I may have misunderstood that. I thought that she said that she didn't get paid once last year and then another month earlier this year.
Yeah, but I thought that that was, and we can find out more, but I had thought that that was an issue with not getting paid when she thought she was going to get paid, but ultimately it getting paid.
And then we'd ask that if the court could get clarification on whether she is or is not currently getting paid, those two things.
Okay, well, I was pretty clear that she is currently getting paid. I think she just wants another job because she's not happy with this job or something. I don't know, but okay. All right. Well, we'll take it up later. All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in? Who's going to be up next for cross-examination? Is Mr. Nichols going to have any cross-examination? Okay. All right. Let's get Mr. Copeland and.
Donna, we do have.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Your Honor, we, Mr. Schardt over the lunch break, and we thank him, provided the exhibits that he's intending to potentially use.
Okay.
And so the state does have some objections to a few of his exhibits. And I don't know if the court received a copy of his exhibits.
I don't have a copy. Did you send a copy to Ms. Percifield? Okay. Can somebody so that, or
It's on a
pull them
flash
up or
drive.
something?
It's on a flash drive. Do you have another?
Some easy way for me to be able to look at them. Are these like audios or videos or something, Ms. Hylton. What is it that you're objecting to?
One of the exhibits was the same exhibit that Mr. Steele attempted to exhibit, which was the Instagram post with the innocent man Instagram post. And so that was included.
Now, I adopt all of Mr. Steele's arguments for admission,
Uh-huh.
but based on the court's ruling, I was not
Okay.
intending on introducing it.
The next two exhibits are, there's, I think it's DS-27A, which is a warrant for false report of a crime. Mr. Copeland was never convicted. Matter of fact, I think that case was actually dismissed. And so I'm not sure the relevancy of the warrant that.
Is this a different warrant than he was presented with before?
Yeah, this is
That
is
was
different
for
from
the
the murder
murder,
warrant.
okay.
Yes.
I can, Your Honor, I can hand up to the court my copy.
Okay.
And there's two warrants actually, one for false report of a crime and then one for false statements, both which were dismissed
Wow.
by the state.
False report of a
Your
crime?
Honor, This
Mhm.
warrant was from 2021.
Mhm.
It was pending in the DA's office until earlier this year. It's been pending while this trial is going on. The DA's office, I believe it says January 18th of 2024, null prost, or they said decline to prosecute. I believe that's the third document.
Yeah.
I'll point out a couple things. First of all, the reason for the decline to prosecute is prosecutorial discretion, not a hole in the evidence. Also, that decline to prosecute says that this case can be, it says at this time, the state declines to prosecute, meaning it can be brought up in the future. And quite simply, Your Honor, the state cannot, it's clear under the law that pending cases against a witness are bias and motive. The state cannot evade the reality of pending cases by just simply dismissing cases against their witnesses before they testify. So this case was pending during this trial. I believe Mr. Copeland, I wasn't planning on introducing any evidence, but Mr. Copeland gave a interview to the Danza Project where he seems to be under the impression that the case is still pending as of that interview. So I don't even know if he's aware about the declination of prosecution.
When was that interview? About?
Recently, like.
Okay.
between
Recent.
the
Last couple of months or
I think
couple of
last
weeks?
few
Okay.
weeks.
All right. That seems relevant.
Then that's fine
Womp.
that it seems relevant. We just don't think he can go into the warrants. He can say, was he arrested for false report of a crime and was the case declined? But I'm not sure if he intends to show him the warrants of his arrest.
Was he arrested?
He was arrested and then the case was dismissed.
3 years later.
Well, just to be clear,
When was he
was in
arrested?
jail. The false report of a crime is he accused a jail guard of using OC spray on him, and the jail reviewed the tape, and the jail guard didn't even have OC spray.
Okay.
And so that's, I mean, this going into the warrant trial, it was declined earlier this year in January of 2024.
Okay, well, I mean, you can ask him about all of it, and then if it becomes necessary to use those documents, you can use them.
Yes, John.
What else? Okay, all right, then I think we're ready to get Mr. Copeland and the jury in.
Sounds like a band name. We gotta. Why do you put the bag down and look at them like that?
Your Honor, We just had one other thing Mr. Schardt just brought to our attention that he intends on introducing. And I didn't know.
Do we need to ask Mr. Copeland to step
Yes.
aside in? Sorry, we thought we were ready for you, but we're not quite. Just hang very close. I'm gonna have y'all come back from lunch 15 minutes earlier than the jury so that we can do these kind of things. All right, yes.
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Schardt intends on showing him as a demonstrative a jail outfit. And I don't know the relevance of
Why?
showing him the jail outfit.
Because a theme in this case has been the Fulton County Blues. In particular, on June 10th, 2015.
He came in wearing that, right?
Well, I'm talking about 2015.
Oh, 15. Okay.
2015, he's
June
on.
10th, June 10th. Okay.
He's on video.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot of June 10th. He's on video and he's not wearing a jail outfit because they haven't brought him to the jail yet.
Okay.
Part of the reality of Rice Street, and I'm not asking this to go back with the jury, it's just a demonstrative. Part of the reality of Rice Street is you wear the outfit, you lose your individuality, your identity, you're thrown in the Fulton
Hey,
County.
No, that is nice and dramatic, but no, we don't need to do that.
May I use a picture?
No.
Okay.
And let her
let's
show the
get Mr.
court drip.
Copeland.
They don't want the jury to see the jail drip. Thank you so much to Yolanda, helping 5 people become green, become part of the Cat Chat Rico conspiracy.
And the jury. All right, Mr. Copeland, come on, have a seat with us. Well, I guess stand up for the jury.
Let him wear the shirt because he's cold. Let him wear the shirt because he's cold.
Thank you. Hope y'all had a pleasant lunch. We good?
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Schardt, you can proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Copeland, we have never met before. Isn't that correct?
No,
Okay. We've seen each other in the hallway over the
no, we
last-
never met before.
Yeah, we never met. My name is Max Schardt, and I'm the attorney that represents Shannon Stillwell, okay?
All right.
All right. And I know you've been asked a lot of questions, and I'm going to try not to repeat questions that you've been already asked. I'm going to do my best.
All right.
All right, great. You do not want to be here today.
At all.
Okay. And the reason you don't want to be here today is not because you're scared, correct?
You know that.
Okay. It is because what you said in 2015 was lies.
You said it again?
What you said in 2015 were lies.
Right.
Okay. And specifically, when you said that the Mekion Garlington told you something at that McDonald's about Mr. Stillwell, that was a lie.
Right.
Big win for Schardt.
You lied to get out of trouble.
Right.
You lied as part of your finesse to the police.
Right.
You've testified that if the police mentioned anyone, you were going to come up with a story about them to get yourself out of trouble.
As y'all seen.
And the police mentioned Jeffrey Williams.
Right.
They called him a big fish.
Right.
And you lied on Jeffrey Williams.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you, do you still have that listening device?
Huh?
Do you still have the listening device?
What's that?
The ear.
Earbuds.
Oh, they right here.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to play a clip for you.
Schardt
Okay?
should have done better.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play what has been marked DS230? And for the record, this is a clip from State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo, which is the June 10th, 2015 interview, and it's from 9:53:35 to 9:54:10.
How long you been doing Shannon? Longer than 3 years. Okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all.
Mr. Copeland, is it not playing on your?
It just popped up.
Okay. Could you start it all over again for Mr. Copeland?
How long you been doing Shannon? Longer than 3 years. Okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all basically grew up together, right? Went to school together. Y'all like brother. You, Demikion, and Shannon. That's from what I know. Yeah. So I can pretty much assume that if it's something like that that they did, even if you weren't involved in it, you know about it. Because I'm telling you, everything kind of keeps coming back to you. You understand? Because Shannon out there on the streets now.
Okay. In that clip, Investigator Gaither is asking you about Shannon, correct?
This sound like it.
Okay.
I can't barely hear it. That's why I took the headphones out.
Are they not working?
No, it's just like the way the way I can hear, it's not clear enough for me. That's why I had to listen like out loud.
Okay, I understand. All right, well, we're going to do our best to work through that, okay? All right. So, regardless, in that clip, I'm going to ask you about that clip, and you can, if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. Investigator Gaither tells you that while you're in the interview room with her, Shannon is out on the street. Isn't that correct?
I just heard it.
Okay. Investigator Gaither says to you, if Shannon's involved in something, you know about it, correct?
I didn't hear that. Only thing I heard was this, the last part where she said he on the street.
Okay. You now realize that the police were saying some things, such as Jeffrey's on a European tour, or Shannon's on the street and you're in here with us, to try to get you to tell on other people, correct?
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Is that how you took those statements at the time?
I don't get what you're saying.
Did you take those statements when Investigator Dennis told you that Jeffrey's on a European tour while you're sitting in the investigator's room, or Shannon's on the street while you're in the interview room? Did you take those statements as invitations to give information on other people?
Yeah, that's what they were doing the whole time. He got these big houses and cars, and that's what I think that was Dennis kept saying that all the time.
Okay. And these conversations and Investigator Gaither talking about Shannon then, that's not the only time law enforcement talked about Shannon in your interviews, is it? They would talk about Shannon a lot.
Yeah, right.
And let me ask you this. These interviews that we have, are those the only time you talk to the investigators about this case?
No.
Okay, you would have phone conversations with investigators, right?
Yes.
Phone conversations with Investigator Gaither that aren't recorded?
What you mean?
Did you record the phone conversations?
Mm-mm.
Have you ever heard a recording of the phone conversations?
No.
Okay, so as far as you know, phone conversations with Investigator Gaither, you had those, right?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they're not recorded.
We had conversation that I ain't heard.
How many conversations would you say you had with Investigator Gaither from January 1st, phone conversations from January 1st to, we'll
We
say
talked a lot.
June 10th? Weekly, daily?
I can't, a lot.
Okay, what about Investigator Thorpe? You talked to him on the phone?
No.
Okay. What about?
But I did, but.
Not as often?
Yes.
Okay. What about when they bring you to the interview room? Okay, obviously we see videotapes of you in the interview room. Do the police talk to you outside of the interview room before you go in there?
Yes, they do it all the time.
Okay. And are those conversations about what you need to do?
Yeah, some like that.
Okay, and what officers had those conversations with you to your recollection?
Shit, everyone they have me.
Okay. So the bottom line is you said that the state were asking about Jeffrey when Mr. Steele was asking questions, right?
Yes.
Okay, the reality is the state was also asking about Shannon.
Yes.
And the reality is you didn't only lie on Jeffrey, but you also lied on Shannon.
Yes.
And you also lied on Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Yes.
You remember when Attorney Steele showed you that video from the Texaco gas station and asked if you saw Jeffrey Williams walking around the Texaco changing cars?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to play that video again.
Thank God.
Yeah, I don't think you're the only one that's saying that. But when you watched it, you didn't see Shannon changing cars at that Texaco either, did you?
No.
Regarding these lies you told in 2015, you have repeatedly told the state that they were lies, correct?
I have told everybody who listened to me.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you mentioned it briefly with Mr. Steele. Remember that on June 10th of this year, we're talking about this year now. Remember when you were in the judge's chambers?
I'm listening.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you didn't request to speak to the judge or the prosecutors, did you?
I had no clue where I was going.
Okay. And you had been in jail the weekend before.
Yes.
And guards brought you to the judge's chambers.
Took me straight in there.
Okay. And when you were brought to the chambers, Miss Hylton was there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
the SWAT team.
And security, whatever they were, you saying the SWAT team. I was not there.
No, I didn't see you.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell wasn't there.
Who?
My client, Mr. Stillwell. Shannon.
No.
Okay. And none of the other defense attorneys were there?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you about some things that were said in that interview. Now, you're aware there was in that meeting on June 10th, okay? Now, you're aware that there's a transcript, correct?
I heard.
Okay. Have you seen the transcript?
It was sent to me, but I didn't never look at it.
If I ask you about things that were said in the meeting, would looking at a transcript help?
I guess.
Okay. Your Honor,
Yes.
may I approach with what's been marked as DS-33, which is the transcript from the
Yeah.
June 10th, 2020?
Yeah, but I mean, ask him about it first. Ask him about it,
Oh,
and
okay.
then if he needs to see it, then
Okay.
you can give it,
Okay.
you can hand it to him, but
Thank you. Don't look at this unless you need to, okay?
All right.
there you go.
Mr. Copeland, in that meeting in the judge's chambers, did you tell Ms. Hylton that you've never been truthful in your life?
Yes.
Except when you're telling them that you're a liar?
Right.
In that meeting, did you tell Ms. Hylton that, I won't get the quote. So when the police question me, they don't question me every time they lock me up. I don't know how many times that was. I done told them whatever different story I could think of to try to finesse my way out of the situation. I don't recall what I told them.
Yes.
Did Ms. Hylton tell you when talking about lying? But if I know that you are lying about that, I do not intend to do that. If I know that right now he's lying, I know he's lying, I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that.
Did she tell me that?
Yes.
Yes.
On shout. Maxed.
You were offered immunity by the state, correct? Well, not offered. I say that you didn't want immunity, but they gave you immunity.
Yes, they forced it.
Okay. To Ms. Hylton, did you tell her I did these crimes?
Yes.
And they have insisted that you testify, correct?
Yes.
They have told you it's okay if you say, I don't recall when asked about your prior statements, correct?
Huh?
They told you you can say, well, let me back up. In preparation, the state's met with you several times in June of 2024, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. Take yourself back to June 2024, okay? That was before.
What year this is?
This is 24, so a couple of months ago is what he means.
Couple months ago, right? Before you testified at all. You remember the week before you testified?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You remember when the state and Ms. Hylton and maybe some other people started coming to find you in the community?
Yes.
Okay. You had a lawyer at the time, right?
Yes.
His name was John Melnick?
Yes.
Okay.
Jonathan Melnick.
To your understanding, did the state, when they were trying to find you in the community, did they reach out to your attorney or did they go behind your attorney to talk to you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
So
To your understanding?
on the relevance, I mean, we've kind of been through all of this.
Can I,
Try a different question.
was Mr. Melnick there for those meetings with Ms. Hylton in the community?
No,
They took you to the courthouse one day before you were to testify, correct?
no, 2 days.
2 days before you were to testify. And was Mr. Melnick there for those meetings?
No,
And you told the state that what you said in 2015 was lies.
I told Ms. Hilton.
Okay. I'm going to change subjects, okay? Now, I'm not going to ask anything too personal, but I'm going to ask a little bit about your life, okay? Is that okay with you?
No,
All right. Let me ask you this. At some point in your life, you lived in Mechanicsville.
Did you move out?
yes,
Okay. And as I understand it, your life hasn't always been easy.
my life ain't never been easy.
Okay. Your life has never been easy. And there have been times where you have been in dangerous situations in your life. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. I want to ask you about some ways that you avoid dangerous situations. Okay. When you are approaching a stoplight, a red light, do you stop at the red lights?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
It's very relevant.
I assume he's going to get to it.
Do you stop at the red lights?
hell no.
Okay, you said hell no.
Yeah,
Okay. Why don't you stop at red lights?
because I want to live.
Okay. And when you say because you want to live, what are you afraid of at red lights? What is your concern?
Somebody pulling up on the side of my car.
Someone pulling up on the side of the car and shooting you, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so when you pull up to red lights, you might stop briefly, but then you,
I'm not stopping at all.
okay, so you just keep going.
Right through it.
Okay. I appreciate you telling us that information. And is that during the day and night?
There's doing at any red light.
Okay.
If the police right there, I turn off.
And you've actually told the police this in a prior interview in 2021. You told them that you don't stop at red lights, correct? You told Investigator Flores that.
Prior did.
Okay, what about tinted windows? Do you prefer to drive cars with tinted windows?
This Garrett, this must.
That's a must. Why is that a must?
So people don't know I'm in that car.
Why don't you want people to know you're in that car?
Because they like to shoot at cars.
Okay, so is that a form of self-preservation, riding around in cars with tinted windows only?
You better.
Okay. And let me ask you this: with the red lights, are you the only one that does this, or are there other people in your in Mechanicsville or in other areas that do that as well, to your knowledge?
Speculation and relevance.
Well, he said to your knowledge, I think I'm
To your
going to allow
knowledge.
it.
Most of the people I know run lights.
Run lights. Okay. What about the tinted windows?
Even my sister and them got tinted windows.
Okay. Finally, I want to ask you about wearing a mask. And when I say a mask, I don't know what to call it. So maybe if you can educate me and the jurors. Talking about a cloth mask with a hole right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you call that type of mask?
Shit, different stuff. I call it a mask. Some people call it a shiesty. They just got different names to it.
Okay, I'm just going to call it a mask, but to be
All right.
clear, we're talking about the same things. And you've worn those masks before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I am handing you was been marked DS29A and DS29B. Okay, are those pictures of you?
Look like it.
Okay, and are those pictures of you? You're not doing anything illegal in those pictures, correct?
No,
Okay,
I mean correct.
correct.
I'm not doing that illegal.
Right. You are wearing those masks I talk about in those pictures, correct?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish 29A? and-
They're not admitted yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I move to admit DS 29A and 29B.
I assume this is going to be kind of the same lines of testimony. They're admitted over objection.
Mr. Kokomo, could you just publish one of them, 29A? Okay. We're going to publish 29B. Okay, now, Mr. Copeland, on your screen, that's the type of mask we're talking about, and I just want the jurors to be able to know what we're talking about. Okay. What are those masks made of?
What you mean?
Like what material?
I ain't make it.
Are they made of cloth?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you the only person to wear those masks?
No, everybody wearing them.
Everyone wears those masks. What year did you start notice everyone wearing those masks?
Not
When
gang
COVID
activity.
came.
About 2020?
When COVID would cause us to wear the mask.
Okay. And are they? Okay.
It became more like a fashion thing.
That's what I was about to ask you. It became more of a fashion thing.
Right.
Okay. And where can you buy those masks?
Shit. Anywhere.
Gas stations sell those masks?
Yeah.
Okay. Corner stores sell those masks?
Beauty supply store, all that.
Okay. They're not rare.
Huh?
They're not rare.
They're not weird?
Rare. They're not
Unusual.
unusual. They're common.
Right.
Those masks are common.
Mhm.
They come in all different colors,
Yes.
all different sizes.
Yes.
All right. Just because you're running a red light, does that mean you're committing a crime? Other than a driving infraction?
It depends on, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you do it to preserve yourself, correct? To avoid being shot.
Right.
Okay, avoiding being shot is not committing a crime, is it?
You're just protecting yourself.
Okay. When you're riding around in tinted windows, you ride around with tinted windows to the grocery store and other places you go about on your everyday life, correct?
Right.
Now, I said objection on this point. I just don't know if this is a relevant line of questioning.
I'm asking
Well,
because it's
it
relevant.
is cumulative.
Okay, well, I have one more question.
Okay.
When you're wearing that mask, you just wear that mask in your everyday life, when you're going to the store, when you're going to run errands, doing whatever, correct?
Right.
All right, thank you. Okay. Mr. Copeland, you said that Rice Street is the worst place in the world.
Yes.
You have said that you'd rather die than go to Rice Street.
Yes.
Okay. You talked about your stay in Rice Street in, I guess it would be February 21st of 2015, when they arrested you on that probation warrant, and you stayed there for several weeks, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember exactly how long you stayed there?
Yes.
How long?
3 weeks.
3 weeks, okay. So that would have been February 21st to the middle of March of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And in that, first of all, in Rice Street in general, there's dorms, right?
Not where they put me at.
Well, I'm just talking about in general right now. I'm going to get to where they put you at in a
Yes.
second. There's dorms, and then within the dorms there's cells.
Yes.
Okay. And the cells, how big are the cells?
18 and someone's 16s and other ones.
Talking about feet?
You said cells?
Yes.
Like rooms?
Yeah, how big are the rooms?
Yeah, 18 rooms and some, 16 and some.
The individual rooms are small, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And everything is made of either concrete or metal, correct?
Yes.
All right. Most of the time you have a cellmate.
All the time.
Okay. No privacy.
Correct.
Showers in common areas.
Correct.
Toilets. You don't get a special room to use the bathroom.
Right.
Okay. It's filthy. You talked about feces.
All the time.
When you on the ground, on the walls, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Standing water in the showers?
Who?
Standing water.
We call it nut juice.
What do you call it?
Nut juice.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Sherman.
Captions.
Let's get on. We're
And
painting
his
a picture.
answer.
Let's get on with what you want to ask.
The filth in Rice Street. To avoid that filth, you would be willing to tell lies, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about the danger of Rice Street. What's a shank?
A knife.
Okay. Knife made of just a random piece of metal, correct?
Whatever you can make with. Whatever you find.
Are shanks common in Rice Street?
Is they who?
Common.
What you mean?
I keep using that word. Is it unusual for people to have shanks in Rice Street? When I say people, I'm talking about the inmates.
You saying, do they have them?
Yes.
Yes. You better have one.
Okay. And is it a concern of yours that someone that doesn't like you would have a shank in Rice Street?
Yes.
Okay. You know jail, you know Rice Street to be a particularly dangerous place, correct?
Yes.
And it's a particularly dangerous place for you, correct?
Yes.
You would lie to avoid the dangers of Rice Street, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about the isolation. Okay. In February of 2015, you were arrested, and let's be clear, you feel it was a bogus probation warrant, correct?
It was.
Right. You were on probation and they accused you of not completing your community service.
And I didn't even have community service to do.
And even if you did, you never heard of anyone getting locked up for failing to do community service on probation.
I even called my probation officer and she said she didn't do it.
Right. I understand. And so when they locked you up in February of 2015, they put you in isolation, correct?
That's what you want to call it.
Well, you said, I think the way you described it was the medical unit. There was sick people. It was disgusting. People were talking to themselves.
Yes. People were doing worse stuff than that, eating their stuff.
Okay. You would lie to avoid going back to that place that took you and put you in February of 2015, correct?
You talking about now?
No, I'm talking about on June 10th of 2015. You would have lied to avoid going right back to where they had you 3 months earlier.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS23Q, which is States 378 Yankee Echo, June 10th, 2015 at 4:16:13 to 4:16:36.
Do I need to listen to it?
I would appreciate it if you did. Thank you.
Man, I really be dead in here jail anyway. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, man, I do whatever it takes. Whatever, man. I hate jail. I promise you God, man. Cause you can't, you want to be out. I'm gonna take these niggas guns and bring it to y'all myself. I would set them up myself. I would do whatever it takes. I will, man. I will.
Ms. Copeland, that was you and Investigator Dennis on June 10th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Investigator Dennis that you'd rather be dead than be sent back to jail.
Still will.
Okay. And you said you will do anything to stay out of jail.
This is what he said.
And do anything includes lying on others, correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Copeland, we're going to change the subject a little bit. I want to talk to you about some of these statements you made to the police, okay? In 2015, all right? And let me just ask you, you know, you said, I don't recall a lot when the police, when the Ms. Hylton asked you about things that you said in your statements in 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was 9 years ago? About?
I guess.
Okay. In these meetings that the DA's office or Ms. Hylton or whomever had with you in June of 2024, prior to you testifying, did anyone offer to play those statements to you to remind you of what you said?
No.
Did anyone give you a transcript of what you said in those statements so you could review them before testifying?
No.
They just told you, if you don't remember, just say, I don't recall, correct?
Yes.
The reality is they just wanted to play those statements. That's why they wanted you here today, correct?
Objection or speculation.
Sustained.
Okay.
But it's true.
Let's talk about January 11th, 2015, okay? That was in the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, right?
What?
You met with Detective Thorpe. In
Oh,
the
yes.
Early morning hours of January 11th, 2015. Okay. And you've stated you went to that meeting, you went voluntarily to clear your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you met with Detective Thorpe at the police headquarters, correct?
Yes.
You knew Detective Thorpe to be the lead investigator on the Donovan Thomas case. That's what he told you.
I can't remember.
Okay. Certainly, he asked you questions about the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's just talk about the timing of this meeting. If, and I know we're saying it did not happen, I want to be clear on that. If Demekion had told you something at the McDonald's, right?
Now listen.
This meeting with Detective Thorpe would have been hours after Demekion made that statement, correct? It would have been the same night, just after midnight.
But he never told me that.
I understand. I understand he never told you that, but I'm saying if he did.
Are you saying that?
The meeting was mere hours after.
It would have been.
Right, it would have been. Okay. And Detective Thorpe asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
That's what his purpose of calling me down now.
And you showed up, and you went through your movements that day, correct?
Yes.
Your movements from January 10th, 2015.
I think I did. He asked me where I been. That's what you asked me?
Right. And you went into details about everything that happened that day, correct?
I guess.
Okay. That meeting on January 11th, 2015, you never claimed that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, Dupow, and Nard killed Donovan Thomas, did you? You never told him that on January 11, 2015.
No, I didn't.
Okay. And the reason you didn't tell him that is because you hadn't made up that lie yet, correct?
Right.
Let's talk about January 28th, 2015. That was your second recorded statement. And I understand what you've testified to. There may have been phone calls and all sorts of other communications in between there with police. But January 28th, 2015 was your second recorded statement. Okay. You met with Investigator Dennis, Investigator Gaither, and Detective Thorpe on January 28th, 2015, correct?
I don't know the date, but yes.
Okay. And they certainly asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
I don't remember what they asked me.
Okay, well, I'm going to play a clip, but you would agree that January 28th, 2015 would have been 18 days after, if Demekion Garlington had told you that information, it would have been 18 days later, this statement.
I guess. I don't keep up with time.
Okay, 28 minus 10 is 18. So 18 days between January 10th, 2015 and January 28th, 2015. You with me?
All right.
All right, cool. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS20A, which is states 378 Yankee Beta from 72237 to 72440.
Yeah, who you think killed that?
Okay.
You're prime suspect, but move yourself out there.
Okay, did you hear Investigator Dennis ask you, who do you think killed Null?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Who you think did?
I'll probably say that.
I'm just saying, like, word on the street is, you've been tried, convicted within the street.
Now they said two of my other partners were locked up for it, but
who?
They my head and Doc. But they ain't have anything to do.
Who was Doc?
Doc locked up.
Who was Doc? Clarence.
I think that's his name. I seen like Mason. Yeah. They saying they did. Out though, right? Yeah, he had out. Yeah, he had out. They saying they did. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make it
What
like.
you think? Like, what do you think? What do you think happened?
Okay, right there, you said to Investigator Dennis, when asked who you think killed Nutt, they're saying, meaning the streets, right?
Right.
Streets are saying Head and Doc, who are two people you know.
Right.
Those are street names, Head and Doc.
Right.
Streets are saying they did it, but you don't believe that.
Right.
Okay.
Like real shit.
I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something. They got another beef somewhere else. Cause I been hearing stories like Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some. You know what I'm saying? But it
When you said, I think it had something to do with them, you were referring to If Gang, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I paused in the middle. I probably shouldn't have, but you started talking about the rumor was Nut ran off with something.
That's what I said.
Okay. And something would be narcotics.
Yes.
Okay.
It's on the coast. Right. I'm reason on him because I'm with Doug and Birdman. Right. And he come back to them. Right. So Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some and some jury. I don't know if they didn't say what it was. He's like, he's supposed to ran off on them with something. And Rich Homie Corn supposed to give him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Corn told him this out his mouth. Yeah. Then Rich Homie Corn like he got $25,000 to have Tate killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, Tate who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25.
Okay. So you continued to say that the rumor was that Nut, or I should say Donovan Thomas, you said Nut, ran off on someone, and that something would have been narcotics.
That's what I said.
Right. Nowhere in that answer did you say, well, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Dupow and Nard killed Nutt.
I did say that.
You didn't say that on January 28th.
I didn't say that.
Correct. I'm going to ask you to listen to what's been marked as DS20B, which is that same interview from 7:50:56 to 7:52:50.
Why do people say Barber have something to do with all this?
Because that's what they gonna do. They gonna do what they, like, I realize it. You know what I'm saying? They say they bagged me up. It might be, but they paying for it. So.
They finance it.
Yeah, that's what they saying. So I just like, man, whatever.
What about Nutt stole his watch?
Stole what?
Bourbon watch.
I doubt it. So when you go and burn that house, you're not gonna go in anymore. That's Shannon calling right there. But like every time in the Birdman house, you go in the living room, don't nobody go in his room.
What about Shells and Greedy still in the watch, still in front of the phone?
Never heard nothing back.
What about Shell knocking out Nutt? Doubt it.
I ain't gonna say I doubt it, ain't.
I heard that.
I don't say I doubt it. I don't know. Because when him and Thug, like, he was just like, well, call Nutt. I'm gonna tell Nutt about this.
Like his big homie.
Yeah. Like the big brother, like I'm telling like the boss. Yeah, like he just like I gotta tell Nutt what he need to say. I was looking at him like, why you gotta tell Nutt? But I ain't never seen that. Like, look right here.
What about Thug knocking out Nutt?
Like I said, I really can't say, like, when it came out of Nutt, I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. Who did you hear? You said that you heard just in the streets that Head and who's the other dude? No, but they say they got locked up for it. Head got locked up with the gun, they killed Nutt and all this shit here.
Yeah, like, it'd be like, it'd be 50% truth, 50% falsehood.
It'd be 100% lie.
No, he did get locked up.
Okay. So in that clip, Investigator Dennis is again asking you about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
That's what I heard.
And he floated a theory about Birdman being behind killing Donovan Thomas because Donovan Thomas stole a watch of Birdman's, right? You heard that?
Yes.
And you said you don't know anything about that or you doubt it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then he asked about Greedy. And Greedy is Donovan Thomas's brother, right?
I guess.
Okay. And you said you didn't know anything about that.
Right.
Okay. And then he asked about Kel.
Yes.
Kelvin Watts, Kel, killing Donovan Thomas. And you said you never heard anything about that.
Yes.
And then he asked about I think he said Thugger. We're talking about Jeffrey Williams, and you said you don't know nothing about that.
Right.
Correct? All right. That second time when you were asked about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, you never said that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Nard, and Dupow killed Donovan Thomas, did you?
Because he didn't tell me that.
I understand. Okay. I'm going to play DS20C, and I'm going to ask you to listen to this clip as well.
Love is writing that note with her full arm. She leaned all the way back to write it.
She get a lot of information from her friends. She got a lot of friends, so they be around me. Lucci was talking in the studio, and it was a girl in there. We missed one of them, and she my girlfriend. And she said that ain't nobody can do that, nothing. You know what I'm saying? They was all like Kill and K robbed somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Kill and who?
K.
Who's that?
I sent you a picture of that too then. I think I sent you the other picture. They had a chop on in the picture.
Oh, yeah. And the gym was in the car.
Yeah, them two robbed somebody. And they supposed to came back. This was they talk about the studio. You know what I'm saying? They just put my name on it. They covered it up.
Make it seem like they ain't got beef for the streets, whatever.
Yeah. And then it's like, she be like, they know we can't do it. You know what I'm saying? But they gonna keep playing on him. And she be like, K, when the nut got killed, K first one called everybody like, we killed Nut. We killed Nut. Tell the mom that we did. He the first one started my name. And they like, Kill went along with it. So they had just robbed somebody, then they did. Like Nut died, then they started.
That same day?
I don't know when. They just robbed somebody. And niggas supposed to come back for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kill robbed Fly. Fly. He robbed one of them.
So in that clip, Mr. Copeland, again, you were asked about your understanding or what you've heard about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
Right.
And you said that you said that your girlfriend or a female friend of yours was at the studio and she was told that Kel and Kay had robbed somebody.
That's what I said?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that the people that Kel and Kay robbed came back and killed Donovan Thomas as revenge for being robbed.
Yes.
And you said that Kay then started putting it on you to cover his own tracks.
Yes.
And you also specifically said your understanding was Kelvin Watts, the robbery he did was to Fly's plug.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're clear. Fly is Mr. Jervin Henry. Do you know his government name?
No.
Okay. He's someone who runs clubs, correct? And runs TIG, the record label.
I guess.
Okay. And when you say plug, what do you mean by plug? That's a drug distributor, correct?
That's just a phrase that we use. I don't know.
Is it involved in the drug game?
I guess.
Okay. The bottom line is you gave, on that third clip, you gave some more information about things you heard, but you never said, detectives, let me tell you, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Dupow, and Nard killed Nut. Did you?
I never said that.
Right. And the reason you never said that on January 28th, 2015 is because you hadn't made up that lie yet, had you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had, or no, you hadn't?
I haven't.
Okay, and the reason you hadn't made up that lie, let's just be clear, on January 28, 2015, no one was trying to lock you up, right?
I just didn't have no reason to.
Right, you had no reason to finesse at that time.
Right, they lost like I was.
I want to ask you about February 20th, 2015. On that date, you met with investigator Curry, correct? And let me just, I think his name is Curry, it might be Kerr, but it was the investigator about those people shooting at you while you were holding your baby. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that investigator?
I remember, I didn't know no name, but yeah.
Okay. And that would have been 40 days if Demekion Garlington had in fact told you that my client and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas's death. That would have been 40 days after you received that information, if that had occurred, right?
I don't get it.
Okay. It would have been a little bit over a month. February 20th, 2015 is a little bit over a month from January 10th, 2015, correct?
Gotcha, yes.
Okay. And you were asked in that interview about the Donovan Thomas situation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't know.
All
I
right.
can't.
Well, you didn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling you that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Dupow and Nard had killed Donovan Thomas in that interview, did you?
No.
And the reason is because you hadn't made up the lie yet, right?
Right.
February 21st, Detective Gaither and Detective Thorpe had you in there. And they were arresting you for that bogus probation warrant, right?
Yes.
And you knew it was bogus. You didn't think that it was actually going to stick, did you?
Right.
They asked you about the Donovan Thomas case. And this would have been 41 days after Demekion supposedly gave you that information, right?
Right.
And you never told them that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Dupow, and Nard killed Nutt, did you?
Right.
We can agree that in the 4 recorded meetings prior to June 10th, 2015, you never claimed Demekion Garlington said those things about my client or Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Right.
So let's talk about June 10th, 2015 and what makes that date different.
Here's the home run, guys, if he hits it.
On June 10th, 2015, okay, we're going to that interview. You with me?
Yes.
All right, appreciate you. You met with Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Thorpe, and Federal Agent Cunningham, correct?
No. I didn't meet with them.
They brought you to the interview room and they came in the room.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't choose to meet with them.
No.
All right, and let's just talk about the circumstances. And I'm going to show you a picture that's already in evidence. I believe it's 378 Yankee Echo 1. If I may approach and get that, Your Honor.
You may.
So he's laying out, the state is saying that he was truthful early on, like how you remember things better when things are fresh. So therefore, believe what he tried to say in these interviews. But Schart's pointing out, well, he didn't really say this critical thing in January or February. He only mentioned it in June when he was facing charges that weren't bogus. And then after that, he ends up doing prison time for 51 months. So
What's been marked as 378 Yankee Echo 1. That's the state's exhibit. That is a picture of you in the interrogation room on June 10, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to just wait till we can display this. Can you display it? Oh, actually, don't. All right. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. All right. Mr. Copeland, when you go to jail, you wear a blue jail outfit that's given to you by the Fulton County Sheriff Department, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it says Fulton County Jail or Fulton County inmate on the shirt and the pants, correct?
Yes.
You absolutely hate wearing that blue outfit, correct?
Without a doubt.
Okay. In this picture, you are not wearing one of those blue outfits. You're wearing street clothes, correct?
Right.
Okay, but let's just be clear. In that picture on June 10, 2015, when you're being interviewed, your hands are shackled together, correct?
Yes.
You have leg irons on, correct?
Yes.
And the leg irons are attached to an anchor on the ground so you cannot get up and run, correct?
And they're hurting.
And they're hurting. And you knew that it was only, unless something drastic happened, it was only a matter of hours before you were going to have a blue Fulton County jumpsuit on, correct?
Yes.
The circumstances of you being brought to that interview room on June 10th, 2015, where federal agents kicked down Miss Quarterman's door that
Deshaun
day,
Quarterman?
correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they kicked down that door looking for you because they had an arrest warrant for you.
Yes.
They had an arrest warrant for you for the April 28th, 2015 possession of a firearm incident at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
Okay. And while in the apartment, they saw some things, correct?
Yes.
And they went and got a search warrant.
I don't know.
You're not sure if they got a search warrant. Okay. The bottom line is they searched your apartment.
They did.
Okay. And they found a Smith & Wesson handgun in the kitchen of that apartment, correct?
They found a gun. I don't know what kind.
Okay. Was it a handgun?
I never saw it.
Okay. They also found a stolen laptop computer in your apartment, correct?
That's what they said.
All right. They also searched Deshaun's car, correct?
No.
Well, didn't they find stolen IDs and other stolen property?
That was a rental car from her
Okay.
mama rented.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. They found a stolen IDs and other property in a rental car that was associated with you, correct? That you had been driving.
Yes.
And also on June 10th, 2015, your daughter's birthday was coming up.
7 days.
7 days from that date.
Yes.
And you had plans
Post
to
that
have a
exactly.
big celebration for her birthday.
Yes.
Even though you didn't have a blue jumpsuit on during the interview, investigator Gaither informed you that you were under arrest for various charges, correct?
Yes.
And you were under investigation for various other charges.
Yes.
Okay. She told you that you were being charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon for the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
She told you that you were being charged with reckless conduct for leaving the gun on the bleachers at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
She told you that you were being charged with gang charges for possessing a gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
And you knew that you knew that you weren't getting a bond for the gang charges at
Right.
first appearance.
Right.
You were going to have to sit for a while because of those gang charges,
Yes.
unless something drastic happened.
Yes.
You were also told that they were that they were investigating the stolen MacBook computer found in your apartment.
Yes.
You were told that they were investigating the stolen IDs and other property that was found in the rental car.
Yes.
And investigator Gaither told you that she knew that that stolen property found in the rental car was taken during a series of auto breakings in the area, correct?
Yes.
You also had a Henry County bench warrant.
Yes.
I believe you had another bench warrant out of the city of Atlanta involving a four-wheeler. You don't remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. And And eventually, Investigator Cunningham also told you that you were facing potentially federal charges.
Yes.
For the gun that was found in the apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Gaither told you it's real now, it's about to be real, right?
Yes.
What'd you take that to mean?
Exactly what she said.
She was telling you, the way you took it, it was time to get to talking, correct?
Yes.
If you wanted to get out anytime soon.
Yes.
They told you that there was no way around that charge at the Dunbar Rec Center, that it was on video.
Yes.
That you were dead to rights.
Yes.
That they had all the control in the situation, correct?
Yes. I think it said open and shut case.
And let's be clear. Even though you don't have that jail uniform on in this picture, you were thinking about how you just got out of jail 3 months prior. You had just been in jail in that horrible unit with feces and people talking to themselves and people eating whatever they were eating and the isolation. And you were thinking about that on June 10th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Could you play, Mr. Kokomo, could you play what's been marked DS23B? And this is from States 378 Yankee Echo 94048 to 94229.
Okay, what you're here for is your warrants from Dunbar Center. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Can you tell me what's going on with that? With that weapon? How'd you get it? Number one. Because I got a version of how you got it, but I want to hear from you. How'd you get that? How did you get it like that? Because you had it. We got the video, bro. We got the video. So my question is to you, how did you become in possession of that? When we're gonna do back and forth today? I love y'all.
We ain't going back and forth today. That's what Investigator Yaither told you.
Say that again.
We ain't going back and forth today.
Right.
You took that to mean that they are in complete control, correct?
That's what it means.
You took that to mean that you needed to tell them what they wanted to know, or you weren't getting out, correct?
This is it. That's what I took it as.
You are, because I'm sitting that place. This is an opportunity for you to help you. I'm asking how you.
Okay. You just heard Investigator Gaither say, this is your opportunity for you to help you. Heard that?
Yes.
You took that to mean that this is your chance to give the state or give the police what they want to help your situation.
Nah, this is game time. It's time for me to finesse my way.
Okay. And do you remember when Attorney Steele played that video, I guess it was yesterday, with Agent Cunningham talking about the federal charges? Okay, I'm not going to play that video again.
Thank you.
But I am going to talk to you about a few things that were said. What you asked, I got charges with the feds, and Agent Cunningham said, it's up to you. It's totally up to you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The police are telling you that you can talk your way out of this situation if you work with them, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you, you're clearly guilty. She told you that they had you dead to rights. Do you remember that?
I think she said open and shut case.
Okay. You took that to mean they have complete control and you need to play their game if you wanted to get out, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you about the charges you were facing. She told you that federal sentences don't have parole.
Yes.
No early release.
Yes.
She told you that with federal cases, they don't typically let prisoners stay in Atlanta, right?
Right.
She said that they were typically going to send you to some other state to serve your federal time behind this.
Right.
You didn't want to be separated. You love your daughter, don't you?
With all my heart.
You post about your daughter on Instagram and you're proud of your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And you consider yourself a good father, don't you?
I try to be.
Okay. And you did not want to be separated from your daughter in some federal prison in another state, did you?
Who want to?
Understood. And Agent Cunningham also said that to her understanding, you're a 3-time convicted felon, making you an armed career criminal in the federal system, correct? Remember hearing that?
Yes.
She told you that you were facing 15 years without parole, plus another 10 years without parole for the gun charges, correct?
Yes.
25 years without parole, and that's not even including the conspiracy charges.
Right.
You were 23 at the time, and Agent Cunningham told you, if you don't play ball, you're going to be locked up in a federal prison in another state until you are 48 years old. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Wasn't that said to you?
Yes.
On June 10th, 2015.
In the interrogation room.
Miss Agent Cunningham also said that all this is up to you. It's totally up to you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she reports to the U.S. attorney, and she can tell the U.S. attorney what you did to help yourself out.
I think we all heard what she said to me.
Okay. Well, what did you take that to mean?
That I need to help myself out.
Okay. Does that include lying on others?
That means that this is my chance to get myself out of this situation.
It was time to finesse?
Yeah.
State trying to look busy.
Could you, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 23E? And for the record, Your Honor, DS-23E is States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo, 1031 to 103250.
Do you understand the right that none had? Do you understand the right that none had?
Yeah.
Where was he?
I don't know. I didn't know he was.
He was like the 3rd or 4th ranking blood in Georgia.
But what I'm saying is, bro, they were between 3rd and 9th.
You didn't let me finish though. When you go to prison, your name is on there, regardless of if you did or if you didn't. Thug ain't in jail. Thug ain't in jail. Thug on the European tour or whatever the fuck.
Did you just hear Investigator Dennis pointing out while you're in the interrogation room, Thug, Mr. Jeffrey Williams, is on a European tour?
I couldn't understand nothing that was said.
Okay. Did Investigator Dennis bring up the European tour that Jeffrey Williams on? Is that something you brought up, or Investigator Dennis, to your recollection?
I guess he did.
Okay. Can you keep playing?
The one that's gonna go courtside for that. And it ain't no protective custody. It should. So you the one that's gonna have to speak on what you need to, if you need to speak on what you need to speak on, help.
Okay. Did you hear Investigator Danis say that you were going courtside?
Yeah, I can't hear it the way it sounds.
Okay, and that's okay. Did you hear him? I'm just going to keep asking. If you didn't hear, you didn't hear. Did you hear him saying that there's no protective custody?
I don't know what he said.
Okay.
I can't say I can't.
Did you hear him say, you need to speak on what you need to speak on, right after bringing up Jeffrey Williams and the European tour?
Y'all ears work better than mine. So you heard what he said.
Okay.
I can't say.
Okay. I'm going to play another portion of the clip. I'm going to ask you to listen, but I understand if you can't hear it, you can't hear it. Continue to play.
That's what you gotta think about.
Like, even though I'm still gonna get period. You going to jail, but you can determine how long you want this to stand for interim.
Did you hear Investigator Gaither tell you you're going to jail?
I heard that.
But you get to determine how long.
Yeah, I can't hear it again.
Yes.
What you gotta think about.
Like, even though I'm still gonna get period. You going to jail, but you can determine how long you want this to stand for interim.
I only heard it on the replay because I wasn't paying attention.
What did you take that to mean when Investigator Gaither says you're going to jail, but you get to determine how long?
She gave me hope.
And what would you have to do to determine? You wanted to not be in jail at all, but certainly not long, correct?
Right.
So what did you feel you needed to do?
Listen to her and seek and I finish my way out of it.
Does that include lying?
That's the first thing first.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS23D, which is states 378 Yankee Echo, 10:04:20 to 10:06:25?
I ain't had no parts like the shooting, none of these. I didn't have no part. I did bad. I didn't even do it for the thing. When they started doing this shit, everybody would call my name because they all, who did it? Then they put my name in these songs. It ain't even me. The way y'all look at me, y'all supposed to do that. Sending them like that.
Did you just hear yourself say that people are accusing you of things?
Bro, I can't hear nothing in there, bro.
Okay, could you play that again, Mr.?
I can't hear it. You can play it 1,000 times.
Okay, we're going to try it one more time because I think it's important. But Mr. Copeland, if you can't hear it, we'll move on, okay?
Y'all ears are better than mine.
I understand that. I'm not blaming you.
I ain't had no parts like the shooting, none of these. I ain't had no part. I did bad. I didn't even do it for the thing. When they started doing this shit, everybody would call my name because they all, who did it? Then they put my name in these songs. It ain't even me. The way y'all look at me, y'all supposed to do that. Sending them like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, did you hear yourself say, I just hang out with Thug for the fame?
No.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say that people are saying that you're committing these crimes, certain crimes, but it's not you?
I didn't hear him. I heard, I said Shannon's name, but I don't know what I said with it.
Did you hear, do you remember, regardless of what you heard, do you remember saying everything that people are blaming me for, they need to look at Shannon?
I probably did. I can't
Okay.
hear what I said.
Now that you have this immunity agreement from the state, you acknowledge that you were committing crimes back then, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you've acknowledged that, and we're going to get to it later, but you've acknowledged that you and Threat shut up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop, for instance. Right? You testified to that.
All right.
Okay. So when you said, I ain't doing nothing. When people are blaming me, they need to be looking at Shannon. That was not true. That was you trying to shift blame from yourself. That was you finessing.
But I already said that.
I understand that. But that's an example of you finessing, correct? And shifting the blame from you to Shannon, right?
I said that to you, and I said that to them, and I'm saying it again. I have lied, and you're gonna keep sitting here asking me the same question. You just said a minute ago that you weren't gonna ask me the same question.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna play something not that you said, what other people said to you, okay? And I'm gonna ask you to listen. And if you can't hear, you can't hear, okay?
All right.
I mean, yes, I plan on taking care of my kids, man. I mean, fuck that, man. I ain't did nothing. I ain't shoot the houses. I ain't shot nobody. I mean, man, only I had a gun because the test told me, man, I had the right to defend myself. Because the same night I got killed, I came down here. I was going to tell them, but guess what I was just thinking, like, man, these niggas throw it out like power, man. Even right now, I'm still thinking about it. Like, shit, man, I just fucked myself up, man. Just worse and worse.
Yeah.
I want to say,
I don't know. I'll make that decision.
I ain't have no thought.
Keep going. I'm
I
sorry.
will talk to the USA. The judge makes.
Did you hear yourself ask Agent Cunningham if your case is going to the feds?
Yes.
Did you hear Agent Cunningham say, I don't know, I just talked to the AUSA?
No.
Okay. Keep playing.
Decision on, what's going down there.
I ain't have no thoughts.
But you weren't, I don't know if you had no part of that. That's yet to be determined, but you had every part of the gun that was found today.
No, you keep saying the gun that was found today. I didn't have that gun. Though I keep saying y'all no fingerprints. My fingerprint never come back on that gun.
Do you know what actual and constructive possession is?
Been around.
Yeah, be around.
But I didn't know what it was in there though. Just like she said she didn't know, I didn't know.
Man, I'm not even, the baby didn't know, she a baby.
Nah, this is what I'm saying here. Me and her just, I mean, we were there. I mean, but I wasn't there yesterday.
But you were there this morning when they found it, sweetheart.
You know how I got there this morning? You know how
Well,
I got there.
but that's irrelevant, you were there. When they came and spotted you up, it was there, you were there. That's all I need. That's on you.
So what you need me to do? I don't know, I'm just trying to do
I mean, that's on you.
This shit is on me. It ain't no way I can get out of it.
Help yourself.
I'm trying to do
Help myself, you. That's you talking. That's a good start.
Did you hear yourself, Mr. Copeland, ask Agent Cunningham, what do you need me to do? I'm just trying to get out of jail.
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Agent Cunningham respond, you help yourself? You help yourself?
Yes.
Help us help you?
Yes.
You're talking, that's a start?
I said yes.
Okay. Help us help you. Did you take that as it was time for you to finesse, to start telling stories on others, to get yourself out of this situation?
Yes.
I got one more clip I'm going to ask you to listen to, Mr. Copeland. And this is actually from February 21st, 2015. Ms. Kokomo, I'm going to ask you to publish what's already DS24A, which is already, it's a clip from States Exhibit 378 Yankee Delta from 433:33 to 436:11. And again, that's from the February 21st, 2015 interview with Investigator Gaither and Detective Thorpe, okay?
pressure on me. You know how they got me in jail? They got me in the back. Somebody protecting me. If you feel like you need to protect me, why they get me out of jail? No, bro, it don't quite work that way. It's understand.
Now, you recognize that as Detective Thorpe's voice, correct? He's not on the video, he's off the camera, but you recognize that as his voice, correct?
You play it again?
Yep. Just back up 5 seconds.
Yeah. No, bro, it don't quite work that way. It's understand. It is not Burger King. You're not gonna have it your fucking way. I ain't trying to play my way.
You remember Detective Thorpe telling you that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to ask you to listen to what he tells you. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with Detective Thorpe, okay?
I haven't. No. Hear me out, because you need to hear somebody who's gonna talk real shit to you. I ain't gonna fuck around with you. I already told you. I'm not gonna hold your hand. I'm not gonna help you cross the street. None of that. I ain't. Hear me. You locked up for probation violation. Whatever happened between you and the parole board and the probation unit, that's on y'all. That's on y'all. Now, myself and Detective Gator, we're gonna take time out of our off day to get you out of jail, to talk to you, to see whatever information you give can be used to help you. What you gotta give in order to get. All you want to think is all you want to give me. But you want to give nothing back. Here's the thing. I didn't ask you. And I told you before, you and I, we're not going to do a 68. I'm not going to blow you and you owe me one. No, it don't work that way. You understand what I'm getting at? Because I don't fuck around with you no more. You want people to help you out, but then you step and stop at the certain line and say, well, you figure out the rest. I got the information.
So, Mr. Copeland, that was on February 21st, 2015. You would agree that Detective Thorpe made these comments to you before you first lied and said that Mr. Garlington told you the information on Shannon and others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Investigator Thorpe said, I ain't gonna F around with you, right?
Yes.
You have to give in order to get.
Yes.
You want to say, give me, you don't give back.
Yes.
And of course, the give me was you getting out of trouble, getting out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. You and we aren't going to do a 68. I'm not going to blow you and you owe me one.
Right.
You said that?
Yes.
Did you understand the message that he was getting across when he said that?
Right.
We are not going to no DA and say, you cut us a break and he ain't give us nothing. You heard him say that?
Right.
Go ahead.
I have the information, but I'm not going to say anything else. Y'all just need to go ahead and check me out of jail, and I'm good after that. No, brother, it don't work that way. Whatever fucking TV show you was watching, them motherfuckers was wrong. I don't even look at TV.
I can't hear
So
you.
whoever told you whatever you thinking, you're dead ass wrong. We're not going to go to no district attorney and say, can you go ahead and cut him a break because he gave us nothing? Nigga, it don't work that way. When the fuck did life start working that way? It don't work that way. That's a fucked fantasy. You gotta give to give. And that's just being real. Are we?
Did you hear Investigator Gaither back Detective Thorpe up and tell you, you got to give to get, and that's just being real?
Yeah, I just heard it.
Okay. Ms. Copeland, these are just some examples. The reality is the detectives in this case had been encouraging you to tell stories on others to get yourself out of trouble, correct?
For the 100th time, I've been telling you that.
You knew how to finesse on your own, right? But the detectives were also encouraging you to finesse, correct?
Well, they were tricking me.
Okay. As I understand it, Mr. Copeland, your testimony is that you told many lies in these interviews in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to just review with you some of the lies that you told, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to talk to you about the gray Infiniti. Okay?
I'm listening.
All right. Through the questioning of the police, and I don't know, maybe through other information that you've been given, you're aware that there's a surveillance video of the shooting of Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the surveillance video shows a gray sedan, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the police believe it to be an Infiniti, correct?
They put it on the news.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish DS-19A, which is a clip from States 378 Yankee A, which is the January 11, 2015 interview, from 3/18/47 to 3/19/38.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? No anything? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infiniti? Infiniti. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infiniti before? Yeah. No accident in an Infiniti? No. A Maxima? Have I ever had a car wreck in? No. Let me think. Anytime. I had a car wreck in the Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no car wreck. I ain't had no wreck, see? I ain't have none in it.
Okay, this is the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
Can you say it again?
This is the same night, this interview was the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And Detective Thorpe, you heard him. He asked if you've ever owned or rented an Infiniti, correct?
That's what he said.
And you said no. Right?
Right.
He asked if you ever wrecked an Infiniti. Right?
Right.
And you said no.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to publish, Your Honor, with your permission, DS-19B, which is a clip from the same interview on 378 Yankee Alpha, States Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha, from 3/20/28 to 3/20/48. It's just 20 seconds.
There's a video?
Yes. 3/20/28 to 3/20/48.
Y'all ever had a Infiniti Gray?
It's not playing.
Gray? Y'all ever?
Is it up now?
No.
Okay. Could you start it over?
Y'all ever had a Infiniti Gray? A gray Infiniti Q45 before? A truck? No. A car? Yeah. Not I know of. Actually, brother, maybe his car. A red car he had rented or something like that. That's cool. That's cool.
Okay. In that clip, again, Detective Thorpe asked you about whether you ever had a gray Infiniti, correct?
Right.
And you said, not that I know of.
Right.
Okay. Those were your statements on January 11th, 2015, hours after Donovan Thomas was shot, correct?
Right.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the reality. The reality is that you asked Jeffrey Williams to rent you a gray Infiniti, correct?
I'm listening.
Or I should say he asked you asked him to rent you a car and it ended up being a gray Infiniti, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. The reality is that on the night of June 9th, going into the morning of June 10th, the same day that Donovan Thomas was shot, you were driving that Infiniti on the highway, correct?
I don't know. I can't remember when I was driving it.
We just saw your testimony from earlier in this trial.
Yeah, but you being specific about the time. I don't know.
Okay. The reality is,
I don't know when I written on the expressway. That's what I'm saying.
okay. Do you agree that it was, I'm not asking for a time, do you agree that it was on the evening of January 9th? It was nighttime that you wrecked.
It was
correct?
nighttime.
You were speeding on the highway and you hit some cones.
I lost control, yeah.
And that was, I believe in your testimony, you said you wrecked the car. And let me be clear, Quindarius Zachary, Lil D from Cleveland, you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Lil D from Cleveland was in that car, that Infiniti, with you on the night you wrecked.
Yes.
Okay. And after wrecking the car, you guys reattached the bumper on the side of the highway, correct?
How you know that?
Is it true?
I'm listening.
Okay. And after you reattached the bumper, that's when you went and pulled up on threat Trevante Turner at a music studio somewhere around Northside Drive, I believe is what you said.
Yes.
Correct? And you gave that car to that Infiniti to Trevante Turner.
Yes.
Okay. And in your testimony, you said then you went home, fell asleep, and the next day you woke up, and that's when the Donovan Thomas shooting occurred. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just working through this with you. I'm not trying to trick you. So based on your testimony, you were driving that car, that Infiniti, on the evening of January 9th going into January 10th, correct?
I guess.
Of 2015 with Mr. Zachary.
I guess.
And you gave that Infiniti to your good friend, Threat, in the early morning hours of January 10th, 2015, correct?
I gave it to him at nighttime. It was dark.
Okay. So you don't remember if it was before midnight or after midnight. Is that what you're saying?
I don't keep up with the time.
Okay, that's fine. The bottom line is you were specifically asked about that Infiniti or an Infiniti hours after Donovan Thomas was shot. And you denied ever being in possession of an Infiniti, correct?
Say that again.
When you were asked on January 11th, early in the morning, talking to Detective Thorpe, when Detective Thorpe, the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas murder, asked you about possessing a gray Infiniti, you denied that you ever had one, correct?
Right.
Okay. Let's talk about the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center. As I understand your testimony, or as I understand your statements, let me back up. I'm sorry. At the Dunbar Rec Center, we're talking about a Diamondback 223 assault rifle, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so we're not talking about a handgun. We're talking about a semi-automatic machine gun? Is that a fair assessment?
A chopper.
A chopper. Okay. And in your statements back in 2015, you repeatedly denied possession of that gun, didn't you?
They put it on me.
Okay. And your testimony actually here today is that you were just there playing basketball and they put it on you.
That's what the video would show.
Okay. You specifically said in your statements when you were trying to get out of jail, I ain't do nothing, right?
Right.
Okay. The reality is that you pled to that case in federal court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In federal court, you acknowledged possessing that gun.
Yes.
Okay. And you were sentenced.
Yes.
Okay. And you served, and to be fair to you, you served your sentence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the stolen IDs in the rental car and the laptop in the apartment on
Deshaun.
June 10th, 2015, okay? And that's the day that the federal agents kicked into
Yeah.
Sean's door and locked you up. And that's also the same day that you made up the story and lied and said Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon and others were responsible for killing Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you play DS23I for me, Mr. Kokomo? And that's States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo from June 10th, 2015, from 11:25:01 to 11:26:20.
Like I said, you didn't say that. You said, I tell you did that shit. Yeah. Okay. They want to know now? Need the history, Lil Mike.
Pause.
Can you play it again?
Yes, we can.
Like I said, you didn't say that. You said, I tell you did that shit. Yeah. Okay. They want to know now? Need the history, Lil Mike. Lil Mike, Quez.
In that clip, you're being asked about how those stolen items ended up in your apartment and your rental car, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling the investigators that you didn't do those auto breakings that resulted in those items being stolen, correct?
Right.
You're saying it was Lil Mike and Quez from Etheridge?
Yes.
You ain't never heard of them? You ain't never heard of them? They wild him. Whatever they call it about them. I'm pretty wait. You pull out the other day by 5 o'clock of y'all and nothing.
There's gonna be a lot of motherfuckers out there.
How am I gonna know it's them?
You.
Well,
Why you got it though?
I don't know it. Why I got it?
Yeah.
Five times jewels out for them. What that mean? Make me some money out for them.
What, sell somebody out there? You know?
Nah, just like, I mean,
No.
just like,
What's the burger there?
make money out for them.
How?
How
What's the
did you
jewel?
get it? How did you get it? Shit, then I got it. When they bought the cup, Tay bought the cup back to me. Wait a minute, you let Tay borrow the Jeep. Yeah.
Lil D, bro.
No. You know what I'm talking about. You talking about Trevante. Yeah. You let Trevante use the car. Yeah, he's supposed to go kill him. You know what I'm saying? But when they pull that car, I let him go.
Okay. There you're saying that you gave the car to Trevante, who gave it to Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that detectives Gaither and Dennis are telling you we've never even heard of Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, Lil Mike is not a real person, is he?
No.
That was the finesse. You invented a person out of thin air, correct?
Yes.
Quez is not a real person. You invented him out of thin air on the spot, correct?
Yes.
You invented those people to take the heat off of you and put it on fictional characters.
I done told y'all that's what I do.
That's your finesse, right? The reality is that that stolen merchandise was found in your apartment and in your rental car, and you invented fictional characters to take the heat off yourself, right? I know you're going to say, I told you that's what I do.
I guess.
But I got to ask the questions. You understand? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. October 27, 2021. Okay.
Guys, I was like, who are those names? Who are these people?
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I am handing you what's been marked DS25C. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and who are those people?
Me and the police.
Okay, and do you know either of the police officers' names?
Miss V, and I think that the white man named Kelly, something like that.
Okay, could the Caucasian gentleman be known as Investigator Kettle?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and Ms. V is Investigator Viverito?
Yeah, the probation officer.
Okay. And are you in an interrogation room in that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a photo from the interrogation of you on October 27, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit DS25C into evidence.
All right.
Mr.
submitted.
Kokomo, could you publish that?
There was a Jaquez arrested in Atlanta on May 30th, 2024.
Okay, and like I asked you about the photo from June 10, 2015, I'm going to ask about this photo as well. You don't appear to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, are you?
No.
Okay, and I can't tell if were your arms shackled together during that interview?
My leg.
All right, and we see you're wearing Timberland boots, and we see a chain right next to the boot, correct?
It's on my leg.
Right, and that's shackling you to the ground.
Yes.
You are under arrest in this photo.
Yes.
Okay, and you know that you are soon to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, correct?
That's what they told me.
Okay. And the allegations of that case were you were pulled over at Atlantic Station in Atlanta, correct?
No.
Where were you?
Walking.
Okay, you were walking. All right. According to the police, they searched a car that they were saying was yours, right?
Yes.
And they found a handgun under the car seat, correct?
That's what they claim.
Okay. And you were a convicted felon, so you're not allowed to possess the handgun.
But I was walking.
Okay, I understand that's what you're saying. But you were charged with reckless conduct and possession of firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No. I was charged with driving with suspended license and a firearm.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. When you say firearm, you're talking about possession of firearm by a convicted felon?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a little complication with that explanation. You were in fact searched after you were arrested, correct?
I was tased and everything.
Okay. And when the police searched your clothing, correct?
Yes.
And they actually found a magazine in your pocket, and bullets in your pocket, correct?
That's what they say.
In the pocket of the pants you were wearing,
That's what
correct?
they say.
And when I say a magazine, that's a component of a gun that holds the bullets, correct?
I guess.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS25B, which is from 10/27/21 interview from 2/23/05 to 2/23/58?
I think that video has been tendered and admitted.
Has it, do you know?
It has not.
I am asking to, well, I'll go about this a different way. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
I have an objection, so I'm just saying that it's not
Well,
admitted.
I might not need to play the video. Mr. Copeland, do you remember in that interview, you were asked about if that's not your gun in the car, and if you were just walking, why do you have a magazine with bullets in your pocket? Correct? You remember them asking you that?
Can I speak to my lawyer?
Yes. Well,
Yes, you can. Let's take a break anyway. We'll take about 15 minutes.
All right, a break. That was a long stretch without a break. Yeah, this is Woody POV. Pause. A shout out to everyone here. Big shout out to Tamika who sent a $25 cash app. Thank you so much. I'm getting to it late, so I hope you're in here. I do have something to play for everybody that's not an emoji. If we don't have time between this break, I will play it when we recess court for the day. Do you guys kind of see what Schardt is teeing up to hit out the park? Landing that what was different about that 9-hour June 10th, 2015 police interrogation. And if you notice now he's doing a lot of shark circling around the water. Leaning in.
I have approximately an hour more, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you gonna do any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll break.
Okay, so, I mean, they'll probably end the day, I imagine, at 5, unless the judge says, start redirect for an hour. So, but who knows? You never know with Whitaker. Cash Money Cass says, did you see that Judge Ingram recused herself after Glanville for her bailiff? That was the judge on Woody's warrant, not mentioned in recusal. Yeah, so they had brought that up when they were talking about prior times that Woody had been in this exact courtroom. We heard the name Ingram dropped. And I guess that is kind of interesting that, I guess because she had another reason to recuse herself, and since Woody's not really a defendant, maybe it wasn't worth mentioning the conflict. It wouldn't rise to a level, especially if we had another reason anyway. So that could be one reason. Good to see you, Cash. The Smokey Show says, they chased the hell out of Thug so much, they didn't care about Nuts Mom getting justice. If they would have locked Woody up years ago. And, you know, I still think it's possible that it might not have been Woody. It could have been Threat or Trevante or Tay, right? He's got like 3 names going on there. But it could have been any one of them. It's hilarious that Woody was making up names of people and the detectives just bought into it. Big Tit says, notice Woody said Love met with him / spoke with his lawyer after Love expressed she never had any contact with his lawyer nor knew who represented him. And not just didn't know who represented him, but that he was represented at all. So the state, to me, absolutely lied there. Absolutely lied there. But is anyone surprised? Is anyone surprised? Moses says, oh, still playing sad harmonica for the state. You know, this is still true now at 3:26 p.m. And then Torres, we're going to read one from Torres here where there was a typo. So we're talking about redirect. How might the jury respond on redirect? I'm sure the DA will bring up the fact that Woody seems to recall things he initially said he didn't recall. Well, what if now Schardt kind of laid out that excuse? They told you just to say you don't recall. So what if they ask him that and Woody goes, you told me to say that? They could really be gambling with trying to make that a part of their redirect arguments. And I don't know, I feel like this will be the last defense attorney crossing, I think, right? Because she just confirmed with Angela DeWilliams that she's not going to do any cross. So if this is it, the defense has done a wonderful, wonderful job of really walking around the eggshells of anything that Woody might be afraid to testify to. They're not really calling out anything dangerous directly. They're not asking him very many direct questions. They're circling around it enough that the jury can put two and two together. So if Woody respects that the defense didn't hammer him, put him at risk of going back to jail, and then the state gets up on recross and they aren't careful, Woody might be comfortable enough to let loose. But that's just one possibility, you know. Hard to guess. But it'll definitely be interesting to watch no matter what happens. Left Coast Mana says, afternoon cat and chat, checking in from pounding pavement. Defense has done a great job. Again, oh my god, hammering Woody from the recused judge. Yep. And I really think, you know, the hammering, they're like hammering a common enemy of Woody rather than hammering a Woody himself. And all of the defense attorneys have taken that same approach. I thought Schardt was going to tiptoe too far into kind of sounding hostile with Woody, but he reined it right back in the beginning. So, and thank you so much for your $10 super chat. Mark Lyon says, the jurors have served longer than YFN Lucci. That's crazy to think about. And now they're expressing, some of them want to get out of there for hardship reasons or a new job, and they're going to be told to stay. They're going to feel more and more like they can't get out of it. So I think that was very wise from Angela DeWilliams earlier to say, well, I want to voir dire the juror that wants to leave for the new job and find out if she can remain impartial towards the defense if she has to stay, rather than take it out on us for keeping you here. And what's interesting about that is if only one defense attorney asks, even though one question, one answer, we all hear the answer, that's kind of a good way to mitigate resentment, right? If Angela DeWilliams is the only one that asks, she only has one client, it's kind of beneficial for the other attorneys to not be the one asking. We're not technically the ones keeping you here, right? So in a way, if Angela DeWilliams does that, I think that's actually very positive for the other 5 co-defendants, even if that juror is forced to stay and feels a little bit of resentment. So I thought that was a good thing that she got up and asked to ask the juror. And we'll see. We'll see if that one juror has to keep serving. Yedat says, him/Thug had an understanding on him telling because he said on the porch, he repped YSL to get signed, and in 2015 said Thug was trying to have him killed. And I think this is also really interesting too, because a lot of Brian Steele's testimony focused on this, especially this time frame right at the end of 2014 and the beginning of 2015. And now, since we're entering into Schardt's cross, we're almost towards the end of it, we're like, oh, we're repeating stuff. Well, no, I mean, some of the stuff that Brian Steele was asking about clarifies stuff like this. But now Schardt has to come in and clarify some things that Woody was saying back then about his client, which I think he's gotten a very clean across the board. I lied when I gave Demikian Garlington's name and Doo-Wop's name and Shannon Stillwell's name. Got it like 3 times. He got a I lied out of Woody about Shannon Stillwell's name being dropped. So thank you so much, Yedat. Annie says, can the defense request for prosecutor recusal motions to be reconsidered due to this new information from Woody's testimony? I think they can. I think they'll do that for the record. I wouldn't be optimistic that we'll get some mistrial with prejudice granted based on the rulings we've seen from this judge so far. So, but they could file something to make sure it's a clean argument on the record, right? Rather than leave it sit on the record. It's there, but we don't make an argument about it. It'll be interesting if we see any motions filed out of this. Chloe says, I work in New York, the Manhattan Supreme Court. I'm trying to find the suggestions box to recommend they allow cameras. Tons of content here. And yep, I wanted cameras when I was watching the Jonathan Majors trial. And I know with the Trump trial, a ton of people were gathering at the courthouse there. And it just kind of seems like that maybe we should have that light bulb moment where this is a good time to increase courtroom transparency and public access to trials. But New York is really lagging. New York is really expensive to get documents, really hard to get in the courtroom. A lot of the courtrooms are pretty small, old, like not really that accessible. So, and in a high profile case, all that space, the media is going to flood in there first. So I don't envy you for having to get through like security and stuff in a situation like that. But it would definitely be interesting to have cameras in more courtrooms. And thank you so much. We had a flood of members earlier. So Yolanda M had kicked it off with 5 gifted memberships. Natasha came in with another 5. Trina said, forget this, I'm becoming a member, and then helped another 5 jump in. So thank you so much. That's a total of 16 new members from that block. Super, super awesome. Please use those emojis to your heart's content. Yolanda also had sent a super chat that said, I absolutely love how respectful the defense is towards Woody and Judge, showing sincere compassion towards his health, recognizing that people can change. And I really think they've danced around. I mean, what's the one thing that's going to panic, stir, agitate, frustrate Woody? Getting him hot about what they've done to him. He even mentioned yesterday that the defense has kind of put pressure on him too. And it was like he kind of mentioned it as like the end, like they weren't the bulk of the ones doing it, but he threw it in there too. And I think the defense really walked carefully around that. I think their approach is very, very strategic. Not for nothing, even if the defense attorneys aren't really being genuine, if their approach is an act versus being genuine, I think it's working either way. So very important. It's watching it live is you can see Woody being more comfortable giving answers today. It's a big, big difference from 2 weeks ago when he got back on the stand. Thank you so much, Yolanda. G. Lander says, since defense and Woody have put love on blast, now she's acting all respectful when the jury's coming in and out. Yeah, I think there was a lot of schoolgirl goody two-shoes going on with the judge during the motions arguments last week too. So, you know, she always switches her demeanor as soon as she feels like the spotlight's on her because she did something wrong. She like tries to course correct and veer towards being the most perfect person ever who just wants professionalism from everybody. So that's exactly, it's noticeable, and I think that's exactly what she does. Shout out to Tina Mags. Tina had started, we're going to combine instead of saying Schardt, we can say Max. He's going to the max. He's maxed out. We can use Max as a name hybrid, especially since people keep spelling his last name wrong anyway. So we can make it simple with Max as a new nickname for one of the defense attorneys in this case. Sassy Experience said, love how Woody's selective literacy and cognization. Yeah, so you guys are calling that out like, oh, now he can read. I thought he said he couldn't read. And, you know, maybe he didn't mean that 100%. Maybe it takes him a while to read something that's complicated like legal jargon. But then also being able to recognize and understand certain questions. Some things he responds to very quickly, and other things, you know, maybe he's saying he doesn't understand because he wants some time to think. So it's very interesting to watch. And then Josie says, I appreciate the gift of membership. Thank you. Well, thank you for the super chat. I wonder if your gift had come from, you know, the Yolanda and Trina when they were gifting. Yeah, that says steam coming off his bald head the way he's cooking. And it's funny, he keeps trying to mention the prison drip, even though he can't, the jail drip, even though he can't bring it in. He's like, and you were put in a blue shirt, right? And then showed that last video where he's shackled wearing the blues. Kay Grammer says, big thank you to Kat and the mods. Shout out to the mods. for such a great job for all of us in the chat. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and join. And shout out to Steph JK. I started going through my emails thanks to Dublin Mug. I'm still behind. But Dublin Mug was like, oh, I can help out. And I mean, Steph was like, oh, I can help out. So I saw that email, made her a mod. I don't think she was in the room, and we just saw her come back a few minutes ago, if you saw in the chat. She was like, wait, am I a mod now? So shout out to Steph. She's been a, longtime participant and happy, friendly face in the chat. So give her a big, warm welcome. And shout out to the mod team. Gamba Kufu says, I just want to see nut juice on the feed. I put it up on the screen for you. I put it up there. Thank you so much. You guys were relentless. We're not doing a nut juice emoji. It's not going to happen. Hey, Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I'm officially taking a break from rice and nuts and juice. Yeah, no rice street and no nut juice. Tony Yardley says, happy to be part of the KNW gang. Free YSL. Well, we are happy you're a part of the KNW chat, Rico. Yeah, G-Lander was not emotionally prepared for the nut juice answer. I really don't think anybody was. I even told, Thugger Daily clipped that part, and I'm like, I'm not retweeting this. I'm not going to do it. You're not getting that from me. Because I'll happily, as soon as I see a Thugger Daily tweet, I'll just retweet it. I'll skip that one. I didn't even like it. FFS says, I just laughed so darn hard, I literally spit my Red Bull out and fell out of my chair. So you're acting like Love, falling all the way back in the chair. Almost landed in the Red Bull. LMAO, I wish I could unhear nut juice. Yeah. And it just makes you think, and I'm sure the toilet was clogged for other reasons, but in that DJ UTV interview, when he was held in contempt, Woody said he got there, he was put in a cell that was already clogged up and backing up. And just pooled, spoiled feces has just been sitting there for days. And all I can think of is plumbing clogging up because of this new fun double emoji phrase we learned today. Just disgusting conditions. You might have seen me say, I think Max is going the visceral route. He really wants the jury to have a visceral reaction. Steele got into the emotions of feeling the pressure personally for Woody, but I think the way that Schardt is doing it, we're getting grossed out. We're like, oh, God. So I think that's creating the same type of reaction from the jurors. If I was a juror sitting there and he said that, I would be like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be stuck there either. I would want to get out. So good old visceral reactions, I think, is one of Schardt's strategies. Peter Ortiz said, oh my gosh, you guys, with this this nut juice. So did nut get shot or juiced? That's actually the crazy part about this. So no joking on the dead, but nut is such a pointed word, a word that we keep hearing in this trial because that's Donovan Thomas's alias, his nickname. So now if the jurors hear the word nut, is it going to be like conjuring Dumbo when you tell them not to think of Dumbo? Now are they going to think of Woody on the stand saying nut juice every time they talk about Donovan Thomas or nut? In a weird way, that could be a little bit of a problem for the state. A very awkward problem. Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much for the $9.99. No comment. Thank you so much, Sean. Or should I say Sean, the way that Hylton would say it as if it was Shore. Tony Allen, thanks for becoming a member. And Carlos, this was really sweet. Continued success. Cat Nat Williams, KNW. Cheers to that. Aussie Tank, thank you. You dropped a 10 earlier. And right at the same time, I saw Otto shout my favorite line from Otto, yelling gifts. So thank you so much. You've given so many gifts to members of this chat in the last couple of weeks. So super appreciative of that. And people really enjoy the channel emojis. So I think, the reverse, you're supporting the channel, but I think on the flip side, for everybody receiving the gifts, they get to have a ton of fun too. So thank you, big thank you. Renee Stevenson says, the only loose end is how Woody knew Yak was at the gas station. Good point, unless you're, could be you're just hanging around there, right? Could have been that he was told. Maybe that's something we'll have become more clear, something that I'm missing. But Doug didn't really get into that. We just have that, Woody lied when he mentioned Yak's name. And then Aussie Tank, thank you. Thanks for the awesome stream and congrats on 20K. You were so welcome. Thanks for being a part. Glowworm, I agree, and good to see you. This is so good. Yeah, there was a lot, and I think this might have been right when, we passed from Careton over to Schardt. It's been a nice lineup having the 4 attorneys kind of all in the same day. Imagine if Steele didn't stop on time and it was like Steele the rest of the day. That could have gotten a little arduous. And then FFS says, Kat, can I sue the state for punitive damages for having to hear nut juice? Please try. Do it. A class action suit for all of us. We're currently traumatized. Yeah, we need a class action suit. And then Nens, thank you so much. I think we figured out, I think the gift link, when you click the join link, Nens said she was using an Apple device and was only really able to become a member. You don't have that join icon at the bottom like non-Apple users have, but clicking that become a channel member link that's available on a YouTuber's channel page, or for me, YouTube adds it in my YouTube descriptions automatically. So YouTube's been putting that in my video descriptions. So I think those are 2 ways to find that link. And then the mods are really helpful, dropping the link once in a while to join and become a member. I guess that's the solution for Apple users. You got to click the link and it'll take you to a page where you can actually get processed, because Apple wants to be difficult. So thank you so much, not just for becoming a member, but for, going the extra mile in doing so. A. Willie says, I don't think state is going to redirect. No way. They're going to finesse, or no way they're going to finesse Woody. At least they shouldn't. But if they do, it's because they shouldn't. Like, they'll do it because they don't know how to call a good play. Unfortunately for them, I think they have to do something to redirect this. I don't think that they can just cover their eyes and not redirect and hope it goes away. I think they have no choice but to try. But what are they going to do? Try to insist to Woody that he was telling the truth back then? I don't think Woody's going to cooperate with that. And selfishly, I want to see it. I want to see a redirect. And I'd imagine we might get some recross, which will be shorter, right? The scope narrows as we keep going. I don't think the state has a choice but to redirect. I don't think they have much to work with. And I don't know if they are the best equipped team for coming up with something to work with, which means it'll be probably entertaining for us to watch. Angie Lease, the sprinkled gifted membership. Thank you so much. Oh, I always say Lease, but it's Leah. The Great Britain emoji on StreamYard always makes 2 tiny little letters that look like SE. So I almost always read your name wrong. It is not Lease, it is Leah or Lay. Maybe it's Angie Lay. So thank you so much for helping someone become a member. And Brina, thank you so much for the reminder. Don't forget to get Kat's likes up. All right, and we have...
Mr. Schardt, you say you have maybe another hour or hour and a half. Okay. And then
no, Mark
the
Lyon
state thinks redirect of
About an hour and a half, 2 hours.
okay. So Mr. Copeland, I'm sure much to his chagrin, will be coming back on Tuesday of next week anyway. Here's the situation. We also need to deal with what we're going to do about the juror. And I know y'all wanted some further information and maybe to even ask some questions. And it doesn't necessarily have to be done today, but it has to be done fairly quickly if the ultimate decision is going to be something other than she stays here. So we could do one or the other this afternoon. We could either finish your cross or we could deal with the juror, but I don't think we can do both, which is fine. So I just was kind of maybe going to ask you, do you have a preference?
I would prefer to finish my cross.
Okay, and I think that probably makes more sense anyway, but we're going to need to then deal with the juror issue Tuesday, I think is.
That kind of sucks
just
for that
can't
juror.
Leave that out there. I'm sure she's wondering what
Wait
the
5
decision's
days.
going to be.
Are we able, if Mr. Schardt, I know he said he was going to go for maybe another hour to
Yeah.
hour and a half. If he does finish before just before 5 or within a certain amount of time, would the court be willing to inquire of the juror?
Sure, if we, if it's
I think
like
that's a good idea.
close to
Like,
5, but I don't want, yes, maybe. It just all depends on what our timing's gonna be. Okay, all right, let's get Mr. Copeland back in, get the jury back in.
what do you guys think about 1.5, 2-hour redirect? And yeah, FFS, you're gonna create a self-fulfilling prophecy here. Can we stop talking about nut juices? But you guys keep it going. Appreciate you guys, but Thank you so much, Cece, for the wholesome sticker. I can take our minds off this other emoji that everyone keeps wanting us to use.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, Peter Ortiz, thanks for the super chat. The jury had the chance to leave when asked about forgetting past testimony. That is true, but I'm not really sure if they knew, because that happened pretty quickly. Like, maybe they thought they were just asking if, did you do something wrong? No? Okay, good. And they just kept it moving. Because there's a couple of them raising hardship issues. Now, I would be surprised if they realized they had an out with that question, that they wouldn't have taken it. What do you guys think? And it sucks now if they realize they could have had an out and they, too late.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Schardt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Copeland, before we broke, we were talking about the October 27, 2021 interview with Investigator Viverito and Investigator Kettle, correct? Okay. And you were being accused of possession of a firearm and driving offenses.
Yes.
And in that statement you gave on October 27, 2021, okay, you were denying possessing the firearm that was found in the car that they said was being driven by you.
Yes.
Okay. And what I was asking you about is about your pockets being searched after your arrest, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. And the reality is the police did search your pockets and they found a magazine and some bullets. And Investigator Viverito told you that, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You told Investigator Viverito that the magazine and the bullets were in your pocket because you had just grabbed someone else's pants and put them on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland, is that those were your pants.
Prove it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you plead guilty to possessing a firearm in case 22 SC 182134 on June 28, 2023?
I play NOLO.
Okay. And that was involving this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Going to ask you about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop. Okay? Is that okay?
No.
Okay, well, I got to do it. You're aware that Rich Homie Kwan's father does own a barbershop in Atlanta, correct?
I guess.
Okay. 2014, someone shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And this was a big deal. Rich Homie Quan, at least at that time, was a well-known rapper.
I'm listening.
Okay. And Rich Homie Quan was trying to find answers to who shot up his father's barbershop, correct? I mean, he came to you for answers.
All right.
You knew Rich Homie Quan, right?
Something like that.
Okay. And he came to you for answers, and he told you that he thought Trevante Turner threat shot up his father's barbershop.
Right.
And you took it upon yourself to convince Rich Homie Quan that it was not threat.
Right.
And you did that at least partially because you knew that Rich Homie Quan was thinking about putting money on Threat's head, correct?
I'm listening.
And when I say money on Threat's head, taking out a contract to have to have Trevante Turner, Threat, killed.
I'm listening.
25,000, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. On January 28th, 2015, you were asked by investigator Dennis about the shooting of Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop, correct?
You said when?
January 28th, 2015, during the interviews that we've been talking about.
All right.
Okay. The interviews that you've said you lied in, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish DS-22A, which is States 378 Yankee Bravo. And the time is 7/24/00 to 7/27/30.
All right.
Okay, and on the screen, that's you, Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Gaither, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then Rich on the corner, like, you got 25,000 have Tate killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, Tate who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25,000 have.
We're going to get to Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop in a second. Trevante Turner is now sadly deceased, correct? All right. When you were talking about him being shot back in 2015, he was also shot in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was Shell Kel who shot?
I'm not for sure who shot him.
Okay.
Tate killed. Who did? This Rich on the corner shit. Cause he be telling me. So I'm telling Rich on the corner like, but you got any niggas in your house, these same niggas that shooting up my house, bro. Right. Rich on the corner like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. He like, we the same shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you out here hating these niggas this and that. So Rich on the corner like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone.
And in there, we still haven't gotten to the barbershop part, but in there, you're talking about conversations with Rich Homie Quan and his problems being linked to the Bloods, correct?
I guess.
Okay, and Rich Homie Quan not really being built like that.
For sure.
Okay. And the fact that he was scared to leave the Bloods, but in your opinion, they wanted to use Rich Homie Quan for his money.
I'm talking to the police.
Okay. But that's what's being discussed.
All right.
I'm not saying it's the truth. That's what's being discussed, though.
All right.
Okay.
Then everything gonna go away. Yeah. Then you're like, bro, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. That side of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I'm saying? You been around. Like, nah, I'll just ask you in there like this.
What did he have the 25 of to do Tate here for?
Say, his daddy got shot.
Rico.
It's my shop. And like how they say my name? On Bankhead, they say Tate name. They saying Tay did. I know Tay.
And just so we're clear, you said Rich Homie Quan's daddy got shot. So it wasn't just a barber shop that was shot. His barber shop was shot, but he actually got shot in the barber shop, correct?
I don't know nothing about all that.
Okay. Well, that's what you said. You said that Rich
I'm
Homie
talking
Quan.
to the police again.
Okay.
Ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm lying and stuff saying Tay said like my. I know Tay ain't do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Who
The
did it?
night before we just hit the party.
Yeah, who did it?
Somebody else said some.
Spit it out.
You know what I'm saying? But it's supposed to be some nigga that had money over there. You know what I'm saying?
Niggas over there got money.
No, I'm talking about bankhead.
A lot of niggas on Bankhead got money.
When I started thinking, I couldn't think of the name, but this nigga supposed to have paid somebody on Johnson Road on one of them streets over there to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
To kill him and retaliate, to get that Quan, or to target his daddy.
Like the same day, we like, I was in the street, I seen Quan crying. Like, oh, bro. And he tried to kill my dad. You know what I'm saying? But him and Tay been having problems.
Right.
So that's why he think.
Okay. And you just, about 15 seconds before we paused it, you were talking about who shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop. Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop. And you said a man from Bankhead with money hired someone from Johnson Road to do it, right?
I'm listening.
Is that correct? Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
Okay. Somebody from Bankhead, and when you say Bankhead, you're talking about Donnelly Hollowell Road, right?
I guess.
Okay, well, you said it. Bankhead means street.
Bankhead mean that area.
Okay. That area off of Bankhead. And he paid someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie
I
Quan's.
ain't pay nobody to do nothing.
I didn't say you.
Oh.
The person from Bankhead with money, according to you in this interview, person from Bankhead with money paid someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop.
Again, I'm talking to the police.
Okay.
Tay.
Right.
Him going through it, him and Tay murdered each other. But he don't even know that Tay.
Right.
How y'all have a problem? But Tay missed the school, but and they feel like they for retaliation. Man, it ain't. But I couldn't say him because no matter how many times I tried to speak up to Tay, he always had in his head, Tay did.
Right.
So like, man, y'all tripping, man.
So that's what that was about the other day.
I called Tay, I was gonna hesitate, but I had Tay pull up on me like probably like Friday or Thursday or Friday. Tay pulled out like, hey bro, Rich on the corner at 25,000 on your head.
Why so much?
He
no need to
scared of Tay.
Yeah.
He real scared. He's scared of Tay. So I said, Tay, I'm like, bro, he trying to face my then Rich on the corner supposed to go and kill her. You know what I'm saying? So I'm feeling like that's what he did because the whole time he been having the money on Tay's head and he ain't do it. So when he going the man out, that's what happened. That's on him. You feel what I'm saying? But I ain't talked to Tay. So I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened. But I know Tay wasn't messing with nobody. Tay started doing whatever he was doing. He just ran around and he trying to be a rapper.
Okay. So let's unravel. And I'm not saying, Mr. Copeland, please understand, I'm not saying that's the truth. I'm just talking about what you told the police.
I told you, I told the police anything.
I understand. I understand that. Okay. But I'm just want to talk about what you said. I'm not saying it's the truth. In that story that you gave the police, you were saying that Rich Homie Quan was convinced that Trevante Turner, Tay, shot up his father's barbershop.
What I'm saying is, you think I'm letting somebody hurt my partner? So if I'm having a conversation with Rich Homie and he trying to put some money on my friend, you think I'm gonna really have that conversation with him? It don't make any sense.
Okay, but can I finish my question? So what you told the police, not saying it's the truth, what you told the police is that you talked to Rich Homie Quan and tried to convince him that Tay did not shoot up his father's barbershop because Rich Homie Quan had $25,000 on his head, right? That's what you told the police.
Never put the police on what's going on. Mislead the police. That's my always the mindset.
I got you.
All right, you keep talking about what I told them.
I understand. I think we're all on the same page.
We can't be.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Okay, let's play the next clip. DS24B, which is 378 Yankee Delta. It's from February 21st, 2015, from 4/12/10 to 4/16.
You playing the video?
Yes. Thank you.
Not trying to resolve the problem at hand. And I told you the only way for you to start resolving, to get this shit started and resolving it, is you gotta talk to us straight up. That's it. You gotta talk to us straight up. Because if you're not, it's just gonna continue and continue and continue. And I hate to see you or anybody else come up dead behind some foolishness because everybody wanna be loyal to the streets and
Rich, I'm going to say, Taylor, to shoot Tay after he brought him up. They treat Tay over there. I don't know, laying out there hiding.
Not saying it's true. You told Investigator Gaither that Rich Homie Quan paid Shell Kel, to shoot Tay. Correct?
That's what I said.
Okay.
And then when Tay pulled to pick somebody up. But when Tay pulled and wait, get ready to come back out of the station. Then my so-called sister, not my mama child, somebody on the northern, but go around telling folks I shot a house up when she know the whole time they shit Tay up. So you see what I got to go through?
Hold on, let me get this straight. You said Quan paid who? Kel to shoot at Tay.
To kill Tay.
To kill Tay. How much you paid?
It's supposed to be $25,000.
Did he get it?
I told Tay before that. I told Tay, come pull up on me. Tay pull up on me.
Mm-hmm.
I said, bro, look, bro. I love you there, bro. But you gotta wait, bro. Bitch, on the corner, goddamn. He wants you dead, bro. Why though? Cause somebody tried to reach on the corner dead at the box shop.
Right.
They think it was Tay.
Right.
Yeah, they think it was Tay. But I'm just on the corner. It wasn't Tay, bro.
Who was it?
I don't know. Then the crazy thing about it, they, like, as I was listening, they were speaking on it like, it's supposed to be somehow Bankhead with some money. I don't know who the nigga was, who he is. I never heard. I heard him say his name, but I can't think of what it is. But I know if I was the head, I know. But he's supposed to have paid somebody to do it. But I'm telling Rich on the corner, like, I know Tay ain't do it. You feel me? That ain't Tay. Tay not just gonna walk up and shoot nobody. So he like, what I'm telling you, it was Tay. I'm like, no, it wasn't. He like, man, I'm like, I know it went, but I'm not gonna lie.
All right. So in that interview on a different day, you're again talking about the shooting of the Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop and of Rich Homie Quan's father, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. And again, what you just said on that tape was someone from Bankhead with some money paid someone to do it, right?
Right.
Okay. So in two separate interviews, you told detectives that someone from Bankhead with some money hired someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop. Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop, correct?
I'm listening.
Is that correct? You said that in two different interviews. Okay. Now, the reality, Mr. Copeland, is once you are given immunity as a witness in this case, you testified in court earlier when Ms. Hylton was asking questions that it was in fact you and Trevante Turner who shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, didn't you?
How many times we gonna go over this?
You and Trevante Turner, in fact, shot up Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop. Correct?
I'm listening.
The reality, Mr. Copeland, is the 25K on someone's head was completely made up by you. Correct?
Right.
The reality is that somebody from Bankhead with some money, those details, somebody from Bankhead with money, that was completely made up. Correct?
Right.
The reality is someone from Johnson Road being hired, and you would recognize their name if you heard it. All that was made up on the spot, on the fly, in the mind of Kenneth Copeland, wasn't it?
Right.
That was you finessing. Just like Lil Mike and Quez were made up on the spot. The man from Bankhead with money, the man from Johnson Road were made up characters.
I done told y'all 100 times I don't lie. You sitting right here keep trying to throw it in my face. I don't admit it till I lied.
I'm not trying to throw it in your face, Mr. Copeland. I'm giving you an opportunity to come clean.
I thought I did that.
Okay. Are these the type of details? You remember when you talked about details make your lies more believable to the police? Lil Quez from Etheridge, Lil Mike from Etheridge, Quez from Etheridge, man on Bankhead with money, man from Johnson Road. I would remember his name if someone said it. Are those the type of little details that you add to your finesse to make it more believable to the police?
Sound like that.
I'm going to move on to another topic, okay? Your Honor, may I approach the witness with DS-30?
It was a deep breath.
Mr. Copeland, I'm asking you to look at DS-30. Do you recognize the person on the right of that photograph?
On who right?
On your right.
Yeah.
That's Donovan Thomas, correct?
There's no.
Okay, you call him not. And in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate representation of Donovan Thomas? That's a picture of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and is he wearing a chain in that photograph?
Look like it.
And that chain is in fact a peanut chain, correct?
I can't tell.
Well, okay, you're familiar with his chain, correct?
It's a peanut chain.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit DS-30 into evidence.
Admitted.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish that picture, please. Okay. Hanging from Mr. Thomas's neck is essentially what the Planter's Peanut Man. It's a chain of the Planter's Peanut Man. And that is Donovan Thomas's chain, and that is a chain that he owned in 2015, correct?
I guess.
And he owned it in 2014 as well, correct?
Shit, I guess.
Okay. You are aware that in late 2014, Donovan Thomas's chain went missing, correct?
Right.
Someone stole it.
If that's what you want to call it.
Okay. Do you remember on January 11, 2015, the day you went to talk to Detective Thorpe asked you about your relationship with Donovan Thomas, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS 18A, which is States 378 Yankee Alpha, which is January 11, 2015, 3:14:23 to 3:14:36. It's just 13 seconds, if you could listen.
That I talked Thursday straight while I was about. I didn't do it. I never had, I'm with the, ain't never had two words to each other. Me and that was always okay. You know what I'm saying? Only person I had a problem with was Kev. I already be with him. When we see each other, it doesn't go. When they be with him.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, could you now publish DS 18B, which is from January 11th, 2015, 3:20:50 to 3:21:04 a.m.
So we never had a problem with that. Never in life. Okay. Never cool. Okay. We just had a problem with Brother Kev. Yes. Describe Kev to me. Show you a picture.
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS 18C, which is from the same interview, same exhibit, 3:30:31 to 3:31:02?
I switched up on them, so I got you. Yeah, so they got their ass with you. But I know that they can't like, I didn't know it ain't gonna be over with. I did something. I know it ain't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go to jail, I ain't trying to deal, I ain't trying to go to nobody's funeral, I'm not none of this. Me and nothing ain't never had a problem. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, I will show it to you. A person come on my Instagram page and say, you gonna die tonight. They come on my picture and say, your Instagram? Yes. You gonna die.
And finally, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS 18D, which is from the same interview, 3:41:50 to 3:42:45 a.m.?
I don't know what to do. Like, I didn't do it. Like, I'm lost. Like right now, man, I really am, man. I'm scared. I'm lost. I always say all at once. I can't even think, man. Like, I don't know what to do, man. I don't, man. Cause my name come like and everything. I'll be the same with it. But now somebody's dead, and I didn't know. I know how it feels to lose one. You know what I'm saying? I lost my closest friend. You know what I'm saying? And now they showing up people's mama house and stuff like that, bro. Like, and it ain't even dead. It ain't. It's a game. It's the whole clique. You know what I'm saying? They deep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing put fear in my heart, cause now I gotta watch out for everywhere I go. I have to watch out, and it ain't nothing I can do about it, man. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him. I didn't have him killed. I ain't never tried to fight him. I ain't never tried to rob him. I ain't never done nothing to nothing.
In that January 11th interview, you stated to Detective Thorpe on 4 different occasions that you never had any problem with Nut, that you and Nut were okay, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. You specifically said, I've never tried to fight him. I've never tried to rob him. I've never tried to do nothing to Nut.
Right.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish DS-21, which is States 378 Yankee Beta from 8/11/50 to 8/13/18. Hold on one second, Mr. Kokomo. And Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask a couple questions first. Going to your January 28, 2015 interview. Well, in general.
Let's just get to your question. You want to know, did I take the change?
We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. But in 2014, Donovan Thomas's chain went missing, was stolen out of his car, correct?
Right.
All right. To people in hip hop, a chain is a very personal thing, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that? Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish DS-21.
Like, and then, like, they would have somebody broke in that car and gave me the phone and the jury. Because when I realized I was ticked, you know what I'm saying? What the hell? Didn't nut shit. But I called nuts. Hey, man, I got your shit right here. Pull up on me. He come pull up on me. But before I gave back to him, I already hit 10 minutes. And he was texting the kid like, come on, bro, I introduced you to these folks, bro. You just took them out. And he was like, he sent big paragraph and killed this shit. Like, man, nigga, what up? You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I'm out here, nigga, you ain't doing it for me. Yeah. This one reading. You know what I'm saying? So, nuts and big paragraph, more paragraph, more paragraph, more paragraph. Kill like, man. Like, he ain't say back, like, man, nigga, fuck you, whatever. Bro, you know what I'm saying? But nut pull up. Don't nobody know it. You know what I'm saying? Nut pull up. Him and Grease. Man, nut got each other up. Like, bro, here, your stuff right here. You know what I'm saying? Right. He like, how you get it, bro? I ain't want to tell him. One of the young niggas on the deal broke in the car.
Okay. In that story, you were saying that someone stole a chain from Nut, correct? The peanut chain.
Yeah.
And that person, and not only his chain, but his ID, his wallet, his phone, correct?
Right.
And that person happened to give you Donovan Thomas's belongings.
Right.
And you said, you told the police, you realized it was Donovan Thomas's chain. And you called Nut and wanted to return his stuff, right? And specifically, right before we paused it, you said you didn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it because Donovan Thomas is what some people might say is the big homie, right? He's a gang leader. You don't just take Donovan Thomas's chain and it's all cool, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's why you wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, correct? You'd want to protect whoever took that chain. You wouldn't want Donovan Thomas gunning for that person for disrespecting his property, right?
Right.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS-24D, which is states 378 Yankee Delta, which is from February 21st, 2015. And this is from 5:37:44 to 5:40:26.
I was spying on that kid in Canada at night.
It's not playing.
So I'm pull up there one day.
Is it popped up now?
No.
You started again, Mr. Kokomo.
There you go.
Thank you.
I was spying on that kid in Canada at night. He told me pull up there one day. Somebody had one of my little punk broke in the car. Stole his chain, his phone, his ID, my driver's license. And I gave it back to him. Like, you know, I got it. Man, it's nuts shit, nigga. Yeah. But I really thought he was going to give me some back for it. I called him like, hey, man, I got the shit, bro. Like, for real, bro? Like, yeah. Like, where you at? I'm like, right here in Mechanicsville. I'm on my way to Mechanicsville. He like, all right, call me and get out there. So he called me back. I'm like, shit, I'm standing there waiting now. He's like, all right. So when I get out there, I call him. He like, pull up at 9 spot. Like, shit, I ain't got no ride now. I got dropped out like about 4. I said, pull up, what's out? I like to pull it like, right over pop from the player. He pull up, bag in, hand me Vic. She get out the car. Vic was in the car, what's up? Like, what's up, bro? She nut came, like, here you go, bro.
You hear me? Dap me up. I gave him that little shoulder thing. So when I gave him that, but I was spying on that kid in Canville at night.
Again, on February 21st, 2015, you're telling that investigator about your partner stealing from Donovan Thomas and then giving you the chain and the phone and the wallet, and then you returning it back to Donovan Thomas, right? And you dapped him up, and you and Donovan Thomas were all good, right? Okay. January 11th, 2015, you repeatedly said you had no problems with Donovan Thomas, right? January 28th, you talked about the chain. There was someone else that took it. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, wouldn't tell him who took it, but y'all were all good, right? February 21st, 2015, you again repeated that story about one of your partners taking the chain, it ending up in your hands. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, you dap him up, you're all good, right? Mr. Copeland, the reality is, late in 2014, you broke into Donovan Thomas's truck. Isn't that correct?
The door was open.
The reality is, you knew that was Donovan Thomas's truck. You know what he drove, right? You went into his truck and took his peanut chain, right? You knew it was Donovan Thomas's peanut chain, but you didn't care. You wanted to disrespect Donovan Thomas. You wanted to take his stuff. Isn't that correct?
It wasn't about disrespecting him.
The reality is, Mr. Copeland, that Donovan Thomas called his phone and you answered. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
The reality is, you knew that Donovan Thomas knew that you stole his stuff.
I ain't steal it.
Objection, speculation.
The reality is that you knew you bit off more than you could chew.
What you mean by that?
Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Objection, speculation. Based on the evidence, relevance.
Sustained.
The reality is, you made up this whole story about returning his chain, about your partner breaking in, and all the rest to try to throw Donovan Thomas off of your scent. Correct? But Donovan Thomas knew.
Objection, speculation. Vague.
Sustained.
When you told Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, that you ain't never have no problems with Donovan Thomas, that you and Nut were cool, you never brought up the chain, did you?
For what?
When you said you ain't never tried to rob him, you ain't done nothing to Donovan Thomas, you never brought up the chain, did you?
That ain't robbery.
You and Donovan Thomas were far from cool. TIG stands for Think It's a Game, correct? Ms. Copeland, TIG is Think It's a Game, correct?
You know it.
Okay. That's a record label?
I guess.
That's a record label that Donovan Thomas was associated with, correct?
I guess.
It's run out of Summerhill.
I don't know.
Neighborhood in Atlanta. Mr. Bennett, also known as Lucci, wrapped under that label. Think It's a Game, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Think It's a Game had a studio on Metropolitan Avenue in Atlanta back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you to look at DS31. Is that, do you recognize DS31?
Yeah,
Okay. That is the building that housed TIG Studios back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that DS31 be put into evidence, be admitted as evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
That's the studio that Lucci went to make songs, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Donovan Thomas would be at, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Rich Homie Quan would be at, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You are aware that on January 8th, 2015, late at night on January 8th, 2015, the TIG studios were shot up, correct? You know that, right?
I'm listening.
You are aware that Rich Homie Quan's truck was struck by bullets on January 8th, 2015. His windshield was shot out, correct?
You don't know.
You're aware that Donovan Thomas was present at TIG Studios on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that true?
I don't hang up there.
DS22B, please, Mr. Kokomo. I would like to publish, Your Honor, DS22B, which is from January 28, 2015 interview, states Exhibit 378 Yankee Beta 7/24/39 to 7/25/06.
All right.
Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. Yeah. And you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. That side of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I mean? You been
You are talking to the police about Rich Homie Quan asking you if you shot up his truck, correct? In that interview.
That's what it just said.
Okay. I'm gonna put it on this one.
like, no, I was if you in there like this.
What did he have the 25 on to do? Tell you here, bro.
That's it. So, Rich Homie Quan questioned you about whether you were the person that was outside the TIG studio shooting up in that studio on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that correct?
You can't question me.
Okay. Thank the court's indulgence. Not talking about what you told the police. I'm talking about reality now. On January 6th, 2015, You were at Club Crucial.
I'm listening.
You were in possession of a large amount of money and you were showing off in front of a bunch of people that knew you, in front of a bunch of girls, correct?
I'm listening.
In front of all these people at this club, Kelvin Watts, Shell Kell, Donovan Thomas's brother, jumped you, correct?
I'm listening.
He tested you. He started punching you. He tried to take your stuff. He gave you a black eye.
He punched me in the back. He didn't hit me he didn't face me off.
Okay. Well, you had a swollen face.
Because another nigga hit me.
Okay. Who was with Shell Kell?
What's up, bro?
He was with Shell Kell, the other person that hit you?
Obviously, he went with me.
These men, Shell Kell and his friends, tested you publicly in front of a bunch of people, in front of a bunch of girls, correct? They tried to run your pockets, right?
I'm listening.
Pardon my language, it pissed you off.
Just like you is.
Okay. 2 days later, on January 8th, 2015, you found out that Nut and Rich Homie Quan were outside the TIG studios on Metropolitan Avenue, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got in that rented Infiniti and drove up to that studio, didn't you?
Your Honor, objection assuming facts not in the evidence.
I'll allow it.
You took your gun with you. You stood outside the fence and you shot at TIG Studios. And you put a bullet in Rich Homie Quan's truck. Did you not?
You got proof?
Was Trevante with you when you went to the TIG Studios?
Did you got proof?
All right, we're going to change the subject, Mr. Copeland.
All right.
To your understanding, now you pled to the possession of a firearm case from 2021. You pled to that recently, or this year.
Say that again?
You pled to that case this year, correct? Earlier this year, the possession of firearm that you were interviewed about on October 27, 2021?
I don't know if it was this year or last year.
Okay, fair enough. To your understanding, you still have a pending matter in front of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Shit, I ain't no telling. I don't know.
Well, you discussed it. You gave an interview with the Danza Project recently, right?
Right.
All right, and you discussed a pending matter where your understanding is you are charged with filing a false report.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. To your understanding, you're charged with false report of a crime and false statements, 2 felonies, correct?
Right.
And the allegation is that while you're at the Fulton County Jail,
Relevance as to the specific conduct or the specific, an improper impeachment as to the specific extrinsic evidence of the specific incident that occurred.
Okay, I can't really hear you very well, but I think we might need to approach about this anyway.
All right, I see a lot of mixed thoughts in the chat, you guys. I see some people asking how this benefits his client. Well, his client is charged with the murder that happened here. So if he can create a scenario where there's a bunch of back and forth being initiated by Woody and or threat, then you have a culprit that is not my client. So not only is it reasonable doubt, a reasonable doubt's already been created because I lied when I said Shannon was in that car. But now you have a possible other person that actually did it. And that's extremely helpful because jurors want to know who did what. Jurors want to have closure. Something happened, so someone must have done it. It's hard for a defense attorney to just say, my client didn't do it, the proof isn't sufficient, blah, 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 blah. Please go in there and find my client not guilty. But when you can say, my client didn't do it, the evidence against him isn't sufficient, the evidence actually points to someone else, clearly, catches them red-handed. Motive. Evidence. And the evidence that should be here, reports, they don't have because they never got the right gun back from Moody, from Kenneth Copeland. So this is extremely, extremely helpful to Shannon Stillwell. Extremely helpful. And, like, really, the other co-defendants as well, at least as it relates to charges relating to Donovan Thomas's murder. So, yeah. Maybe Max is cooking big back beef ribs. And you can see now, I hope, like, going back to the beginning of Max Schardt's cross when he started, remember I said he's circling. He'll loop in and he'll loop back out. He keeps changing the subject every once in a while and coming back to have these more pointed, like, you did it kind of aggressive moments. Because he knows how this type of witness might react, how he might get frustrated, and how he starts answering differently when he's frustrated. And there's probably certain very pointed questions, like the ones he just asked before we took this recess or sidebar. There's certain questions that you want the witness to be aggressive in answering, because the jury will perceive it, most likely, a certain way. When a jury hears a witness on the stand for a key thing, shooting up someone's window, you got proof? After you've been so calm and collected while the questions did not talk about Donovan Thomas, your demeanor changes to this when we're talking about January 6th, January 8th, January 10th. You want those aggressive answers there. You want those aggressive answers in that moment. So, I think all of this is very helpful for Shannon Stillwell, at least as it relates to things that the jurors could reasonably believe Woody might actually be the culprit, or Tay might be the culprit. So, and yeah, he's not just going to come out and admit something. Like, I don't think we're going to get that moment, but the next closest thing to admitting, because what reasonable person really would admit on the stand when they've been lying and telling stories and making the police chase their tails for 10 years? Why would they suddenly just admit and come clean now? But by asking them, don't you want to come clean? And then following it up with these, like, dissecting piece by piece these questions that make the juror kind of funnel in right after, don't you want to come clean? And you lay out the timeline, you lay out the specifics. Those aggressive answers, if this is a confession, those aggressive answers get you right here for those pointed questions. So that's my takeaway on what Schardt is currently doing with this witness. And he has the hardest questions to ask. He has the hardest questions to ask. You know, when Steele was up there, Steele had a lot to address as far as, was Young Thug ordering you around? Was this stuff happening because Young Thug was calling the shots? But Brian Steele didn't have to get his client outside of the car, the Infiniti that was seen supposedly driving by and shooting at Donovan Thomas. Steele has, Max Schardt has the heavy lifting for his client. So, but there we are. Yeah, so I know there's a lot of good back and forth in the chat though. So by all means, don't let my opinion limit the way you think. And Black Butterfly, this is perfect. You said it earlier, but fourth quarter, run the clock.
That won't do much good then.
Honor, may I approach
You may.
DS27A and DS27B?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, could you just look at those two documents? Do you recognize those documents?
I seen it before, yeah.
Are those the arrest warrants taken out for you for false report of a crime and false statements that you believe are still pending against you?
Yeah.
Okay. And briefly, the allegation is that, well, Your Honor, I would move to admit DS27A and DS27B into evidence.
Yeah, we reject the admission of those two exhibits. We can ask the question, but I think the exhibit, impeach them with the exhibits or.
They're admitted over objection.
Mr. Copeland, briefly, the allegations against you that you believe are pending are that you accused a jail worker or a deputy of spraying with OC spray at the jail. Right? And the deputies, the supervisors, reviewed the videotape from the jail and determined that the jail worker did not have OC spray on her and did not spray you with any OC spray in the jail. Isn't that correct? Right? Did you know that the state, while this trial was going on, dismissed that case against you?
I didn't know that.
Well, I brought you good news. May I approach with 27C?
You may.
I want to say, Schardt just took all of the screws out. He's ready. He said, well, I'm here.
Does that document say State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland?
I think.
Okay. That document indicates. May I approach?
You may.
Correct me if I'm wrong, does this document say the facts of this case have been reviewed, and although it appears that probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision of the district attorney at this time is not to prosecute the above named defendant? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
Okay. It says the reasons for this decision are as follows: prosecutorial discretion. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
the person whose name is on this document is Fani T. Willis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That document does not indicate that your pending charges for false report of a crime and false statement, they don't indicate that those are dismissed forever, just for now, at this time, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And nothing in that document says we dismiss this case because we were wrong, Mr. Copeland's innocent. It said prosecutorial discretion, correct?
What do they mean?
Okay. It means they just made the decision to do it.
All right, that we can strike that part. Ask your next question.
Isn't it true? And you just found out that this was dismissed today, but isn't it true that while you were on the state's witness list to testify in this case, the state was simultaneously, at the same time, prosecuting you for false statements and false report of a crime. Isn't that true?
Talk to me so I can understand.
They were calling you a liar at the same time that they were asking this jury to believe what you're saying. Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about your immunity agreement with the state. They told you in that June 10th, 2024 meeting that you did not ask for, that any crime that you talked about, they were not going to prosecute you for, correct?
Yeah.
You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barber shop. You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father. They're not going to prosecute you for those things, right? That's what they told you. That's the promise they made to you, correct?
Characterization of the evidence.
Sustained.
Is that your understanding?
Nothing I say can be used against me.
Okay. There's one exception.
If I say that I did, yeah.
Okay. The Donovan Thomas thing.
Yes.
Love.
Mr. Copeland, you don't know any of these gentlemen back here to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas, do you?
What you mean?
Back in 2015, you didn't know any of these gentlemen to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas.
I never said I did.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland, is you were the person who had a problem with Donovan Thomas. Isn't that correct? You were the one that broke into Donovan Thomas's car, correct?
So in facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
You've admitted to it. You're the one that stole Donovan Thomas's chain, correct? Ms. Copeland, you're the one that shot up Donovan Thomas's friend, Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in 2014, correct? You're the one that was going back and forth with Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You've called his brother a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
Mr. Copeland's not answering the question, so
Yeah,
he needs a
apparently
response.
Mr. Schardt doesn't care whether he answers or not, so it's fine with me. I mean,
fine
if
with
he
me
wants
too.
an answer, he can say that.
You called Kelvin Watts a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
And I don't think nobody walking earth would not agree with it.
You said that people would cheer if he died. Correct?
I will. Back in the days.
You've shot at Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You're the one who got jumped by Donovan Thomas's brother on January 6, 2015 at Club Crucial, correct? You, not any of these gentlemen. Right? And you're the one that shot up TIG Recording Studio on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that correct? Let me ask you something, Mr. Copeland. You were asked about the green store by Attorney Steele, right? The green store, you're familiar?
Yeah.
That's actually called Mommy's Grocery in Delhi on Glen Street, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You estimated that the driving time is 5 minutes. The truth is, to get from the green store to where Donovan Thomas was gunned down, you have to drive a couple 100 feet on Glen Street and take a right onto McDaniel, correct? That's how you get there, right over the tracks. The truth is, it takes less than a minute to make that drive. Isn't that correct? Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS24F? This is February 21st, 2015, 378 Yankee Delta from 622:59 to 624:01.
I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He ill there. He called the night. Well, I forgot what they got killed with.
And we're going to start it over, Mr. Copeland, because I didn't provide any context. You spoke on a gang meeting that the Bloods had about you on that Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct? Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS24?
I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was. I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He ill there. He called the night. Well, I forgot what they got killed with. It was a Friday night. It was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But a barbecue just about it was blood meeting. Everything blood meeting. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, all I need, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that other nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all them guns. The same night, they gave every last one a gun. Say, treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and told me everything, and he said, is this person a friend of yours?
The Bloods had a gang meeting on the Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, 2 days before, on the same day that you shot up TIG Studios. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
In that statement to the police, you said that the whole meeting was based on me. Not them, on you. That Mo, from behind the wall, had put the green light on you. Not anyone else. He put the green light on you for what was going on with you. The guy who stole from Donovan Thomas. The guy who shot up the studio with Rich Homie Quan and Donovan Thomas in the studio that night.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor, is assuming facts not in the evidence and harassment of their witness. Overruled.
You've told the police at that meeting, Donovan Thomas went whoop, approved of the orders to kill you. You told the police that the gang members handed out guns to younger people. And the plan was to trick you to come to the gas station. And the only reason you weren't killed is because someone told you about it. In January 2015, Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Objection, speculation, again, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Copeland, you're not the type of guy to back down, are you?
Don't want to answer now.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Beautiful
I know that the
ending with
state is
silence.
gonna have redirect, but I think it's gonna last longer than we've got for this evening. So we will come back on Tuesday of next week
Juror
to
issue?
finish up with Mr. Copeland. So Mr.
Look at him
Copeland, if you
staring.
can be back here with us at 9 a.m. on Tuesday of next week.
Be blessed.
All right.
Not the alarm.
Okay, so I am going to excuse y'all, except I'd like for you to stay after for a minute, if you don't mind. The rest of you.
Okay, they're gonna do the
with
jury thing.
Reminders to not discuss this case with anybody. Don't let anybody discuss this case with you. Don't talk about it amongst yourselves. Don't look at and in fact avoid any media accounts of this case or anybody involved in it, including anything on any kind of social media. Don't try to find out any information about the case or anybody involved in it from any source outside of what we all hear together in this courtroom. Okay, I want y'all to enjoy your long weekend and your holiday break, and I'll see y'all back on Tuesday. All right, and again, for the media, what we're about to talk about, I'm going to need y'all to turn off all of the audio and video for. Thank you.
Right, so you guys know the drill. We'll keep it up in case they come back. Crazy. You guys rate Schardt's strategy now that we've seen it incomplete. Lamel said that Woody was tortured to lie for the state so they could have this case. Thug should thank him for exposing these type of tactics. I mean, I do think that we wouldn't be here without Woody, but at the same time, Woody is the one that kind of had to be used to get them out. I mean, I get that there's 100 witnesses left, but if this is the big fish charge is stuff circling the murder of Donovan Thomas, this is a big one to check off and, you know, really seal up that deal. I don't know how the state's going to recover from it. Ending on a silence like that is wild. Sheenie Beanie earlier had said, finally, Schardt is now down with my kind of courtroom carrying on. That's right, show those Fulton County Blues, paint that picture. Yeah, even though he didn't get the bag and the shirt in, he definitely got to keep mentioning that. Lola said, let me find out there's a Woody multiverse. Do you mean the Lil Mike and the Quez catching strays? Nancy New says, lawyer is on alert for federal immunity and statute of limitations. That's why they're careful of this particular question. Yep. And you could see there was always hesitance on Woody's end whenever the subject were dancing around the subject of Donovan Thomas. Welsh Lady Reads, good to see you. Enjoyed first month as a member. Thank you, Kat, for what you do. You are welcome. Thanks for being here. Satchel says, Woody seems to respond to questions that use the 10K basic English words. Yeah, and I do think shorter sentences with one direct point that we didn't really hear that many objections for compound questions. I think there was a couple times where Max kind of loaded a bunch of things in one question, but state didn't object. But Woody did say, huh? Can you repeat that? I don't get what you're asking. But those shorter questions definitely seem to work better. Yeah, blue skies. Hylton and Love beefing again, sitting far apart. And it's funny because every time Love wanted to say something to Hylton, it would be obvious because now she's like leaning a lot. Thank you for the super chat. Laugh, always have fun. That's a good message. Didn't the judge say Woody had state and federal immunity? So the judge let Hylton give that answer, and then the judge adopted Hylton's answer, and I'm not sure if Hylton's answer was actually accurate. Technically, the state isn't supposed to use anything he says as a lead to find something to prosecute him for. And the feds seem to kind of honor things that are handed out, these types of immunity orders that are handed out at a lower level, unless they have a good reason not to. So I think that cool, they respect it, but is that guaranteed? I think that explains why Woody was still hesitant to talk about certain things. And I think the defense attorneys did a really good job of being able to ask about that ex parte meeting and get the jury to hear what may have been said and discussed in that ex parte meeting, what impression Woody was under during that ex parte meeting, even if they weren't able to ask certain specific questions. Sandy, thank you so much for gifting the 5 memberships. You guys show Sandy some love in the chat, especially if you got a gifted membership. If you're green, just want to show Sandy some appreciation. And then directed verdict time, you know, it would be kind of interesting. A directed verdict, you guys, is, you know, right after the state rests their case in chief. They bear the burden of proof to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the sufficiency of evidence standard isn't met, a judge can decide, you know, going to make a directed verdict and dismiss XYZ. There's so many counts here, and the sufficiency of evidence bar is pretty low to meet. So just if we accepted this at its face, the way you're presenting it to us, if this would prove the elements of the charges, if we accept it at face value, then we've met the sufficiency of the evidence standard. There's enough here to prove the elements if it's all true what you're presenting to us. So it's not really a high bar to meet. So it would be interesting to see, though, since there's so many charges, if maybe we do get a directed verdict on a couple line items. Definitely be interesting. I would not expect it, though. And thank you, Recused Judge Whitaker, too, for the $1.99 super chat. With the picture and everything, full character. And Chloe Albert's revenge is funny. I think if Woody stays on the stand too much longer, they might have to pay him a salary. Shasta says, wild day. Woody got tased, made up Lil Mike and Quez, put Bumper back on a car, and the nut juice. And it's not over yet. Yeah, Lil Mike and Quez were out here catching some strays. So shout out to all the Lil Mikes and the Quezes out there that have nothing to do with anything being discussed here. Thank you so much, Shasta. Ike says, Woody isn't going to last 2 hours on redirect with DAs East and West. That'll be an interesting start since it ended this way. At least the state, to their advantage, they have 5 days to get some work done. Or, yeah, right? 5? Yeah. FFS says, anyone else besides me think Woody is about to turn the lights off and check out for the day? Yeah, he went silent. He really, really went silent. And I think sustaining, remember, if the judge sustained the state's objections, that's a win for the state in this case. When we had the overrules, that was a win. And I think she should have overruled what she overruled, but I was still a little surprised, you probably saw my face, that she just straight up overruled it, like kind of as soon as the objection was stated. So, and then FFS, Love and Hylton are updating resumes, looking for a different job. Shout out to Russell, thanks so much for the 2. And Black Butterfly, I do think that this felt like a grand finale 5.0. I do feel like Schardt kind of designed it to feel that way. I think that was his goal. A little bit theatrical with it. And I think it was effective because when you're being theatrical and the response at the very end from the other side is silence, that's a pretty tangible contrast. Like tension in the room. Cut it like a stick of butter. Janelle, and this is part of it too, leading up to something that feels like a grand finale finish. On a, day we're recessing for a break, 5-day break. Woody was being hostile towards Schardt. And he wasn't hostile towards Schardt the whole time. He got hostile with a certain topic. Very, very telling. And again, the jury can read this body language, this demeanor, these shifts, however they want to. They're allowed to make the inference. They don't need to hear him state out loud something like, I know you guys were like, oh, he's not going to admit something, or what if he actually blurts out, gets pissed off and blames one of the other defendants and names them and says they were the ones that actually did this. The jury still gets to decide what's credible. Whether that's the words, the demeanor, the body language, the silence. And I think that hostility plays very well for what Schardt is trying to do to defend his client. Thank you so much, Janelle. And yeah, the Woody on listening was funny. You guys liked that in the chat. It was interesting. It was like, I don't want to answer, but I'll just let you keep talking. I don't want to say anything now. Peter Ortiz says, Max is defending his client. Remember, Woody is not a good guy. His client has more charges against him than Thug. Max is making his point, and he's got to. It's his job. Ineffective assistance of counsel, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a high bar to reach an ineffective assistance of counsel standard. Like, I see it in appeals all the time, and it never actually sticks. It rarely sticks, at least. But still got to do your job. And then Max Schart's doing this on TV with tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands watching. So he's gotta work. He's gotta do his job. Thank you so much, Peter. Always good to see you. Angie, Angie said, I need a comfort break. My nerves can't take it. Well, I think a lot was going on, right? And it is kind of crazy stuff to watch. You go in, you don't really know what's going on. Regardless, somebody's getting poked and prodded for the state to build the case they're trying to build. And I had seen someone mention, I don't feel sorry for Woody. And I'm sorry I didn't catch the comment. It was scrolling too fast, so I couldn't star it. I don't feel sorry for Woody, but I don't like what they treated him like in the jails and the prisons, and to get him roped up so he would tell them something so they could find this big fish. I don't remember the exact wording, but that's kind of a weird position to be in, right? To sympathize for what you're hearing was done to one key witness to make this case happen, and then also finding out that they might have been the one doing this thing that someone else is being accused of doing. It does kind of weigh on you. And Angie, I always appreciate it. I think it's good to be able to think with nuance. And JC, thanks for helping someone become a member. Super nice of you. That would be very interesting. I'm not sure. I do think DA Atkins tries to learn, like, law. He seems a little bit younger, even though maybe this case has taken a toll on him. I don't know if Steele would want to hire someone like Atkins, though. I feel like he would have such a distrust for, even though he tries to respect everybody, I feel like he would have distrust for people sitting right at the immediate table with Love, because he just does not like Love. But maybe. And heck yeah, Peter, Max is getting it done. Woody shot up the barber shop, and then we're also hearing about the TIG studios. And really masterful for the clips that Schardt pulled out at the very end, those short statements of, oh, the Bloods called a whole meeting about me. The whole meeting was about me. Right after he's doing this stuff. Very, very, very effective. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, the jurors are from Georgia and didn't really come from Planet Canton, where doubt doesn't exist. Yeah, and the interesting thing about the Karen Reed case is, there was some, it seems to be, based on the affidavits, it seems like the jurors unanimously acquitted on the top charge, but were hung up on, a manslaughter charge. And, when you're dealing with a case like all these faces, all these names, all these dates, I do think we might actually see something similar, but for the most part, some of the charges will just be acquitted, some will stick, and then some will be hung. And I think where people are willing to hang, I think if a jury is willing to split the baby, they'll probably split it on the lesser stuff. But what about these big charges? These big charges could be the dangerous one for, guilty or split, which is also not an acquittal. So I think I'm going to hold out on saying that doubt won't exist, at least for all the charges here in this indictment. But we'll see. You never know what a juror will do. Natasha says, people seem to forget that Woody is not Max's client. Shannon is. And Miss Kims, I did see this. I did slow the chat. I know it was a very exciting moment, the bombshell moments, but I did up it so people weren't back to back sending messages right away. So thank you so much, Miss Kim. And then Tamika says, wait a minute. They let him think those charges still lingered. Yes. So that he would play ball during testimony. That's scandalous. Yep. And remember, Hylton said, I explained to him at length. so he would understand basically his immunity deal. What might have been part of those explanations? We see her say in the ex parte meeting, think about this, guys. On June 10th, we see her say, I know you can't be charged for anything except for perjury. Do you understand what perjury means? Perjury, perjury, perjury. We can charge you for perjury. When I read it, I thought she was trying to imply that we somehow know that you didn't kill Donovan Thomas for a fact, even though we never collected ballistics, we didn't do ballistics. But if you say that we're going to call it perjury, we're going to decide 100% it's perjury. That's kind of how I interpreted the June 10th. But now, with what you're talking about, Tamika, I'm thinking she was reminding him, hey, when we met on that Friday and the Monday earlier this week, when you and I were just talking, and I spent all this time trying to help you understand, I probably kept telling you, don't forget, you'll be good, just testify, but we could always get you for perjury. Could always get you for perjury. And that perjury word wasn't a don't lie about a specific crime, or don't tell the truth about a specific crime, because we'll call it perjury. It was this thing that you don't really actually understand. It can come back and we can get you for it. We can loop back around. New way to look at that ex parte meeting that was already really suspect. Thank you so much for re-highlighting this, Tamika. And then, yeah, FFS says, this Max doesn't miss, straight 3-point shots. Yeah, you got to put it in basketball references, you guys. Max Schardt is a NBA fan. And a few weeks ago, he made a post that was related to something with the NBA, and everybody thought he was talking about the trial. And he was like, no, just let me enjoy a basketball tweet once in a while, you guys. And then Satchel says, am I missing something? Does the YSL gang have one member? I mean, it seems like it, and that member might be Woody by himself. Thanks so much, Satchel. Peter Ortiz, I agree with you. Silence is setting Max's client free. That silence was deafening, damning, whatever, powerful. Big, big time. Oh my gosh. Tamara says, I feel like we're trying to figure out who Ghost is, but the 2024 version. I mean, I think Schardt gave us a narrow little funnel to think about it. The way he put those clips together, it was hard to follow the clips earlier in cross-examination with the way Schardt was doing it. But it was clear to me that last 30 minutes when he was playing those shorter clips, right in between very pointed questions, he gave us a funnel to look towards who Ghost is. And then FFS says, I rate it 10 out of 10. Not gonna lie, I was scared an hour ago. Definitely thought Woody was gonna turn off his lights and check himself out. He kind of did. He did kind of just go silent there. King Bama. It looked like Barna on StreamYard. But King Bama, that makes more sense. Says, Woody and Threat saw Kel at the barbershop. Rich Homie really did put money on the rear head, on Threat's head. They hit Nut by accident because he was besides Kel. I mean, that maths to me. That's a theory that makes sense to me. And it makes sense because, you know, I'm sure Donovan Thomas would want to look out for Kel, but going after someone like Donovan Thomas would probably get a lot more heat on your back. So, a way bigger risk. And they messed up if they were going for Kel and shot the wrong person. I think they got a bigger target on their back than it would have been with just Kel. So, but imagine all the stuff with Detective Dennis and Thorpe or whatever. Imagine if they somehow, one of these priors before that with Woody, if they said, hey, get yourself out now and get out of town now before January 2015 came around. Thank you so much, King Bama. And then Katie Coco says, predictions for new motions submitted over weekend. Watching the channel from Cape Canaveral. I was staring at your picture, that's why I got quiet. I was like, Coco, is it going to be like Cape Canaveral? So shout out to Cape Canaveral. You're my neighbor. I do think we might get some new motions. I don't think they're going to be anything super bombshell, but we'll look at them for sure. And again, it would be for the purpose of putting something, an argument clean as a filing on the record. She Loves Fantasy says, And great commentary all day in the chat. I've seen you. They can circle back and put those charges back on Woody too. I'm certain they will. Great work today, Kat. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, even though I do think the defense was careful to accomplish what they need to accomplish without Woody really saying certain things explicitly, flat out. Yeah, he pointed the finger and embarrassed Love, but they never got him to come out and just say, I did these crimes out on the stand. So, but still, I don't trust a bitter prosecutor to do something fair or put aside the will to get revenge for being scorned and having your case ruined. So I wouldn't put it past them. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past Love. Okay, we can do an all caps rant, you guys. And you need to pay. You just gave me a reminder, though. But thank you for the super chat. And again, when I'm saying vent, it can be positive. So there you go. You have 60 seconds. We'll wait until I have my StreamYard timer. I can see when it passes a minute. So there you go. And then Black Gold says, Georgia prosecutors exposed. Free Jeffrey Williams. And I think we're done with this feed, you guys. I don't think that they're going to come back. Hold on. Let me check if Kathy Rusana said anything. Okay, so far no updates from Kathy on anything going on with the juror. I don't see anything from Joseph Bapp either. So, but we'll keep checking and I'll let you know. And you guys have like 30 seconds left on that all cap session, you guys. But Black Gold says Georgia prosecutors expose, free Jeffrey Williams. I mean, if nothing else, if you guys are torn in the chat, if this really helps Shannon Stillwell or not, or if this really makes Woody look guilty or not, I think one thing that's very clear that happened today is the prosecutors look disorganized, possibly bad faith, probably bad faith in my opinion, very shady, win at all costs, in part possibly acting like an investigator, trying to make their case happen, rather than actually working with the stuff put in front of them. So I think you were right, Black Gold. That is definitely 100% across the board. I would be shocked if there's someone in the chat that doesn't think the state at least looks like they made some kind of mistake. Thank you so much. And then Yadat says, the defense seems like the 72-10 Bulls, and Schardt took it home game 6. He painted the whole story that Woody had motive and opportunity. And why it was so different. Remember, he started his cross by saying why June 10th was so different. And then he actually closed out by really highlighting why January 11th was so different. Why are you talking about they're all looking at you? The whole meeting was about you. And you didn't do anything to Donovan Thomas. Why was that your line of conversation? Right after you had stolen his chain because his car wasn't locked. Very, very effective. So I agree. Thank you, Yadat. That girl Mia says this is sad all around. Corrupt state means no justice for the victims, along with these men being held without justification for years. Congrats on 20K. Well, right, it's a sad message, and then I get a happy congrats at the end, so thank you so much. But, you know, two different sentiments here in the super chat. It's really crazy because not only have these men been held, but this case is putting off so many other cases. While we're trying this, while we're delaying this trial 2 months to switch judges, all these other people are sitting unindicted or waiting for their trial day. Honestly, I think there's a problem. I think there's victims that the suspect for some violent crime that may have taken someone's livelihood away from them, taken someone's close loved one away from them. Fani Willis said, and I think it was 2023, she was saying there's a bunch of suspects still out, loose. They're not in custody. Homicide suspects. They know who the suspect is, but they're not held. They're out. So why is that? That's not fair for the victims. So you've got so many people with their life on hold because of just the way they're dragging this particular case out. Even people that have nothing to do with this case. It's just really crazy. And I know it's not isolated to Fulton County. But Fulton County is way over the moon, way over the average on length of time, violating that time to someone actually is indicted, having a bond hearing. They are way over the national average. So even though that's not only happening here, it is one of the worst statistically. Thank you so much for the super chat. And then Nick, so good to see your thoughts. Thank you for the super chat. What a masterclass in cross-examination. Ending with that last hour and sending the jurors home over Labor Day weekend. I will cover the afternoon tomorrow morning. Perfect, because what are we going to do tomorrow, you guys? What are we going to do tomorrow? There's no court. We can go over to Nick and we can rewatch. I think afternoon. Did Careton Matthews go before or after lunch? I forget. But in any case, I can work and I can lurk. And you know what's great about spending the Labor Day weekend with Nick Starro is he does labor law. So who better? Who better to spend your time with? And if you're doing your Friday panel this week on Friday, I will be there, Nick. So see you in the chat tomorrow, Nick, and anyone else that wants to come along from the chat. I hope you guys join us. It'll be a great time. Sheenie Beanie, a directed verdict with this judge? Yeah, not likely, I agree. She's already pulling double duty helping the state present their case. She at least didn't give them an assist with their objections today, right? Did she give a single assist on, like, giving them a basis for an objection? Maybe in the morning, but when they tried to object during the afternoon, she was just yes or no. She didn't try to help them out, which was really different to me. But otherwise, like all these other days, it's like Love would pause and then Whitaker would, why are you making this argument? Like just offering it to them every time, handing it to them. Thank you, Sheenie Beanie. You always have good insights. FFS says, don't worry, chat. I'm on the jury. We're dismissing. And no, we're not having a moment of silence. No more nut juice. No more nut juice. You guys are crazy. CT Benny, the N-word show, says Nutwater is crazy. I'm gonna dream about the chat saying this and putting the emojis in the chat. Eslo says, I was wondering if defense could or did hire a private investigator. I'm sure they did. And they have so much to investigate too. I'm sure some of the defense attorneys had more than one PI with different skill sets out there. But good to think about, you know. I'm only saying that, I'm only thinking about it because you just mentioned it. Okay, so Judge Whitaker has decided not to excuse Juror 387 since she was not in a dire situation. So we still have 4 alternates. There you go, you guys. There you go. And Trakisha says, the state has 5 days to strategize the redirect. I think they need it. I think they need all 5 days. I think they need all 5 days. I don't know if they'll be ready. Although she seemed to already know, Hylton already seemed to know that she plans for it to be an hour and a half to 2 hours. Whether that's an accurate guess or not. I mean, they've got to come back and try to re-steer the motive and suspect back in the co-defendant's direction for the murder of Donovan Thomas. I don't know what they're going to do that, and I don't know. They've got to realize the line we said that Max Schardt was walking on with Woody during some of his lines of questioning. I think they've got to be aware that he's going to be on that line through anything they try to ask him. I don't think there's anything for them that is low risk. So that's going to be fun to watch. I do have to start a little bit late on Tuesday because I think I have a meeting. I forget when it starts, but we'll start probably like, it's in the morning. But I expect it'll run late. I think it's supposed to finish before 9:30, but you know how things go. So I will start a little bit late, but we'll fast forward through any tech issues and the lunch break. And I'm sure we'll catch up before the end of the day. Erica says the state had 9 years and look at them now. Yeah. They're going to use these 5 days like they should have used these 9 years. And then, okay, Nancy knew, good point. So ex parte transcript is in evidence. Judge allowed it. So I didn't pay attention to that, but that means the jury can ask to see it. So that's actually, I don't know if the jurors will remember that. But they've got to be curious, because if they aren't watching outside of the courtroom, they don't really know all that much about it. They just keep hearing about it. So if they see that they're able to request that and want to take a look at it, what do you think if the juror asked to read that during deliberations? What do you think they'll make of reading that transcript? As if they don't know the things that we know. They haven't been talking about it for 2 months. That could be impactful. They'll see the I did these crimes. And remember, Whitaker said, the transcript is the best evidence we have of what really happened in that meeting. So a juror could think it's very credible if they see on paper a transcription is saying that Woody said, I did these crimes. SD says day 120 will go down in history. Again, it's another thing, guys. I have segments for Schart's cross, and obviously Careton, Matthews, and Doug's I can just clip on their own. So if you ever want to YouTube Doug Weinstein, Woody cross-examination, you can just clip a segment. You'll have it ready to go. You don't need to go through a whole stream. But segmenting Steele's and segmenting Max Schardt, I mean, some of the lines of questioning are like an hour long. So I will try to clip it so that way in the future, if you need to reference something from today and yesterday from cross-examination, maybe when Detective Dennis or Sprinkle or Thorpe come on the stand, you can quickly revisit it. If you guys didn't know, let me use a Nick Starro video. Let me pull one up quick. There's a very handy trick. I don't see it yet because it hasn't processed. Let me go to an old video. I noticed it on Long Crime too, as soon as they've had time. When a video stream ends on YouTube, it takes time to process. But after some time has passed, if you... Let's see, let me share. And that means we won't have captions right away, closed captions, but we'll get them eventually. So just so you guys know. And the sound cuts in like, and you let it a little load into this. And if I were to use, I'm on a Windows, so if I hit Control F,
there we
Mac,
go.
It'll be
so how is everybody?
F, or I think some browsers.
And do we think we will get to cross-examination this
afternoon?
afternoon?
I want to find when they're talking about, I don't know what they talked about this day. So I just searched on my screen. I don't think you can see it, but I'm searching for the word Parte, and now I can search the whole transcript right on YouTube. And if I click here, I can jump right to this part.
Like the ex parte testimony
good
bit
little
right
tool
there.
If you guys quickly want to ever find something from a certain day, utilize this transcript feature that YouTube has built in, because you can click right to the timestamps. I use it all the time. It's so helpful. Yeah, and we might rewatch this. I do want to rewatch Walter Murphy DK sometime soon, but I think Tick by Schardt was really good too, talking about that plea agreement. So that's on my list too. I have a smaller clip recapping testimony from Trontavia Stevens or Tick, but that might be one of our rewinds coming up in this weekend or next weekend. So look forward to that. Hi, I agree that was a good one. Cash Money Cass says, Steele and Weinstein sympathized. Schardt held his hand, walked him to his truth with a dagger. Classic bait and switch, but with love. And I really think Careton Matthews did a very important thing. He cleared up the air that their clothing, their style, none of this stuff, especially with the mask thing that Schardt followed up with for a different reason. You can't just look at someone's clothes and the pictures they post on Instagram and decide because they have a patch that happens to be red on their leg that it's supposed to scream that they're proclaiming to the world that they're blood. So, and I think that was most effectively done with a short cross, one person in and out, rather than bogging down the point of other questioning with it. I would love to have been a fly on the wall for any strategizing between the defense attorneys. Like, seriously, that'd be so cool. FFS says, let's not forget immunity against anything you say can't be used. Plot twist. If they receive anything from anyone else to corroborate the crimes, he can be charged. That's something very possible. I totally agree, FFS. I don't trust this prosecution team to be honest when they say, oh, we had another lead. I think that they would, if they want to use something that Woody says against him or any person that's supposed to be protected, we're not supposed to use what you say against you to find a lead to prosecute you with. I think they'll use it as a lead to find a plan B and then say plan B was the lead. Oh, we didn't use what you said. We found it independently. I don't trust it. I just don't trust it. But technically on paper, that is how it's supposed to work. Thank you so much for all your support, FFS. Montana Handsome sends $1. Thank you so much. And then Montana Handsome, but I think it says Canadian here. So did you cross the border? And then Hi says, and did anybody watch the TV show Mr. and Mrs. Smith that came out recently? I think it was Netflix. But the computer that they talk to is named Hi. So whenever Hi says hi to us, I think of that show. But Hi says the best cross-examination was of Oh, I read this. We're going to look at that. We are going to look at that. Miss AB says after he testifies on Tuesday, he really needs to leave Georgia, take his family, and don't look back. Full circle all around with his testimony. I think it might be good for him to get out of the state for sure. It could help him avoid some prosecution. Oh yeah, Nancy knew. This is another issue in Fulton County. You know, the R-word cases have a statute of limitations, and there are thousands of untested kits. And they got new funding for it, and they're not documenting how the money's being spent. When I had checked, I did a video on it. 98% of the funding was unaccounted for. Like, I don't know how that happens. Like, when I was a kid, my mom gave me $20 to go to the store and get XYZ. And I came back and only got X. Not only is she going to ask me where her change is, but she's going to ask me for the sum of that $20 that should have been spent on the 2 things I didn't come home with. So how are you as, you know, as a department within a governmental office, not having even some record keeping from funding that you're getting? A lot of this funding for the sane testing kits in Fulton County is coming through grant money. So you're complaining you have a backlog, you get money, there's still a backlog, and there's no accounting for what you did with the money. It's really frustrating. It's going to put me in a bad mood to talk about. Thank you so much, Nancy New. And then Chip says, good to see you, Chip. Remember when Jeffrey did disavow the voices in the background of the videos? Doesn't the same apply to Woody not answering? Oh, like acquiescing? Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's human nature to think if someone just goes silent instead of giving a yes or no answer to something, did you do this? And you don't give an answer. Either you're really humble and don't want to take credit for something great. Wow, did you do this? And you don't want to take the credit for everything, so you don't want to answer. Or did you do this bad thing? And you don't want to say yes and tell on yourself, but you can't really say no if you did the thing. So I think the jury, as human instinct, whether they were allowed to or not, would still think that way, but they're allowed to. They're allowed to make those inferences. And the problem is, I think, with the state, is there probably wasn't a point in time where he was quiet with them. He probably just kept blabbing, but talking about other people, trying to make them chase their tail. But yeah, acquiescing, I think that was a dirty argument. I think Schardt did some great arguments about, well, the video clip ends, so we don't know if Jeffrey Williams, and there's a call too. The call ended. We don't know if Jeffrey Williams hung up the phone because he didn't agree with what was being said. We can't just assert that he acquiesced and agreed because he didn't vocally respond. We don't even know if he actually heard the things that were being said. So same concept. I think it's a good example of the state picking and choosing when they want things to apply, legal arguments to apply versus not applying. Thank you so much, Chip. And then Tavisha says, though D.A. Whitaker let all that evidence in, D.A. Whitaker, she set the defense up to dismantle the prosecution house. I really do feel that way, because she didn't try to come up with a way to sustain some of those afternoon objections. They were very few. There weren't a lot. But what came in through them was really, really bad for the state's case. And I'm still surprised we didn't see an assist. But I don't think there should have been an assist. I don't really know how there could have been an assist. And we didn't see one today. So big L for the state. Thank you so much, Tavisha. And then FFS says, let's not be naive. Maybe not all have seen what happened with the ex parte, but some had to have seen it. I do think it's kind of hard to avoid, but maybe they're just not really that active on news, or they don't really have, a lot of people cut the cable, so they don't have local news stations playing on TV. They just go to Netflix and pick a show. So maybe there is a smaller possibility they'll stumble upon something. But yeah, maybe they are living under a rock. I do think at least one juror regrets not raising their hand and saying, oh, I can't forget everything that Woody testified to. I can't forget it. Now that they realize that maybe that wasn't out. But has the jury been polled on if they've seen outside stuff about this case? Because that question, when they came back a few weeks ago, was really about if they could forget the beginning part of Copeland's testimony. I don't know if any of them have had the chance to say, nope, I haven't seen anything about this case. So I don't know. And imagine if the judge asked now, when there's a couple that are trying to get out. They could just say, yeah, I saw stuff. So that's kind of a dangerous question to ask. It could be harmful to the defendants in this case to ask a question without a solid reason to believe that a juror's done outside research. If you let them volunteer it because you know of the hardship, I think that could prejudice the defendants. Because if you lose the four of the remaining 16, you got to retry. So you got to be really sure. I don't know, if I was a defense attorney, I would not actually want to ask these questions. I would think we're up, the case isn't over, but this was really a star witness. I would not want to probe or poll the jury in a way that the jurors could raise their hand and get gone. But thank you so much, both of you, I love talking about jury stuff. And then Miss AB, what else can the state say? He lied a lot. I have no idea what their strategy is going to be with redirect. I'm a blank slate. We'll rock with it and see what they try to serve. But I'm interested in seeing it. And Peter Ortiz, ask Fani and her boyfriend about the money for our cases. I also see a lot of rumors in the chat that Fani was dating Young Thug. Fani was dating a DJ at some point that may have had some connection to TIG, maybe just doing events together. Who knows if it was anything direct or indirect, but she did date a DJ. But when we do speak about Fani and Nathan Wade, and then Fani and her ex-boyfriend, that ex-boyfriend, you guys, don't think that was Young Thug. I would be very surprised if that was actually Young Thug. So I'm very cautious of bold, wild rumors flowing free in the chat here. But yeah, this is a good question. Where's the accountability? Where's the accountability? And it must be nice. Must be nice that your boyfriend was getting paid in some months $36,000 checks for 30 days of work that you barely line itemed. But we don't have accounting for a serious issue when you platformed on clearing backlogs on this very issue. So thank you so much, Peter Ortiz. And then, yeah. What did I miss? Mods are on 10 today. What's going on? Shout out to the mods. Always shout out to the mods. And then is anybody live talking about anything now? You guys want to... What do we got? I think I missed the Sandra Birchmore indictment. I think Lawyer You Know already ended, but if you want replay on the Sandra Birchmore, Lawyer You Know is here. Is AV still live? Poor thing. Hold on. AV. I don't see AV live, but I'm gonna bring up the thing that I said not to talk about. But I imagine today's bombshell phrase is, oh, she is live. Okay. Why does she have a red circle around her face? Oh my God. Okay, so I'll go hang out over with AV. The poor thing is still going to be live. It's going to be 6 o'clock. But yeah, so AV is still live talking about today. So that's right on topic. So we'll do that. Yeah. I was going to say my tangent right there is I would imagine lead attorney will probably schedule a stream sometime tonight to go over that famous new line, 2 words. The first one starts with N and the second one starts with J. So that might be a stream to look forward to later tonight if you want to talk about more YSL. And again, tomorrow, Nick Starro will be doing an afternoon rewatch, and that's where I will be working and lurking tomorrow morning. So this is Nick. And there we go. No, I'm not going to say it. Stop it. Stop it. And then what day was TikTok? Was Tick's cross with Max? I think he was wearing a white shirt. Let me see if I can find it. Or a white hoodie. Okay, I found a clip. Let me see what date this
social media post. The focus today.
January 10th. So let me look up, I'll find you a stream. I need a chart of just what date corresponds to what day of the YSL trial. Because I just searched January 10th YSL trial and it's not pulling up anything except days where Woody's on the stand. Probably because January 10th is mentioned so often as a key date in his testimony. Everything I'm finding is a short clip. Okay, maybe days 14 was one of them. He was on the stand for a few days. It's not the one. All right, let's try 15. Sorry, guys. Day 15, he's in a blue shirt. Day 16. That's crazy. These are 100 trial days ago. Okay, that looks like it might have been a hearing day. Day 17. All I know is he was wearing a white. Okay, this is, I think it's day 17. Here you go, because I see him wearing the white hoodie. So there we go. that is the that was a search. That was a total search. Oh, sorry. Thanks. Look, you guys. Thank you for saying 17. And there we go. So I think we're all caught up. We got that last clip there. I've got some work to get done. I will timestamp this stream some point this evening if you guys want to jump back and look at anything, and I'll pull clips of each person's key moments of Steele and Schart's cross, and then also I'll clip Doug and Careton Matthews separately because they were short. So, wait, no, I didn't see your question. Hold on. Hold on, do you want to retype it? Because I'm scrolling and I'm not seeing it. And I'm so glad that cross is over because when we get back to the state doing stuff or quick arguments, the clips can actually be clips again. I'm still scrolling, Shamika. Okay, wait. Can we look into Thug's baby mom's case? Because it was dismissed, but why? Well, we can. I guess that's interesting. I mean, it could be dismissed maybe for just someone made a good legal argument and got it dismissed. But I don't know much about it, so I don't even have a reaction, but we can look at that for sure. So we can put that on the list. We can put that on our rewind list. That's a good one. And there we go. And since these are longer highlight reels, you guys, I will schedule the longer ones as a premiere. That way it'll have the live chat for you. I might not be in them if it's like midnight, but I will make it a premiere function on YouTube. That way if you guys want to chat in the chat, there will be a chat there for those longer segment uploads. But yeah, there you go. So happy you guys are here. We are all caught up, and do I still have the AV link? Probably be faster for me to find Ghost sharing it in the chat. But I'll be going over to AV, the end of AV stream from today. So I'll see you over there if you're coming over. And then see you Nick Starro tomorrow. You guys all have a good one. Thank you so much to the mods, including our new face, Staff JK. Have a good one, everybody.